morning. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Super. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dan Ram. I've had the pleasure of doing some pre-Stage 2 events with some of you. For the rest of you, hi. I will be the host for today. We have a fantastic day today, back again in Berlin. Every year we get bigger, bolder, stronger, and this year, I believe, we have the finest of the finest from the top universities all across Europe competing here at Stage 2. Thank you for being here. Thanks for making the trip over. I'm delighted to say that we have some record-breaking numbers, which I'm about to announce, but right now, I'm looking at you, and you're looking at me, and I'm thinking I want to talk to you first before I give you some information. So let's do this. I'm going to start easy. Can everyone find your pointy finger? And can everyone just warm up your pointy finger? Everybody? Good. And can you get some wrist action? Can you warm up your wrist? Good. Can you get your shoulders? Warm that up. Here we go. Swing to the right. Do you know where your right is? It's the opposite of the direction I'm in. Go to your left. Lovely. While you're at it, if you awkwardly looked at the person next to you because you went in opposite directions, can you high five them and say, nice to see you? Real quick. High five the person next to you. Nice to see you. Excellent. Now, can you look to the person that you did not high five and say, I guess you too? And then can you high five them as well? Okay. Excellent. You know what? Whatever. Let's just do this. Here's what we're going to do. See where the cameraman is right over here? This side of the crowd, when I do this, I want you to stand and then sit. And when I do this, I want you to stand and sit. Why? Because I'm in charge. So let's do this. Ready? Go. This side, sit. And this side, and sit. Now this time, that did take way more time. This time, I want you to pump your fist in the air when you stand. And stand, sit, and stand, and sit. And one last time, you're going to say stage, and you're going to say 2 when we do this. Ready? Stage 2! That was so good. Well done, well done, well done. I'm happy. I'm happy. Okay. Yeah, clap for yourselves. You did great. Usually that takes a couple hours to get you warmed up, but I saw the coffee lines outside, and I figure you're ready to go. Okay, let's do this. So let's talk about Stage 2. We have some of the finest universities represented. Hopefully you see your logo over there. That is our mission statement. This is the largest pan-European startup competition, and we're delighted for that. This, of course, happens in partnership, and so we want to give a quick thank you. If you wouldn't mind putting your hands together for the slide once it switches, like now. Ba-boom, bam, look at that. Ha! There we go. Okay. These are our wonderful partners. Thank you for believing in this event. What is really cool is while there are a lot of entrepreneurs here, and I see you, we also have a lot of investors. The ratio is 1 to 5. Which means if you talk to at least 6 people today, is that how math works? Or 5 people? I don't know. But if you talk to enough people, you are going to bump into actual investors. They're not just logos. So we're going to show you the investors in the house. Those are logos on a screen, but they're also real human beings. Actually, real quick, if you're an investor, can you quickly wave at me? Not too high, because people will bother you. Just a little bit. Okay, good. No, but in all honesty, they're here for you all day. They're going to be sitting on jury tables, and they're going to be interacting with you. They're here for deal flow. They're here for talent. And they're here to talk to you. So to our investors in the house, thank you for being here. You have an important decision today, and we can't wait to see who gets awarded here. Finally, whether you came from Cape Town, like this gentleman, or whether you flew from Ghana. Is there a team from Ghana in the house? Yes, I will explain to you why there's Ghana in Europe, because you're like, hey, Dan, pan-European, what's going on? I'll explain that later. Whether you just took the bus over or the train over, we're very happy to say that we are cooperating with Impact Hero, and as always, we are a carbon neutral event in all of our activities, including your traveling here and everything else. So our impact equates to 4,600 volleyball courts, and so we thank Impact Hero, and that's an official certification. I've talked for too long. Yes, 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 yes. With that, I want to invite 2 wonderful gentlemen. If you've been here before, you know who they are. If you go to the universities, you know the incredible impact they have on stage. They are the initiators, the brains, the visionaries behind what has become Stage 2. And we're so glad to have both of them here. Please give it up for the wonderful Malte and Stephan. All right. Gentlemen, so I know you're looking at them and going, they look older. Why are they here at an entrepreneur event? But let's take it back to 1999, right? Yeah. Is that the year when this all began, your entrepreneurial journeys?
That's true.
Wow, your mic is hot. It is loud.
Yeah, that was
He's
me.
got so much power, just with 2 words. That's true. So, 1999, where were you and what were you doing in the entrepreneurial realm, 1999?
Actually, I was at WHU. I didn't really have a clue of entrepreneurship, but everyone started a business and nobody had a clue, honestly. But I was writing my thesis, and I thought it's time to switch, not writing thesis, writing business plans. So I thought I'm gonna just start something, and this is what I did. So that was my first entrepreneurial journey, starting in '99.
A college student.
Yeah. Well, I'm PhD.
Okay, super. And for you, 1999?
Pretty much the same. I was still studying at HHL. And, you know, with my fellow students, we were discussing business ideas, starting up your own thing all the time. And suddenly it just happened by the end of '99. We started our first company while still at university.
Okay. Can you share a little bit, because both of you, and do Google them, you will find a lot of incredible information on what they have done, not just right now at universities, but as entrepreneurs, as investors. So there's probably 100 questions I would love to ask them. But for the moment, can you share maybe a little bit about what Europe back then looked like? What were maybe some of the challenges you had, and maybe how that led to why you're creating Stage 2?
Back in '99, if you looked at entrepreneurship, there was basically no Europe. It was like the little university you were at and maybe an extended small network of other entrepreneurs, other investors, which was quite a challenge at that time because also in our first startup, we looked at Europe as potential markets. We were looking for investors, but didn't really know where to look and how to get in touch with them. We were looking for partners. And that was quite challenging. So we knew Europe. We wanted to do more in Europe, but it was difficult to actually reach out.
Okay, and for you?
Yeah, same for us. We wanted to internationalize because you always look at market size and you think, yeah, Europe is a great market with 500 million people, but to tackle this market, you go into France, which is really close. That was a different story, and actually it was hard to do because the market was different, everything was different, and we didn't really have like a network, a connection there.
And I know that is a big ingredient here, is network connections, interactions that would have been quite challenging back then. What are you most proud of? There's many things that we can be proud of when it comes to Stage 2, but what are you most proud of when you look at this?
Well, I'm proud of all the people sitting here because, and someone said that, Martin said that yesterday, we have this great connection of universities, VCs, and companies coming together for the young entrepreneurs to get them going. And this is getting bigger and bigger every year, and this is what I'm really proud of the team who put that together, to be honest, but all the people in here.
Amazing. Same. I mean, the original idea to give visibility to European university startups and bring them together with investors and let them meet together has taken, you know, the whole team has taken it to a new level this year. But if you ask what I'm most proud of, it's the over 40 people in the background who have been working a year very, very hard to make this year happen. So thank you also to all the teams from RWTH, from HHL, and for all the partners that came here today.
Okay, unscripted question, wildcard. Those are the questions that your PR agencies gave me and said, stick to the questions or you're getting sued. So here's a question that they did not approve. Ready?
Okay.
If you know where the world is today, but back then, as a student, would you have come into education eventually, which is what you guys are doing? Would you have been an investor and cashed in and invested in AI and climate action, all this stuff is happening today? Or would you build, but not build the startups you built, but build for today's stuff? So what would you do? Which of those 3 roles would you have pursued exclusively? Because I know you're going to say all 3, because they do all 3. They are simultaneously entrepreneurs, investors, and educators.
Yeah.
You can only pick one.
Yeah. I would have to say I would still become, as a main role, an educator.
Okay.
Because as an educator, you can inspire young people, you can create networks, you can have a tremendous impact also on the world through helping others.
Yes.
If that wouldn't work out, become an entrepreneur and build something.
Okay.
To be honest, the biggest thrill always is if you see a problem that tackles you in your heart, and that was the case when I started my one medtech company. A friend of mine had a severe heart problem with his health, and there was a way we could solve that. So you start that company. So you have to be an entrepreneur in that moment if you see something like that. So it is the best what I could do. I don't know, but I would always do the same.
If you want experience, expertise, if you want to know what these universities are doing, if you want to know what they're doing at a macro level, not just on campus, but in their regions, if you want to be inspired, please talk to these two gentlemen. They're wonderful. They're here all day. Let's give it up for Malte and Stephan.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we haven't had too many cancellations when it comes to COVID or for anything else, but we do have one gentleman that really wanted to be here, but he's also a very big deal, and he's wanted and needed in probably 100 places at any moment. But he didn't want to miss out on actually coming and being a part of this, so although he can't be here in person, he did record a special message for us. He's the Vice Chancellor of Germany. He is the Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and we're so delighted to have him. So even though he's not here, could we just give it up in appreciation for him sending this video?
Startup entrepreneurs from across Europe. Our future and our ability to shape this future in a positive way depends on many factors. It's about markets, financing, opportunities, skilled workers and careers, but also about the conditions for business in Germany and Europe. The world is in upheaval, and the last 2 years have presented us all with numerous challenges. Overlapping crises, the recent terrible war in Israel, the climate crisis, Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, the energy crisis, inflation have hit us in addition to the challenge of digital transformation and the ever-increasing competition for innovation we are already expecting. If the last 2 years have taught us one thing, it's that there is no longer any time to rest on past successes. We have to work together and develop new business ventures. As part of the joint European Economic Area, Germany has a lot to offer. 500 million inhabitants across a common market, a common currency that has defied all the crises of the global economy for more than 20 years and brought Europe closer together. A well-trained, skilled workforce, excellent science and research, and a stronger transfer structure that can spin off innovations into startups. The success stories of German startups, such as Celonis, Personio or Wingcopter, are examples of how innovations from science can also be put on the map in Europe. The Exist program, created by my ministry, has been set up to support these very spin-offs from universities and research institutions. Since the program first launched, we have helped around 3,400 science-based spin-offs get off the ground. However, Exist not only supports specific startups, but also the networking of incubators at universities throughout Germany. Today's Stage 2 event is the result of a project with RWTH, Aachen University, that received Exist program funding. Since its launch 3 years ago, Stage 2 has developed into an outstanding startup event with international visibility beyond Europe. This is the place where impact-driven entrepreneurs in particular present themselves and discuss challenges and possible solutions for the future. It is great to see that in such a short time, a leading international event for university-based startups has emerged from Germany, bringing together startup entrepreneurs and also their universities from all over Europe. Our goal must be that we in Germany become a leading trade fair and event location in the startup world as we are in other areas. I'm delighted to be patron of this year's Stage 2, because we in Europe don't need to play second fiddle to other innovative regions around the world. However, this isn't just an issue for government, but also for science, business and startups themselves. This is why Stage 2 is such an important event. To all of you, I therefore say this: look around the world, learn from the role models from all over the world, from America, Asia, or from our European friends. But don't simply copy them. Adapt what you have learned to our goals and needs here. We are an attractive center for business, but we need to keep working quickly and working hard if we want to stay that way. I therefore wish all the participants every success and good discussions that will help deepen European cooperation towards a better future.
Testing. How do you make the biggest impact in your life? Well, sometimes you go to a great university, and our next speaker actually went to universities that are represented in the room. You maybe work at a consulting company. Consulting companies also in this room. You work with great government agencies, some of which are also in this room. And you work with fantastic investors who are also in this room. But along the way, you try to think constantly, how do I make a bigger difference? And for this particular speaker who's about to come on stage, that moment of inspiration was not in the shower, which happens for a lot of people, or over a cup of coffee. It was while cycling. And as she's cycling, having this fantastic, prestigious role at McKinsey, having impact, she thought, what more does the world need? And I love the fact that she decided to take a big risk from the known into the unknown, from what is here to what is next. And she's here to talk about the power of fusion, something that I think is very far in the future, but she corrected me about a few minutes ago and said, actually, it's happening, Dan. And last year, scientists made some big breakthroughs. They are recipients of some significant grants, and my bet is they're gonna make a big difference in the world that we have today. But for now, please welcome onto our stage as our opening keynote speaker, the wonderful Heike.
Thanks for the lovely introduction, and thanks for having me here today. I love the entrepreneurial spirit that is in this room and all the great conversations that I already had yesterday evening, and hope to have a lot more today throughout the day. So, fusion energy. I'd love to share. Oh, do I actually have a clicker or something like that? Okay, I guess I get one. So, before I share my story of Marble Fusion, I'd actually love to start with my key learnings from 3 years building a deep tech company. Perfect. So, I'm going to share the Marble Fusion story in a second, but let me start off with what are my key learnings, as I know a lot of you are here and are just starting their journey of building a deep tech company. I think number one is be bold, be courageous, shoot for the stars, land on the moon. I think there's so many big topics out there that need to be solved, being it the energy transition, being it AI, being it food, being it quantum computing, space, and so on. There's a lot of great topics out there. Take the biggest topics and solve them, because with that you can really have an impact in the world. Number two learning, build a diverse team. If everybody in the team looks like you, went to the same university like you, and so on, then it's not the perfect team. In our team, we combined scientists, physicists, engineers with entrepreneurs. And I can tell you that is super challenging within your team, but I think it's also super fascinating to combine different worlds. And I think that's a second really key ingredient to create something new and build something amazing. Number three, if you work on the biggest topics on this planet, you cannot solve them by yourself. So at Marble Fusion, we always went into strong partnerships with industrial players, being it Siemens Energy, with whom we already developed our power plant technology, but also academic players with like the leading universities and so on. So if you want to solve the biggest problems of this planet, you cannot solve them by yourself, but like go into strong academic and industrial partnerships. Then, if you want to solve a topic like fusion, that's a 10-year timeline that you're on, in our case. You have to cut down this long timeline into tangible milestones to get everybody, to keep everybody motivated, being it within your team or being it with your investors, with politicians, other stakeholders. So really cutting it down into tangible milestones to keep everybody motivated and celebrate those milestones as you achieve them. And I think last but not least, if you work on a topic like fusion energy, you need to develop a capital lean approach, because as a small startup at the start, you cannot go out there and buy your own laser facility. But you need to look at ways, and I'm going to share our examples in a second, of like how to develop a capital lean approach, and then besides looking for VC funding, also look at all the other funding instruments that you have out there on the public side, being is the Agency for Sprunginnovation, being it DTCF, who are also around here today. So also look for other pockets of capital besides VC funding. So now with my learnings, I'd love to give you some very concrete examples of what we did at Marvel Fusion, and I hope that you can find all of them again in my presentation. So what topic are we solving at Marvel Fusion? If you look at today's energy consumption, and especially the predicted energy consumption of this world, no matter which study you're looking at, energy consumption will either double or triple or grow by factor 4 over the next 30 years. So that's a huge problem, and we need additional energy sources to solve this problem. And I just want to share some numbers for Germany. So today's electricity consumption in Germany is 500 terawatt hours. There's a number out there by the German Chemical Association that if you want to decarbonize the chemical industry in Germany, that's another 600 terawatt hours, so more than today's energy consumption, just for one industry to decarbonize that one industry. There's a number out there by Lufthansa. If they want to fuel all their fleet with sustainable air fuels, they need half of today's electricity consumption of Germany, just for Lufthansa, just for their current fleet, to fuel that with sustainable air fuels. Other numbers out there by the steel industry and so on. So I hope that all these numbers give you a little glimpse into how much additional electricity is needed only here in Germany, and that is obviously a global problem. So we will need additional energy sources, and fusion energy could be exactly that solution. So if it wouldn't be raining today, if you go out, if you look up at the sky, you see the sun, and the sun is powered by fusion energy. So one could say it's nature's choice to produce energy. So fusion processes are happening every day. And the great thing about fusion energy is that it's a CO2-free energy source. It's safe. There is no long-lived radioactive waste. There is no chain reaction risk. So it's a safe energy source, it's a reliable energy source, it's a clean energy source. It's a very dense energy source, so you only need the size of a football field to create hundreds of megawatts of power, so comparable to a big coal plant. It's totally independent from the sun or wind or water, so you can build it where you need it. You could build it next to a chemical plant, next to wherever you need the electricity. So it's independent from the location, and it's a baseload capable energy source. So it would be exactly the energy source that our planet needs. Now, scientists have been trying to bring the sun to Earth for many, many years. They started off with magnetic-based fusion approaches, where they basically try to leverage big magnetic fields and high temperatures. However, the approach that we chose at Marvel Fusion is a real paradigm shift in how to make fusion work, because we leverage latest laser technology to ignite our fuel. In our case, the majority of our fuel consists of boron and hydrogen. Now, maybe not everybody knows what's boron, but actually everybody of you has boron in their house, because washing detergents, for example, consist out of boron. So that is safe. That is non-radioactive. That is something that you can have in a power plant, and that fuses to helium. Again, a safe and reliable product that you can easily have in your house. Over here, you see how today's laser facilities look like. So that is obviously not the lasers that you need later on in a power plant. That's why we are also developing laser technology that is a lot more compact, a lot more efficient, but that is how today's laser facilities look like. Those lasers have been awarded with a Physics Nobel Prize in 2018, and now you can actually really create those laser pulses that you need to ignite a fuel. To give you some more facts on like how such This, like on the left side, these blue arrows that are coming over there, those are our laser pulses. Our laser pulses have the duration of a couple of femtoseconds. So maybe not everybody is a mathematician or a physicist and knows what's a femtosecond. So if I would take a light torch and turn it on for 1 second, the light would travel from here to the moon. If I put it on for a femtosecond, it would go through a part of my hair. That is how short a femtosecond is. Now the light pressure that those little laser pulses that are more like kind of a disc or a pancake actually in kind of like their size, actually the pressure that they can do is comparable if you take the Eiffel Tower, turn it around and put it on the tip of my little finger. The pressure that I would have on my finger is the pressure that the laser pulse will put on our fuel. So pressure of like the Eiffel Tower on my finger, short pulse duration, couple of femtoseconds, that is the technology we're leveraging. That technology was awarded with a Physics Nobel Prize in 2018 and can now be used to actually fuse a fuel. Now what we've seen at very small scale here would look like this in a fusion power plant. In a fusion power plant, the core and center is the fusion reactor, which has the dimensions of roughly 10 meters. And then you would have multiple laser beams shooting into that chamber multiple times per second. You would have a fuel being injected, and every time the lasers hit the fuel, they ignite the fuel, fusion reactions happen, end product is positively charged particles that can then be transferred into electricity. Now, Dan mentioned it earlier. There's always been that stigma about fusion, that it's 30 years out there and that it will always be. So why am I convinced that that has changed? I think on the one side, it's great scientific breakthroughs that we have seen. On the other side, the underlying technologies that we need have now the maturity that is required, and there's also more and more public and private support for fusion. So if we look into them, scientific breakthroughs. Maybe some of you, or most of you, have heard the news end of last year in December that scientists in the US have shown for the first time ever that they created energy with fusion. So they demonstrated what we call net energy gain, so getting more energy out of the fusion process than they put in. This total process that they did in the US was still energy negative, but the fusion process, that created energy. And that was a huge scientific milestone because it demonstrated that we can produce energy on Earth with fusion. Now the challenge is to scale that up and make an approach that is commercially viable. And I believe at Marvel Fusion we are best positioned to do that. Second factor is the underlying technologies that we need. Laser technology. I mentioned before that Physics Nobel Prize from 2018. Actually, also the Physics Nobel Prize of this year went to a scientist in Munich that we collaborate with for attosecond lasers that are even shorter than our femtosecond lasers. So short laser pulses is really, and laser technology, it's a key technology of this century, and these lasers that we require have now demonstrated all the dimensions that we need have been demonstrated now. So the lasers that we use have not been available 5 years. I was also wondering what's happening over there, but it looks really interesting. Those laser pulses that we need have not been around 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but nowadays all the parameters that we need on lasers are available. Next super important topic for us is computing power. We only have limited access to hardware, so we need to do a lot of simulations up front, like all the kind of parameters that we have in our lasers, in our fuels, and so on. So leveraging high-performance clusters has really been key for us. And lastly, material science. I didn't talk too much about that yet, but those fuel targets, like these pellets that we shoot on, they need a certain nanostructuring, and here we can highly leverage everything that was done in the semiconductor industry and battery industry, where they now developed manufacturing methodologies to go down into nanometer scale. So also that we can leverage nowadays, and also that is now in the sizes that we need. And all of these is also recognized by private investors. So in the past 2 years, we have seen more investments in fusion than the past 20 years before that. And also on the public side, we see more and more attention and support for fusion now. So the US have declared the bold decadal vision of having power plants on the grid in 10 years from now. In Germany, the government released their fusion strategy in June this year, and also supporting fusions through that new program, but we also received some funding from the Bundesagentur für Sprunginnovation, so also they are supporting fusion. In the UK, we see a big cluster that is leveraging public and private partnerships outside of Oxford, and they actually also just announced today, or will announce today, 600 million pound fund to support fusion, and also France stepping up their efforts on fusion. So we see more and more public support, which is super important for new technology. Now, if we have a look at the global landscape of fusion companies, we roughly see 40 private companies out there, majority of them being in the US, a topic I guess that most of you, or in other industry, see a similar picture. If you look at only the laser-based fusion companies, there's only 5 laser-based fusion companies out there, and of those we have the highest amount of funding and employees and experiments done. So let's have a look at our team. As I mentioned earlier, I believe it's super important to have a diverse team. And in our case, our CEO Moritz is a serial entrepreneur. Our CTO Georg has been working in the fusion field for over 40 years. I myself have been with McKinsey for 10 years before joining Marvel Fusion, so hope to bring in a bit of structure and helping to build partnerships. But also if we look throughout our teams, we have a good combination of scientists, so roughly 70% of our team are scientists and engineers, but also combine those with leading entrepreneurs and people with corporate experience. Our team of 70 people comes from over 20 different nations, so from Australia to Chile and everything you can find in between. I always call myself a bit the odd one out, as I neither have a Nobel Prize nor a PhD, as the majority of our folks have either one. But I think that gives you a bit of an impression of like how our team is put together. And as I said, if everybody in your team looks the same as you do, then you have done something wrong. It's super challenging to lead a team of scientists and physicists and engineers, but I think this is really the magic, like bringing together the world of academia with the entrepreneurial world. We have conducted over 2,000 experiments so far at existing laser facilities and have shown all of kind of the key parameters of our physics approach. And as I mentioned before, we were a strong believer of partnerships. So we have started off building partnerships with the leading power plant suppliers, laser companies, chemical companies, and so on. Because solving a big problem like fusion, you cannot do by yourself. You need strong partners on your side. If I wanted to develop all the power plant technology, for example, in-house, I would need to have hundreds and thousands of power plant engineers within my company. And we are a team of 70 people. We can't do everything ourselves, and that is why we decided to have strong partnerships, in that case, with Siemens Energy for the power plant development. Also, on the academic side, we partner with all the leading institutions in the world, again, with the approach like we cannot have every professor, every skill inside our company, because you need to focus in your company on what's really important and what's your key source of your IP and everything else, but then have a good network of collaborators. Looking on our financing, we have secured over 60 million in private funding. Last round was led by Early Bird. I believe there's also 1 or 2 representatives of Early Bird here in the crowd, but we have combined that funding with also roughly the same amount of public funding coming from the Agency of Sprunginnovation, which I can also highly recommend to many of the founders in here, and also some support from the Bavarian Ministry, and we're now also looking at funding on the European level and on the German level. Looking at our roadmap, I would say there was kind of phase 1 of Marvel Fusion was leveraging existing infrastructure. I mentioned it before, like having a capital lean way to validate a new technology is super key. You cannot start off and say, I want to have my own facility from day one, or I want to build X from day one, and so on. But leveraging existing infrastructure was key for us. We started off with a laser system in Munich, but also collaborated with a laser system in Romania, where we actually find the highest power laser facility in Europe, went to the US to 2 different facilities and conducted experiments over there. That is where we conducted our experiments so far. Phase 2 of Marble Fusion will be to build our own technology proof of concept, our tech demonstrator. We now went into a partnership with Colorado State University and are going to build this $150 million tech demonstrator in Colorado. Again, we found a partner that shared our vision of a leading short pulse laser facility, and we have a partner with whom we can share the investment and the risk and so on. And that will not be our last facility. The facility thereafter will be a prototype that will then have hundreds of laser beams. For that, I'm still in good discussions with the German government, the European government, the Bavarian government, to see whether we can construct that facility in Germany again. And thereafter, we want to build commercial power plants. And I believe that we can do that in 10 years from now. And with that, I'm also not the only one that believes that we can have power plants in the mid-2030s. There's a recent survey by the Fusion Industry Association where more than 60% of the surveyed companies believe that we will see fusion on the grid by 2035. So I think that's an amazing news for the planet. Going a bit into what I mean with our capital lean approach, I think if you want to commercialize something like fusion, you need the strong partnerships, and you need to look at like how can you find partners along that way. Just a couple of examples, or recent examples from this year. I mentioned the Agentur für Sprünginnovation before, with whom we are now jointly developing our laser technology and have a strong partner on board there. I mentioned the Colorado State University, where we found a partner to jointly invest into this laser facility, and we are now also continuing to build clusters with other fusion companies. I think it's super important, especially in deep tech, when you have these long timelines and big capital amounts, to look for partners and to look for ways that you don't need to fund everything with your equity, because otherwise you won't be able to succeed, my personal opinion. Now, if we have fusion energy in 10 years from now, and I hope that I convinced you that we will have fusion energy in 10 years from now, besides providing all the energy that is required on this planet, there's super cool use cases that you could do on top of that. You could produce hydrogen wherever you need it. You could do direct air capture, because in all honesty, we don't only need to become net zero, but actually net negative as a society. So we could produce electricity for direct air capture. We could do water desalinations in areas where we don't have enough water. And ultimately, fusion could also do space propulsion and bring us to other planets. So with that, back to my learnings from page 1. I guess you all agree that fusion is a big topic, and I would really encourage you to work on the big topics that can have an impact on this planet, being it food, being it computing, being it AI, being it space, but like work on the big topics, because I believe if this entrepreneurial energy that I see here in this room like works on the big topics, and I've seen some of the presentations of the companies represented here today, and I believe there's real cool topics that we are going to see today. So think big, work on the big topics, build a diverse team, find partners that can support you along that way, cut down your roadmap in tangible milestones and celebrate them to really motivate everybody to be with you on that journey of these 10 years. And besides, VC funding, which is and will always be a super important pillar of your funding, also look for other pockets that you can leverage along the way. And I think with that, we have roughly 5 more minutes for a couple of questions.
We've got a question in the front of the, already over there, and then Fabian is in the back, if anyone's got questions up there too. Do you want to get, super.
Yeah. Hello, yeah.
Can you stand real quick?
Yeah, sure. So I saw your roadmap and it looks amazing. I'm super excited about the technology, Heike. But one question that might occur in the VC conversation is, when will we expect revenue, and how do you monetize the technology in those 10 years technology roadmap?
Very good question. So I think there's two parts to that answer. On the one side, we have actually seen the first company in the US now really going into the first two customer contracts, like Helion Fusion, one of the US companies, did a cooperation or first customer contract with Microsoft and one with a steel manufacturer. So like getting early customer contracts in, I think will be key on this 10-year timeline, and something that we also see in other deep tech industries like the space industry and so on. So I think getting first customer contracts a lot earlier than this 10-year time horizon, and we have seen with a company in the US that now has signed their first 2 customer contracts, that's one thing. The other thing is that the technology we are developing, many parts of that could actually be commercialized in other use cases already along the way. I think that's always a bit of a two-folded thing, because on the one side you don't want to dilute the core of your company and you want to go full power on one topic, but if there are options to commercialize parts of your technology in other areas along the way, I think it's something that fusion companies will do and will have to do. And I think lately, or as a third point to your question, I think investors also don't have to wait until kind of like this 10 years out there when maybe the big revenues come to monetize on their investments, as there will be multiple opportunities along the way.
Super. Does someone else have another question they'd like to ask while we've got Heike here? While you maybe think about that, tough question for you, but be honest. Who was the hardest partner as far as, you work with public, you work with universities, you work with private, category? You don't have to name the individual or the entity, but who's the hardest to work with?
I think something that I had to realize like along the way. At the beginning I thought like, if you do a company and start a company and work on fusion, if you do the best job in your company, you will be successful. And after a year or so, I realized if you do something that is super new, that has no lobby, no associations, no nothing, you can do the best job you want in your company, but you won't be successful. So I realized you have to go out there, you have to start talking to politicians, explain to them, what is fusion energy? Fusion is the opposite of fission. Explain to them why is it different and so on. And those are a lot of background talks that you have to do, and being it like working with politicians, working with medias and so on, like kind of like talking about what you do. Maybe that was a big learning for myself, is also part of that journey.
All right, thanks for sharing. Anyone else got a question? Yeah, man.
Hey, maybe into the similar direction. What were the motives to partner with CSU instead of a German university? Was it regulation? Was it, what were the motives?
Yeah, I think with CSU, it's been a bit of a story where over 2 years we've been already collaborating with them and doing joint experiments. And when we shared our vision of our next step on our roadmap, building the short pulse laser facility, we found a partner that has actually a shared vision of also constructing that. So we've been, okay, let's kind of like combine our efforts and do it jointly, meaning also like taking down the requirements on our side when it, because like kind of like we are sharing the investment now, we are sharing the risk now, and so on. So that was definitely, it was something that kind of evolved over time, and I think you also cannot come to a partner as a startup saying like, hey, I'm here now and I want to like have this partnership with you now. And I think all the partnerships we have is something that kind of evolved over a certain period of time, and then kind of always taking the next step and the next step and the next step. If we now go into this direction of like comparing the US with Germany and Europe a bit, what I have seen in the US is that universities are a lot more entrepreneurial in the US and want to actually also go into public-private partnerships and so on. And I think that is something that we should leverage a lot more here in Germany as well, because I think that is kind of, it's win-win for both sides. The university will have the leading short pulse laser facility in the world afterwards, and everybody in this world who wants to kind of like study laser fusion would want to go to that university afterwards. And we will be the first laser-based fusion company globally with their tailor-made a laser system. So I think like finding these synergies and building public-private partnerships is something that we should also push a lot more in Germany, and is something where, at least in my experience, it's still kind of like two very separate worlds.
Super. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Heike. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we're going to solve the mystery, because Heike was asking what's happening over here. Un moment, s'il te plaît. Please give it up for Arno. Tu veux parler en français?
Oui, je peux.
This gentleman flew all the way from France just to be with us today, because he is interested in the intersection between, as you can see, mechanical parts and art. So come stand right here in the middle. And can you share with them a little bit, why did you come to Berlin? Why did you come to stage 2?
Yeah, hi everyone, bonjour. So my name is Arno, I'm an industrial designer and a mechanical engineer. And I'm here to proceed as a performance to draw like 50 drawings during the day. And my work is based on the relationship between the mechanical drawing and the traditional art. So as a mechanical engineer, I learned how to construct machine. And as an industrial designer, I learned how to deconstruct machines. So I'm here, and my work is here to show how we can think differently with the industrial world and the mechanical system to find new way of using them and create new imaginaries with this machine, where you can have some mistakes, where you can use them for different purposes. So that's why I'm here.
That's excellent. Thank you for being here. And in addition to being here and coming all the way, he's actually got a gift for every university, every team. Yeah. So he's going to make 50 pieces of art, and we'd love for you to collect it along with your goodie bags. They're going to be outside. So at some point, talk to him, see what he's doing. He is generally nice. So
I hope so.
Yeah. He's on good behavior right now. But what did you study? Industrial design?
Yeah.
Any industrial design students here? Raise your hand. All right, gentlemen, you're going to get the first piece of art, because you picked the right. Is that okay? Can we give this
sure.
to you? Hey. All right, this is for you, my man. Yay. Super. Arno, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see, I'll take the mic and enjoy doing your art. Okay. So with that, I want to share what you all came to do, which is to pitch and to present to your amazing jury, who are all investors, who've all got deep pockets and are here to find good talent and to make investments. This is not a simulation. This is real life, and it's happening very soon. So these are your last moments that you get to sit and enjoy. But I want to introduce you to we have a slide with our fantastic moderators. So we got 2 stages, and we have 4 moderators, and they are actually probably already heading to their stages right now. So you can see them over here, and we're going to have the tech stage over here and the digital and business stage upstairs. So feel free to go in that direction in a moment. But let me tell you this. All through my 20s, I built startups, not out of choice, but out of necessity, because I graduated in a recession, which means no one employed me. I really wanted a job at McKinsey, so come talk to me, McKinsey. But I couldn't get a job, and I built startups, and it was the best thing ever. And I will say that this, what you do right now, I resonate with. It's why I come to startup events, because with those 18 companies, it was my job to always raise money. Today is something I wish I had, because I had to go hustle, and I had to go find and beg and plead and tweet people and email investors to pay attention for even 60 seconds, 2 minutes. Each of you have got a couple minutes in front of some of the finest investors in the nation. This is a really special deal. We're really proud that we can make this intersection and this interaction. So please make the most of it. Use the time on stage, but absolutely use the networking time and the coffee times as well. Don't be afraid to stick your hand out and make a connection. We will be back here in the afternoon for the finals, but meanwhile, we've got a couple rounds. I want to show really quickly what is happening on the 2 stages. So just in case you do not know where you need to be, we're going to have a slide. And so 10 o'clock, that's the first round. These are the startups that are presenting on each of the stages. And then 11:45, that's where you will be if you are in the second half of this morning. We've got an extended lunch break on purpose by design. Please spend time in the hall, talk to partners, see how they can help you in your journey. Please talk to each other, and please talk to the investors. So with that, I think we're ready to go. If anyone's got questions, too bad, but you got plenty of good people around that can guide you. To our moderators on the stages, thank you so much for your hard work, and we will see you either here or upstairs. Actually, right now. We're starting right now. Go, go, go. Go. Get out of here.
Right, so hello. So very excited to be here at stage 2 and hear from all of the exciting deep tech startups that we're going to have presenting today. So just to give a bit of a quick intro to myself, so I'm Sophie from Sifted, which is a media site reporting on startups across Europe. So looking forward to hearing from the startups, and hopefully maybe some will feature in news and stuff like that down the line. So just to kick things off, this section will be about an hour and a half. Each startup will have just 2 minutes to present, followed by 3 minutes of grilling by our judges sat over here. So just to give a bit of a quick introduction to all of the judges. So on the far right, we've got Diana from Rowe Ventures. Sat next to her, we've got Maximilian from Activant Capital. In the middle, we've got Joanna from B2B Venture, Charlotte from Square One, and Susanna from Amadeus Capital. So I guess, an hour and a half, but I'm sure it will fly by. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce the first founder to the stage. So from the University of Tartu, we have Karin Kogerman, who has produced a wound dressing startup called Esadress.
Hello, my name is Karin. I'm a CEO and co-founder of Esadress. And we plan to change the wound care by providing personalized approaches for the treatment of chronic wounds. Chronic wounds are a major problem for the society due to the health problems it causes to the patients, as well as high healthcare costs. And current treatments lead to failures a lot of the times. And the major reasons are that all patients are different, all wounds are different, and require different treatments. And clinicians do not always have an access to the available products that they actually want, and no unique treatment actually exists. Esadress has a solution for the problem. We provide customized and on-demand manufacturing of wound dressings in the clinic at the hospital pharmacy. We provide personalized dressings that are made exactly according to the patient's needs. Therefore, we can provide right place, right time, and right cure. This provides for clinicians the treatment that they want and patients the treatment that they actually need, leading to the faster wound healing as well as reduced mortality, morbidity, and healthcare costs. Wound care market is very crowded and a lot of competitors are there, but they are providing single products and single solutions. But our idea is customized on-demand solutions. And our team consists of researchers that have developed wound care products more than 10 years, and we have different backgrounds and we complement each other. And we are actually having collaborations with clinicians as well as legal and business advisors and manufacturers. And our first client is already there. We are setting up our first clinical trials, which we are planning to start off. And today we are looking for investors, advisors, as well as experts that have the expertise and know-how to bring such kind of innovations into the market. Let us bring these innovations into the market and help the wounds with chronic wounds people. Thank you.
Great what you are going to tell us here. And I think the future of medicine is really in precision medicine and personalization. So congratulations picking this field. So first question, really quickly, can you speak a little bit about your clinical trial path? Because I think the challenge versus the standard of care, which is a one fits all, is that personalization exactly. So how are you going to approach this? Because part of your funding is obviously dedicated to the clinical pathway.
Thank you. This is an excellent question, and this is actually why we are having clinical advisors on board, that we are setting up the first clinical trials, which actually will be focused on one single product that we are testing first. If this works out and we have set up the manufacturing at the hospital pharmacy, then we have the road ready already to start developing the next ones. So we actually move one by one because we have the know-how and skills to incorporate drugs into those wound dressings. We have a special technology how we produce such wound dressings, and we put this technology into the hospital pharmacy. We make there the dressings, and then we can move these to the clinical trials, because it's not allowed to start testing something that has not been either made either GMP conditions or made at the hospital pharmacy, which is approved by regulatory authorities.
In regards to doing it on demand, that means you have really on-site sort of processes and manufacturing?
Yes.
Okay, so does that mean, obviously you have some cost as well on the sort of maybe hardware, but also sort of CapEx that is related to that? How do you want to tackle it?
Yeah, the technology is actually out there. We have manufacturing, or the equipment producers there that we are collaborating with, that who will provide us the equipment that enables to produce the matrices. But what has not been done before is that we bring the technology to the clinic, and we do this there at the hospital pharmacy. But indeed, we are not developing the hardware part. We develop the solution part there.
Companies, is it exclusive, or how does it work?
Yeah, at the moment we have already approached manufacturer, and they are very interested, and we are now setting up the agreements between us with our company.
It was very interesting. I think on one of the last slides, talking about the patent that you have, could you give us a bit of a background on how long that took and also what is included?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, we have one patent published, and at the moment this is focused on the method that enables you include drugs and let's say sensitive cells into the matrix without not destabilizing them or killing them if we have cells. And this is our technology, let's say, and we are patenting this. At the moment, the patent is at the university. We have now agreements how we will shift this to the company and start using it, and we have second patent filing, which we are now, it is also when we are researchers or university workers, but this switching or moving to the company will take place as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, that was really interesting. So next up, I was just chatting to our next founder, who I asked him how he would describe his startup to his mum, and he said that we create value out of shit and gases. So I'm looking forward to hearing him dive into that and explain what that actually means in more detail. So next up we have David from Icondus. So yeah, David, love for you to take the stage. Look forward to hearing more.
Good morning, Stage 2. I'm David Strimatter, co-founder and CEO of Keynote. We will defossilize the chemistry and shipping industry via our breakthrough e-methanol production technology. More than 3% of global GHG emissions are emitted by shipping, and a multifold by the chemical industry. Without sustainable fuels for shipping and without sustainable platform chemicals, this will not change. These industries have realized this, and consensus is emerging that sustainable methanol is the solution to this. However, today's production technology is insufficient. It's insufficient to produce it cost effectively and in sufficient availability. The solution, Keynote's breakthrough e-methanol production technology. With our technology, it will be possible to produce e-methanol, sustainable methanol, at the cost of conventional methanol, and ensure a rapid scale-up and thus availability by harnessing very flexibly the scarce feedstock sources. Our technology was validated 2 years ago with a lab plant, and with our recently commissioned, fully integrated power-to-methanol plant in Karlsruhe, we can now focus on scale-up and commercialization. The opportunity is enormous. A total addressable market of more than 1,000 billion euro per annum, and a GHG abatement potential of more than 1 gigaton per annum by 2050. This vision is validated by several letters of intent, promising more than 3 million euros in recurring revenue, and we have received more than 4 million euro in public grants so far, a clear sign that our technology goes far beyond the state of the art. And the founding team of Icaros is the very right team to bring this forward. I'm a former management consultant with McKinsey, helped the leading climate technology companies in this world to grow. For example, I built a electrolyzer startup. Francisco has more than 10 years of R&D experience at the very right spot. And Jens brings more than 2 decades of industry experience, has built various large-scale chemical plants. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, David. And very impressive team that you've built. I think it's a huge topic. So let's maybe take the example of sustainable sort of shipping fuel. And you spoke about LOIs, which is really cool. Congrats. Can you explain a bit how ready the industry really is? So I guess if you have a different fuel now, you would also need maybe different infrastructure. The sort of shipping boats and vessels will need a different motor maybe. So what is necessary and how ready is the market really to sort of ship fuels and use them tomorrow and have green methanol in the motors and the tanks?
The market is ready. So Maersk, for example, just had their first methanol ship ready on the ocean. There are more than 100 methanol ships ordered, and they will get in the ocean in the next 2 to 3 years. And everyone in the shipping industry is now really doubling down on methanol in the next 5 to 10 years who wants to decarbonize.
Thank you. And the infrastructure to transport it is also there?
Yes, because it's easy to transport and it's a chemical that is readily transported all around the world for decades.
Thank you.
Hey, how much capex is needed to produce, let's say, like 1% of the global demand for e-methanol in your solution? And also the second question is, like, what's the reduction in terms of CO2 emissions exactly?
Yeah, reduction is up to 100%. Yeah, so it can be fully sustainable, fully carbon neutral. And regarding the first question, I mean, it depends, right? But I think from a VC perspective, this is highly equity efficient. Those investments in the process industry can be made super return on equity efficient, because those investments can be undertaken via offtake agreements. So these projects that are developed are super bankable. You can leverage the equity, and the other part that needs to be financed for these large-scale projects can also be equity from an infrastructure fund, so that the VC equity is highly levered. And how much? I mean, capex is about 10% of the end product price, but the market is huge, right? So it's a lot of capex.
Maybe you can also say something about your next steps. So when it comes to getting an investment from a VC or other investors, what are you looking for?
Yeah, so we are currently in the seed fundraising, quite advanced, a lot of interest. Closing is around the corner. And then the next step is to build a commercial plan together with a joint development partner. The plant will be producing about 3 million liters of e-methanol, thus the LOIs. And simultaneously, we built a demonstration plan to further develop the product, so the technology. And for that, we have already received 10 million of a Horizon Europe grant.
So it doesn't really get more buzzy in startups and VC than AI, and our next startup founder is tackling the kind of hard part of AI. So look forward to hearing how he's doing that. So would love to welcome to the stage Dennis from Genesis.
Hi everyone, I'm Dennis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Genesis, and we use the human brain as an inspiration for the world's most efficient AI chip. Artificial intelligence is without a doubt the technology of the future. However, it has a big problem, and that is current AI hardware is too expensive to operate, and it also inhibits innovation. Think of ChatGPT-4, which costs $100 million every month to operate. Tesla has even created their own AI hardware and still takes them over a month to train their full self-driving AI. That begs the question, why is the human brain able to be so much more efficient with intelligence? And the reason lies in the architecture of today's AI hardware. It's based on the separation between the memory and the processor. And most of the time and energy is wasted on the communication between these two units. In the human brain, however, both of these tasks are done by the same unit, the synapses. And hence the biggest bottleneck of our AI hardware today doesn't even exist in the brain. We use novel electronic components called memristors to achieve the same effect in hardware and bring the efficiency of the brain onto AI chips. We're confident that the improvement in efficiency gain will be 10,000x. The project or the concept I've developed with my technical co-founder Enver and I during our time as PhD students, and our founding team is completed by Moritz, who is a management expert. After we received a 3 million grant by the German government, we have built up a software and hardware development team with expertises both from the Netherlands and also from Harvard in the US. We have established a business development team, and we are very happy to have a great advisory board consisting of Jamie Urquhart, one of the co-founders of ARM, and Christian Wenger, who is a leading expert of memristor technology in Europe. The big vision is that every device will come with a Gemesis AI chip, and we deploy an IP licensing model to achieve that goal. We are Gemesis, and we design a chip like the human brain. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the pitch. I think very timely topic you're working on and super interesting. My question would be if you could elaborate a bit on commercialization, where you stand in terms of development, and maybe give us an outlook on, let's say, the next 6 to 9 months.
Sure. So the biggest thing, obviously, is, the concept that is used in AI hardware today is decades old. To come up with a new concept is challenging. To have that scalable in software is even more challenging. And then to now prove that this concept also works in hardware is going from 0 to 1 is the most difficult thing. And just 3 weeks ago, we achieved that for the first time. So we have our first neurons and synapses in hardware actually working right now. So it's about scaling. We will scale up within 6 months from now to tens of thousands of neurons and synapses, and prove for the first time really that we can do artificial intelligence in hardware way more efficient than ever possible before.
Yeah, as you said, it's very interesting and very timely. I think this is basically the holy grail of AI and on the hardware side that you're trying to tackle. So it's very difficult. I mean, what are the points where this can go really wrong, and what can go wrong? And then on the other hand, also, when do you think your chips will be more efficient? Give us a timeline on when do you think? Because obviously today it's just a prototype, right? So when will they be more efficient than what is here today?
So great question. So obviously, the risk is always, as I said already before, the biggest risks are already mitigated. Going from 0 to 1 is the most difficult thing. Now scaling that up, obviously, comes with its own challenges. That's also what companies have as a challenge right now. And to come up with a new concept is really something where we can see we have different companies going for different approaches, but ours is the one that promises the most upside. So really think it's something you can really explore. We think we will go for the first use case just 1.5 years from today, and really showcase how well our technology actually works. And the first areas of commercialization we think are, for example, energy, space, and small medtech examples.
And maybe on that point, who exactly would be your customers? Because you also talked about IP licensing, which makes a lot of sense, but who would you really be selling to in the end?
So probably it will be first industry partners, like developing pilots. That will be the first one. But our ultimate goal is, because our chip will be so much smaller and so much more energy efficient, actually the goal is to bring AI out of the data centers and close into the devices of the people. So basically when you commercialize an IP vendor model, that means that semiconductor manufacturers will be our main customers that then use the products to bring that into smartphones, into sensors, in cars, basically everywhere. We will be surrounded by smart IoT devices equipped with our technology.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So up next, we're going in a completely different track. So we know that we can't just keep throwing everything away. We need to move towards a more circular economy. And our next founder is doing that in the context of metal mining, which sounds niche, but actually, obviously, metal's in pretty much everything that we use. So very much looking forward to hearing from Oliver from Magmatic Biomining.
Thank you.
That's right. Getting a little bit more in the front.
Did you know that the metals necessary for the electrification are not available today? Did you know that even if they were available, we couldn't recycle them because we would mesh them up into a complex metals mix and there's no process technology to separate them afterwards? Now take lithium. It's a super light metal necessary for all sorts of power storage and batteries. Demand is forecast to increase 5 to 10-fold by 2030. That means 72 mines need to be opened. A mine takes around 12 years to open, so we can work out very easily that demand by far outstrips supply. It becomes even clearer when you look at a lithium mine like this one in Chile. They're based in deserts, arid areas, yet they evaporate huge amounts of water, and they use land. So it's pretty obvious that these mines cannot simply expand. On top, they only take out 50% of lithium in the brine and the water, leaving 50% in the mining waste. We solve this problem by using synthetic biology. Our engineered proteins are 100 to 1,000 times more selective compared to chemical compounds. They are adaptable, they are reusable, and our customers with these proteins can increase the capacity of an existing mine, double their capacity within a very short period of time, meeting customer demand. The market that we can address purely for the lithium binder is around 7 billion. But because we are protein engineers, our overall pipeline can address a market of up to 30 billion. So we are building synthetic separation technology based on synthetic biology. Our customers in mining, recycling, and in industry can use these to actually deliver highly pure, sustainably manufactured metals for their customers. Join our mission for a seed round in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. I think your microphone stopped working because the time is over.
Doesn't work again.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, so very impressive. I mean, this obviously is a huge problem and going to be even larger in the future. And my first question is, like, what is the state of your technology? So when is it going to be ready to, be sold to customers?
We start selling small development kits in the next 2 years, but the full production of a lithium mine with this technology will take 5 to 6 years.
And can you also say something about how you create this product? Do you also work together with your clients in a really tight way so you know the product really suits to their needs? How do you do that?
That's exactly the idea of our product strategy. We use small kit so that the customer can early on use and adapt a biological sorbent very early on and test it. And what's great about our product is that we can actually engineer it. So if the feedback comes back from the customer that says it doesn't work on a specific setting, we can change it very quickly and then send it back to them.
Can you maybe just talk a little bit about how the use of your solution will influence the final cost structure of the lithium being mined?
So in short, we produce at average cash cost that is comparable to the existing process. Our sorbent, compared to an existing process, saves energy and it saves chemicals. The protein itself is more expensive to manufacture, of course. But on balance, it basically works out to be cheaper to maybe comparable cost, cash cost of production.
And you're including the improved yield into this, or does that come as an upside potential? Because you were talking about yield, right, also?
Upside potential.
Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, big topic, but I guess also complex, because you have to sell and work with mines and big companies. So how is the sales cycle? How is that sort of approaching them, working with them, going, and how do you maybe want to make that really scalable in the end?
So sales cycle is an issue, that's right. Mines at the moment are testing enormous amount or lots of different technologies. So the sales cycle is now. It's not in 3 and 4 years' time. It's now, because new technology is established as we speak. If we miss that sales cycle, of course, it's going to be difficult. However, as I pointed out, new projects are continuously being developed to meet future demand. So the pipeline of new mines opening up isn't drying out for the next 10 years.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Interesting stuff. So we've already heard from 4 startups. Our 5th will be Camilla from Acerarium, who is tackling the fresh water shortage with bacteria, which sounds quite interesting. So Camilla, do you want to share how you're going to do that?
1%. Only 1% of all the water on Earth is accessible fresh water. As the climate crisis reaches an urgent level, pressure to create fresh water is mounting. Currently, desalination techniques are trying to bridge the gap between supply and demand by converting seawater into usable fresh water. However, these methods, such as reverse osmosis and thermal desalination, are expensive, energy-intensive, and imprecise. That is why we're proud to announce that Acerarium has found the solution: bacteria. We developed a cutting-edge technology that harnesses the power of genetically engineered bacteria to filter out salt from seawater. Our proof of concept is a game changer, being 5 times more energy efficient and half as expensive compared to the best alternatives available today. We extract value from seawater with an innovative business model composed of 3 pillars. Firstly, our desalination plants built along the coastline will implement our technology and provide fresh water. Moreover, we'll sell the high-purity extracted salt by harnessing our bacteria's selectivity. Lastly, we'll develop new technologies for the licensing of various ion-related applications, such as lithium mining. With a detailed plan divided into 7 phases, our ultimate dream is to establish a secure and sustainable source of drinking water. We're currently looking to raise 300,000 euros for the 2nd phase of our project. Behind Acerarium stands a dedicated team, 3 co-founders, backed by 4 talented team members, an expert advisory board, and a network of passionate partners. Acerarium believes in creating a better, more sustainable world for our future generations. And we ask you to jump on board and ride the wave of fresh water with us into the future.
Thank you so much for this really great pitch. I have a question about your solution. Is it something where you also need a patent for? And how do you work with this process? Where are you at this stage?
The proof of concept that we've shown so far is our most basic prototype, and we already have some ideas to actually enhance it. And if we get a patent, what happens is that it gets published and then it can be changed by other people. So the idea is we first create a better prototype for our next phase and patent it along with that phase.
And one follow-up question, who are your potential clients? Can you say something about this?
Our clients are 2 sectors. Firstly, the people getting the water and the people getting the salt. For the water, it's we're going to start with agriculture and water for farmers, actually. And we're talking to both the farmers and farmer unions, along with the government who provides the fresh water. And for salt, we have both salt traders and retail markets that we're contacting to. Those will be our customer segments in the salt.
Thank you, guys. I like it a lot. I think that not enough teams and tech companies are looking at water. There's a lot on other topics within climate, and I think it's a bit overlooked. You talked about plans that you're building along the coastline. So obviously there's sort of stuff involved, building it, CapEx, but also having it sort of built there at the coastline. Are there sort of regulation, certification loops that you need to jump through? How difficult is that?
Yes. We were talking to previously established desalination plants who are kind of down the road with different technologies and seeing how they established it. And there are permits that we need to get, and they take some time, but we're also talking to the government agencies who provide these permits, so we will be getting it through that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick question on your POC, because you had several POCs on your roadmap. So at what scale are you right now, and what's the factor that you need to get to have at least a commercial type proof of concept?
So the stage we are right now, we have a lab proof of concept in a 200 ml scale. Our next stage after the seed stage is to get it to a 200 liter scale, so like a larger prototype, followed by after the Series A 200,000 liter prototype. This is the Imagine pilot plant that we want to do with after the Series A.
And then you're talking about more efficiency. Can you just give us a sense for that? So like what does it cost today? So retail cost of, is that what it costs, 1,500 euro per ton, or?
That's the cost of the salt per ton right now.
Yeah.
For the water, it's actually 3 euros per ton, 3 kilowatt hours per ton, or 1 euro per ton, whereas ours would be 50 cents per ton for water. And for salt, our proof of, it depends on the prototype, because for salt, it depends on the purity of the product and the market that we choose. Because for pharmaceuticals, it's much more pure than rock salt. So it kind of changes the cost on that. But for water, we're way half as expensive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so that was great. Thank you. So water and oil are essentially the power couple of consumer products. Our next startup wants to make that power couple more sustainable. So we'd love to invite to the stage Marcus from PureSurf.
Hello everyone. Remember the last time you brushed your teeth, put on skin lotion, did the dishes or laundry? Surfactants made all of that happen. However, they are the unsung heroes of modern society, but their production method is quite dated. Of the 17 million tons produced annually, roughly half of them is purely derived from fossil fuels, and less than 5% are regarded as sustainable. Sustainability for surfactants means the use of palm kernel oil, which needs to be imported from Asia, a very bad deal for Europe. We at PureSurf are going to change that. With our patent-pending technologies, we can utilize the power of green chemistry to produce the next generation of renewable surfactants out of waste material that are locally available. Not only that, but our surfactants are also up to 100 times more effective compared to industrial standards, as well as have a distinctly lower carbon footprint. Excitingly, we can also offer up to 2-in-1 or even 3-in-1 solutions. Our long-term vision is to secure 1% of the European market, or let's say the global market actually, worth 44 billion euros. We believe it to be possible as sustainability became one of the major drivers. To achieve it, we are currently ready to send out the first prototypes and want to have the MVP ready by the end of the year. We are a team of scientists, engineers, a junior business developer, as well as a renowned chief scientific advisor leading a highly regarded and diverse advisory board. So far, we managed to secure 2.5 million euros in ERC transition funding and some other smaller funds, as well as recently won the Styrian Innovation Award, as well as the AWS Phoenix Prize for our work. Despite being at pre-seed stage, we already managed to secure 17 letters of intent from companies all along the value chain. So yeah, I'm proud to announce that we want to open our first funding round worth roughly 2.5 to 3 million euros in Q1 2024. And yeah, I'm happy to say, come join us and share a vision for superior performance with a clean conscience. Thank you very much.
Whoa, I had a ton of questions here. You know, 20 years ago, I used to sell surfactants for a big chemical company that was not on your chart. But no, congratulations to the project. Definitely needed. Just a quick question. You know, you talked about your superior performance and, of course, the sustainability aspects. But big question here, right? Because, you know, what do you focus on? Because there's so many possibilities where you can start and prove your products in.
Yeah, so the first thing where we, let's say, focus on is classic performance. So if you look at surfactants, you look at how early are they going to be actually active. So the concentration you require. So this means that instead of, for example, a kilogram of it, we need 10 grams of it to achieve the exactly same performance in terms of cleaning. So the first one we look at is simple detergents because it's the high volume, low value market and let's say the biggest one where we could make the impact.
Okay, and so how will you go about it? With who will you prove your concept there when we talk high volume detergents?
Yeah, I mean it's very funny. So we talked already with Henkel and Clariant about it quite a lot, and Coda as well. So yeah, we're looking forward to test it with them. They are all very interested, and now I have to decide whom to partner up with.
Thank you. You talked about sourcing waste material. Can you maybe talk a bit about what kind of material, how you source that, where you get it from, and so on?
Perfect. So, of course, I was really elusive about the platform that I'm using, but on the other hand, I want to use waste, let's say waste fats and waste oils. So, for example, waste cooking oil is a really nice source, 10 million tons. You can easily source thereof, especially, let's say, where I'm from in Austria, we have a rather good collection system. Münster, biggest waste oil collector in Europe, is located there. We're already in talks with them about it. And on the other hand, we're looking at waste lignocellulosic materials, so waste biomass. Here you either tap into lignin or lignin-derived things, 100 million tons available worldwide, or you look at even, let's say, the broader context of just waste lignocellulose, and here we talk about gigatons available of them. So the fit is here, I would say.
Thank you.
So you're talking about 2.5 to 3 million, and you will rent and operate a pallet plant that produces 10 tons per year.
Yeah, no, and it's not all of it.
Sorry?
No, I mean, it's not all of it, so it's part of the cost will go.
Yeah, sure, but okay, it's part of it, yeah. But like, how many, what's the revenue behind those then, behind those 10 tons? Like, how much is that going to make for you?
No, I would say it depends on where we want to hit it. So either it's going into, as we say, in the high volume market. If our first products are going there, then we say, let's say below 10 euros per kilogram that goes out of the kilograms. But otherwise, we're going to hit, if the properties fit like we think it fits, we're going to hit like more like pharmaceutical applications where you think about 35 euros per kilogram and things like this. So it's about where we're going to do.
Thanks.
Always. Thank you.
So I just found out that our next startup is named after the Greek goddess of the sea, which is not something I was expecting to hear. So I'd love to welcome Alex to the stage to talk about Amphitrite.
One gigaton of CO2 is emitted every year by the shipping industry. And there is now a heavy regulatory pressure to reduce these emissions now. We propose a new mode of oceanic routing that can be deployed right away on any cargo, and it's a win-win solution because it reduces the fuel consumptions and it cuts the emissions by 5%. So thanks to our highly reliable ocean data, based on the fusion of multiple satellite observations, we optimize the ship trajectory at a fine scale to avoid countercurrents and benefit from positive ones. And this technology is being used today by our first client. And we have 2 other ones in a test phase. So our product today is fully operational in the Mediterranean Sea and will be deployed globally within 1 year. Our team, 3 co-founders passionate by the ocean, combining an extensive expertise in physical oceanography, in satellite data processing, artificial intelligence, computer visions, team leadership, and international project management. And our goal, our mission, is to become a leading European company providing solutions, innovative solutions for green shipping, but also for environmental monitoring and the Navy. So our seed today is 700K to boost our commercial product and our development for the next 2 years.
Thank you so much for the pitch. Very interesting topic you're working on. One question, so you were talking about your first customer and the one, or the second, two more, I think you said, that are testing the product. When you approach them in a sale, do you either sell them more on kind of like the reduced consumption, which is directed to cost, or do they actually really care about the sustainability aspect? What do you think, out of your experience, works better?
You want me to be honest?
Yes.
I think the first thing today is the cost, and especially today because the freight cost is going lower. Mm-hmm. And so about 50% of the OPEX cost can come from the fuels. And the fuels today is rising. Mm-hmm. So of course they are very interested to reduce their OPEX, but on the top of that, they will reduce also their emissions.
Can you also say something about the price for your solution and the whole market capacity? Like how big is this market?
So if we estimate that this solution will save about 5% of the consumption, the global market is about 3 billion euro a year, and we are targeting 15%. The pricing is based on 50% on the fuel reductions. And the fuel is rising up. And especially when you have this company who are talking about biofuel, today the projection for biofuel, it's at minimum 3 times the price of the heavy fuel oil today.
Does your solution work real time? Because on the product slides I saw it was PDF, but is that just like the way you deliver it to the client at the moment, or is it, and how do you plan to do that in the future?
Today, this is what we call the MVP, the minimum value product. We want to be very close to the client from the very beginning, so to have the feedbacks from the clients. So today we are sending a PDF, but we are developing a web interface, and we will refresh the routing every day, because the ocean evolves slowly, but you need to have very precise information. That's the point. So we give every day a very precise information, when you refresh every day.
Maybe looking a bit into the long-term future and vision, because collecting that data and building that intelligence is a base, I think, for a lot of different use cases. So what else could you maybe imagine that you can build on top in terms of value proposition, maybe risk mitigation for those companies as well, or what else could be interesting to do maybe with that data in the future?
So, of course, today we are just providing the best route to the ship, but in the future, and especially starting in 2026, there will be a new generation of EGDIS and a two-way communication system, so the ship can also send in real time some of their data, and we can give them more data directly on board, on the ship, on the navigation system. So this is the next stage, and there is also issue on to be have the good arrival in time in port and to avoid congestions. Here again, there's many things to do in a global smart routing. It's not only the question of what is the best route, but also to capture most of the information to say, okay, you don't need to speed up now. You can reduce your speed. And if you reduce your speed, you can even gain more advantage from currents.
Exciting. Thank you.
Right, so our next presenter arrived here yesterday from Poland after taking a 6-hour train, which sounds quite ambitious. I thought I was a little bit jet-lagged yesterday, but that's very minor compared to that. So we'd love to welcome to the stage Christoph from Vido.
Hi, I'm Christoph from Vido, like she said. And I would like to put light sword into your eyes. Of course, not this one, but an innovative light sword contact lenses for compensation of presbyopia. Such condition affects nearly everyone after over 40, me too. And we can discover these beautiful landscapes, but cannot see anything properly, anything nearby. Of course, we can wear reading glasses, but then landscapes and other people become difficult to recognize. The market has more sophisticated products like multifocal or extended depth of field contact lenses, but even with the best of them, some distances are lost. Our light sword lens is designed to provide functional vision at any distance. The demand for this project is huge because none of current products, current solutions are fully satisfactory for presbyops. And this market is still growing as we want to be active longer and longer. Our success will transform the world economy too. Join us on this remarkable journey when innovation meets opportunity. Together we can bring light sword to the market, transform the vision care industry and help millions of people. Huge market and effectiveness of light sword collection is a guarantee of success. We know it because our team developed it for many years. Light sword lens. Let's see the future clearly.
Thank you for the presentation. Super interesting, and I haven't seen anything like this before, so very impressive technology. I guess contact lenses fall into the category of medical products or health products. And in general, my question, or what I'm trying to ask you is, what kind of certification or sort of process steps do you need to actually sell this on the market and for people to use it? So are there sort of hurdles that you need to go through, or does it just mean that you need to work with doctors and clinicians?
Our business model is to make a prototype, functioning prototype of this lens, and perform clinical studies, and then sell this, find a partner, business partner, industry partner to take this certification and put it into the market. I think, I hope this will be a huge partner.
Makes perfect sense, and thank you so much for the presentation, very engaging pitch. Maybe one question, and it might be very much into the future, but what do you think will be the price point that you will be able to offer this to customers?
As I show, we need circa 1.5 million, and I think when we will be able to sell this product, this idea to the huge partner, it will be worth 10-15 million euro.
Are you already working with some glasses manufacturing companies, or can you say more about the current testing stage, how you developed the prototype?
We make a plastic model of this lens with EU grant, but it is impossible to put it into the eye because some medical reasons. And we now need, this is not easy to produce because it is totally asymmetrical, not like current lenses. So we need some new technology to create such a lens. And this is, we have, of course, some idea and partners for that, but we need money to put it forward.
Stupid question, but how do people know they need this? How do people know that they need this? Because I don't know if I'm suffering from presbyopia, but maybe I do.
when you will need something on the eye to read a bill in the shop, you will know it.
Okay. Well, I do definitely. So.
So thank you very much.
Right, so shifting gears a bit, our next presenter is building a solution to make hydrogen more green. So I'd love to welcome to the stage Adam from Capitalizer.
Green hydrogen is the next transformative technology. It's created by splitting water with renewable energy. However, there is a concern, and that's the safety. When hydrogen and oxygen is mixed, it can explode. State-of-the-art equipment, they use safety barriers, increasing the cost quite a lot. The water splitting process involves also ions prior making the hydrogen, and those ions need to pass through the barrier. And when it passes through, it does that with resistance, limiting the efficiency, limiting the load factor, making green hydrogen expensive. Capitalizers introduce the next generation green hydrogen with a two-phase revolving system. First, we split water into hydrogen and hydroxide. Second, we produce oxygen by flipping the polarity. And we have no safety risk and no barrier, meaning lower investment cost, high efficiency, higher load factor, making green hydrogen affordable. Capitalized technology is the next step in the technology advancement of green hydrogen, which is a 60 billion market by 2030. My name is Adam. I'm a serial entrepreneur with track record of success. Now I'm together with my new co-founders, Stephan and Joy, who is expert in applied physics, and we have together patented our solution and proven our efficiency is matching the best electrolyzers on the market. We're talking to customers, green steel manufacturer, ammonia producers, and of course, renewable power developer. We're now racing, time is running out. Okay, we go for that.
Thank you so much, Adam. I have a lot of questions, but maybe the first one, like, what's the state of your technology? You know, when can you bring this to market? What's the timeline roughly? And then also, how much money will you need for that?
Thanks. That was the landing of my pitch there. You gave me questions that were perfect. So 2024, we're scaling up. In the end of the year, we do pilot demonstration with customers. And 25, we had the first commercial business. We're raising now 2.5 million euros to be able to take us to that next level where we have commercial orders.
And can you talk a bit more about the technology? I mean, obviously you only had 2 minutes. It's very difficult to describe what you're doing. It's very complex. So, you know, like, how is it done today, and what are you guys doing different?
Okay. So my colleagues who's really deep into research, they have been thinking outside of the box and been inspired by something called supercapacitor and put that into an electrolyzer technology, which is the way we splitting water traditionally. And that enabled them to think differently, take away that normal barrier that has limiting the performance of today's technology. The fundamental technique can work with today's chemistries. One is called alkaline, another one is called PEM. One is acid, one is base solution, is an acid solution. So our technology can actually be applied on both those main technologies, but without the barrier limiting the efficiency.
Thank you. I guess green hydrogen is a topic that everyone's talking about, a bit of a hype in the climate tech space. And everyone is also talking about using it in the future. But if you could talk a bit about your first industries or potential clients that in the next 2 or 3 years would be the most interesting for you, that would be super interesting.
So we have, for sure, the one big customer today is the petrochemical business. We have contacts in that. Big companies in Asia. More customers would love more to make business with, since on the green side of it, like that, that's a green steel manufacturer. Also active contacts with them. Other parts that I see evolving in the end of this 5, 6, 7 years from now, is having in the ships as well. We have some context there, but that's a bit more in the long run.
Okay, thank you.
So can you give us a practical example of the footprint that you need, let's say, to produce like 1,000 tons of green hydrogen for like a chemical manufacturer? Is it like, how big does it have to be?
So our technology is not changing the footprint of making green hydrogen. So it's not, we don't change that basically. So we're not better or worse on that context.
Right, so I feel like the time is flying by. We've got just 3 startups left to present, and up next we have Hugo from Beat Therapeutics.
Treating cancer is like a fight. You know why? I studied cancer for 20 years, and the story goes somewhat like this. Round 1, you take a punch to the stomach at diagnostics. Round 2, you get the upper hand with surgery. But in round 3, cancer becomes invasive and you need to fight back with chemo and other therapies, cycle after cycle, round after round. But in some cases, cancer gets resistant, stops responding to therapy, and you end out of rounds. Every year, 1.7 million people in the world are affected by these aggressive cancers, in which 7 out of 10 people die within 5 years after diagnostics. After 7 years of research, we made a breakthrough, and we found a small molecule that is able to kill cancer cells by preventing them from repairing their DNA. This actually outperforms conventional therapies by 4 to 20-fold, and this efficacy is kept in cancer cells which are resistant to these therapies, with the additional advantage of not having any sign of toxicity. So we are going in for the big killer to cause an impact, and our priority clinical indication is pancreatic cancer, for which the market is estimated in 23 billion euros. Our key milestone is to achieve the first clinical trials in human subjects with this therapy, for which we are building partnerships and raising an estimated amount of 4.4 million euros. Our team has biotech expertise, dedicated people, pharmacology and oncology experts that guarantee we reach this milestone. So if you guys want to take on this fight with us, let's fight together and knock out cancer.
For this really great pitch. This topic is actually so important. And I have one question, because you were talking a lot about the, let's say, hard to resist cancer at a more later stage. But how is your solution also being used, or can be used in the beginning? Let's say you detect somebody has cancer, early stage. Is it also possible then to use your solution in the future?
Yeah, of course we can. In the clinical workup and follow-up, usually we start by using these innovative therapies in the late stages, in which patients are more desperate and without any therapeutic options. At the good news is that with clinical trials, we can move this therapy to earlier stages, and to with certain results, we can be even the first line of treatment for these cancers. Yeah.
And are you initially focusing on one type of cancer, or?
Yeah. We need funding and to achieve clinical trials, which are expensive, so we need to elect a clinical priority. However, our lab results indicate that we have efficiency in ovarian cancer, triple-negative breast cancer, and castrate-resistant prostate cancer. So this will be a blockbuster cancer therapy in the future. We just need to elect a priority to make this proof of concept in the clinical relevant setting. And pancreatic cancer is actually the cancer with the highest mortality rate, where we can cause the biggest impact.
Can you already also say something about the life expectancy of the patients? You said like some only can live 5 years after the diagnosis. How can your treatment, can it actually like cure it or slow down the process?
Yeah, I mean, to predict what the clinical benefit will be is still limited today, because we use mouse models to predict what will happen to humans. However, we have actually been able to use human tumors grown in laboratory to get a more reliable reading of how this therapy will work in humans. And in fact, in those experiences, we have like 4 to 20-fold higher effect in killing this for any purpose, human cancer cells. In mice experience, we could, extend lifespan, also, for 5 to 10-fold times higher than conventional chemotherapy. Still, I have another good news. If we combine with chemo and other targeted therapies, we have a synergistic effect. So we can even improve that outcome.
Right, so we're on to the penultimate presenter. So our next startup does efficient cooling for electronic materials, which sounds incredibly complex, but look forward to hearing more about it. So we'd love to welcome Julia from Aferos to the stage.
Thank you so much. So I'm here to present foams for effective cooling. So quick question for the audience. Who here has an electric car or would like one? A couple. I like it. So what you don't want is this. Cooling is the limiting factor in performance and lifetime for a whole host of products, including the batteries in our electric cars. So there they limit how quickly you can drive, how fast you can go, and also how quickly you can charge your battery. But we've also heard of cloud computing, of AI that need really high cooling for their electronics. A switch towards more leasing and subscription-based models has really driven our customers' need for efficient cooling. Additionally, everybody wants to save on some of those carbon credits and reduce their carbon footprint. The cooling of electronic devices alone uses 6% of total global energy. So we at Aferos have developed a new type of self-cooling material, a metal foam that acts as a heat sink and disperses heat into the surroundings. So it is incredibly efficient in cooling, it is very easy to integrate in current systems one-to-one, and it is comparable in price to the current standard, which are aluminum-finned heat sinks. So cooling is our first market. Here we're tackling the $6.2 billion heatsink market, but there's also other applications for Aferos metal foams. So we can do lubrication, grease reservoirs, we can do porous transport layers in green energy production, so hydrogen production, and we can also do current collectors in batteries. We are working with different customers. Some of them we have proof of concept. We also already have first sales to really develop our product for the next generation. Our co-founders are myself, the inventor of the process to make these foams, and Gael Andretta. She has a PhD in chemistry and has worked 15 years in deep tech and tech transfer. Thank you.
Thank you, and you're looking for 1.5 million because your microphone doesn't work. So for the investors in the room, thank you for the presentation. Can you maybe talk a little bit about the material itself? Where do the raw materials for this material come from, and how do you plan to manufacture it?
So the materials themselves are on your table if you want to have a look. So what we start with commercial powder-based raw materials that we then foam and solidify into metal foams with densities as low as water. So going from the density of a metal down to water. So we have a two-phase system where we take the powders, we foam them, and we can control the foam structure. And then afterwards, we sinter it into its final mechanical properties and strength.
This can be applied to any battery? I mean, you said cars, but I'm...
So the foams can be used for all types of cooling, from the batteries in the cars, from electronics. You can use it in heat pipes, for satellites. The limit is wherever cooling is needing, you can apply these foams.
Maybe you should approach Apple. My iPhone is constantly overheating.
Yeah, we are talking to phone manufacturers, yes.
Do you, if we take the example of the electric car battery, for example, I guess they also develop further features and they become better with time. Do you also see them having better cooling systems or the batteries being more resistant in time? Is that a threat that you see? So generally, the better your battery, the more cooling it will need. Because the more power you put into, the more cooling will have to come out. There's always being innovations in cooling. There's different approaches. So everybody is working on this. We are, what we believe, the most effective approach to the cooling of car batteries.
Can you give us a concrete example? And by applying your foam to the product, how would that influence the bill of materials of the final product? And what are you saving?
So what you're saving is the energy you're using for cooling. So currently the energy is used usually in the form of fans, which is not that much, but then in air conditioning systems, in entire rooms, and in liquid cooling with water pumps and filters, etc., etc. What we do is we offer a more effective cooling, especially in passive air cooling, which is what everybody wants to do, because if cooling works passively, you don't have to do anything. So what you do is you stick our metal foam on your heat source and let it do its thing.
And you circumvented the question a little bit because I was asking how much are you adding to the bill of material of that final product that you're trying to cool, and how would the overall balance look like?
So what we do with passive air cooling, we're 5 times more efficient than current systems by volume, which also means we're more effective by weight. So we can reduce the weight of the system by a factor of 3 while increasing cooling.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Right, so we're on to our final startup founder, which is very exciting. And she is trying to rid the world of probably our worst habit, which is plastic. So looking forward to hearing how she's going to do that. So we'd love to welcome to the stage Jess from Norway.
Plastic is a lightweight, durable, inexpensive, and easy to modify material, and it is being found in almost every object we use. Every piece of clothing we wear and almost every product we buy, whether we saw it or not, has been packaged in a piece of plastic once. The industry is worth billions of dollars and is mainly dominated by one resource: petroleum. It is an unrenewable resource that releases a lot of CO2 during production, and of which 90% is not being recycled, meaning that it ends up in our environment. Because of the destructive extent that the material has taken, increasingly stringent laws seeking to eliminate plastic and plastic packaging put brands and companies into challenging positions to find alternatives. What we deliver is a seaweed-based packaging film that is made entirely of natural materials. It is home compostable within a revolutionary time, and during the composting process, it leaves behind a biomass that, because of its nutritional content, serves as natural fertilizer and therefore contributes to soil health improvement. Norway has found a way to turn seaweed into a highly valuable packaging material that is compatible and scalable with existing infrastructure. Our technology enables packaging manufacturers to efficiently process our materials into a variety of different applications using existing machinery for plastic production. Our interdisciplinary team consists of enthusiastic entrepreneurs and experienced scientists from all over the world who are highly motivated to bring about solutions that are going to impact the planet. Norway is at the forefront to fight plastic pollution. Our materials will significantly change the way we think about plastic and plastic packaging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's always amazing to see what you can do with stuff that's in nature, like seaweed. And maybe first question to start on that topic. How do you get the seaweed, and then what do you need to do it? Because obviously seaweed in one place can be different quality-wise to another. So is there any kind of treatment that needs to be done, and how do you source it?
Yeah, that's all good questions. So I'm going to start from where we are sourcing it. We're working with suppliers from Europe, such as from England, from France, or from Scotland. They have algae farms that are 20 to 30 kilometers offshore. They get like a haircut a couple of times per year. They just trim the surface of the seaweeds, then they bring it to land, and then they process it. It's an extraction process where the polymer is extracted out of the cell walls of the seaweed, and we buy these materials and modify them with chemical reactions and turn them into packaging materials.
Can you also dive a little deeper again into the cost? Like, is it a lot more cost efficient compared to like regular plastic?
So at the moment, it is definitely more costly than conventional plastics. It's also a matter of scale. So plastics had the chance for decades to be developed at such a low price and at such a scale. So we also need like a similar time to produce packaging made from seaweed at that cost. But what we do is the material that we buy is a polymer that we're actually using every day. It's in our food, it's in our cosmetic products. And the thing is that 25% of these of the extracted polymer leaves 75% of residues, and these residues come at a lower margin, and we buy these residues to make our packaging materials. So we are more competitive in price.
And also, maybe you can talk more about this topic too. When it comes to the European Union, they also have more laws when it comes to sustainability. Are there any chances that your mission is also being more funded and supported by the European Union? Do you know anything about this?
So we are a Swiss-based company. We are also looking at different funding opportunities from the EU. Actually, today we are handing in a research grant application from InnoSwiss. They also have certain applications that are from, for example, from the Eurostar project. But we can see in general that the European Union is definitely funding a lot of different sustainable projects.
I would 100% buy this product. Can you talk a bit more about like how the durability is compared to existing solutions today?
So there I can start with that we are seeking a balance. So when we produce our materials, we want to create a balance between the shelf life of the product that needs to be packaged and the shelf life of the product itself. So for example, for us, it doesn't make sense to package a cucumber that needs to last a couple of days and then package it with a material that lasts forever. So it depends on the formulation of our products, but they are storable for a year and then compostable within 3 months.
Thank you.
Right, so thanks everyone for sitting so tight and being so engaged. I've been very excited to hear from all of the startups, but that is like the end of this round. We're going to pause for a short 20-minute coffee break, and then things will kick off again at 11:45. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much, Stage 2. I am Stephanie von Baer. I am the co-founder and managing director of Founderland. Founderland is disrupting the startup landscape. We are the fastest growing community for women of color founders across Europe. I am really pleased today to welcome this amazing jury. First, on the left, we have Rodolfo from Armilar Ventures, Kristen from Atlantic Labs, Oliver from UVC Partners, Yasmin from Onsite Ventures, and Robina from Contrarian Ventures. So let us get started, shall we? So the first startup that we're going to see today is nominated by Chalmers University of Technology. They are called Anio Labs, and they are applying generative AI to medicine. Please help me welcome Marek.
Thank you. So, this is a small drug molecule. It costs on average $2.6 billion to develop. So how can such a little thing cost so much? Well, the truth is that drugs tend to fail. So much so that over 90% fail extremely early on in the process. Failure early can actually result in huge losses downstream. And better predictive tools have been called the holy grail in drug discovery. AI has actually found some solutions for this, so much so that, for example, Sanofi, Novo Nordisk, they're throwing billions of dollars at the problem. And AI companies are trying to find this solution, and it can get almost overwhelming with the amount of data out there right now, and also the opportunity is huge. The problem is, none of these are really scalable or efficient enough. Well, I'm extremely happy to say that researchers from Anio Labs, they have found an extremely unique method that is so efficient. Then when we talk to actual experts in the industry, they always ask, are you sure about these numbers? Well, this patent pending method, it is extremely accurate. This is us against the competitors when we compare ourselves. And we actually already did this and delivered results to a paying client. And to highlight the efficiency, we did this in just a fraction of the time, fraction of the cost, and when compared against the fastest AI out there at the moment, we're about 350 times more efficient. So it's this efficiency that really we believe we can actually change the market with. So we're looking for smart money at the moment, and please join us if you want to be along for the ride in AI. Thank you.
So, jury, who has the first question?
Hi, thank you. Hello, hello. Yes. Thank you so much, Marek. Very exciting. The results you show are exceptional. Can you talk a little bit about the data that you used to train the model and whether you have some kind of evidence that this was not a one-off, but there's a sustainable path to multiple use cases?
Yeah, so the data is, from the beginning, it's been updated with, there's open source data out there. The problem is there's like over 100,000 data points, and it's pretty messy, pretty dirty also data. Luckily, we have researchers, PhDs in physical and theoretical chemistry, and that's them, they manually curated to only a couple of thousand, or a little more than that, but in that range. So that's kind of why the efficiency got there. And it's also their really knowledge that highlighted the accuracy, because this can be done maybe in other ways. This is a unique method, though, that really highlights their understanding of what actually defines a pocket for a specific target. And I think that's where the value comes, although the data can be considered open source.
Maybe it's a bit late to ask, but I didn't exactly understand the method you're applying. Can you elaborate a little bit on how you do the predictions and what you do different to what all the pharma companies are doing?
How we do the predictions. I can tell you it's mostly, usually you use actual structures to predict. We do something that is called, we skip a huge computationally heavy process called conformational sampling. So you actually take a drug and you try to fit it, because a drug can move in different ways. And we use, through machine learning and mostly deep learning, we predict what actually defines the pocket through descriptors, and then also the same, what defines the ligand. And we don't need to do this whole conformational sampling, and that's the secret sauce, let's just say, in our efficiency in any case.
Is it working? Okay. What TRL level do you have, and what are still technical challenges to overcome?
Yeah, so we already had an MVP from the beginning, but we had to test it and see the failures, where the problems could be. So we already passed that. We're at around a 6 right now. But we've, as mentioned, we tested it experimentally just recently, just to prove it in actual, not just benchmarks. The first accuracy results were benchmarks against competitors on data that's online. But now we're around there, I would say 6.
So we have 20 seconds left. Are there any last comments or questions from the jury?
Maybe what is the most critical step you need to take in the next half year?
Yeah, great question. Sorry, looking at the time. So we, at the moment, we're trying to close one of our first rounds. And it's mostly to scale up, build a team, but we want to prove even faster experimental validation just to show more people actually what we're capable of.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next startup was nominated by the Technical University of Vienna. Please help me welcome Please help me welcome Biomotion Technologies and Dr. Gregor Weisgrab.
Hi, Stage 2. My name is Dr. Gregor Weisgrab, CEO and co-founder of Biomotion, and we make bioprinters that reliably produce human tissues. Imagine a patient with diabetes, and now imagine this patient gets a living implant to treat their diagnosis. Sounds like science fiction, but there's companies that make these and many other living implants using 3D bioprinting. Unfortunately, this process is a bit flawed because this process suffers from very low reproducibility. And so what you have here, up to 20% weight variation. And a flawed manufacturing process, unfortunately, also means a lower reproducibility and can't really click any further. But a lower reproducibility, thank you, and a high time waste, and a challenging regulatory approval. Bioprinters cost up to 200,000 euros, and unfortunately, they all suffer from this problem. Not all of them, though, because Biomotion Technologies has patent-pending solutions, bioprinters that come with automated quality assurance. Our printers understand what they print, they measure it, and as soon as it deviates, the process can self-correct. This way, we're the only one that consistently produces human tissue implants. And with this USB, we tackle tissue engineering companies and contract manufacturing organizations. But the really big opportunity here is in pre-validated tissue models, which we sell to customers in cartridges, so they print on demand on site, tackling the pharmaceutical drug testing market and cosmetics testing. So far, we've already sold the first bioprinting systems. We have letters of intent from tissue engineering companies and secured funding for product development. Our team consists of our CTO, Dr. Diego Castaneda. He's a surgeon with a bioprinter development background, and I did my PhD in tissue engineering. We're Biomotion Technologies, and we tackle automation and reliability in 3D bioprinting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's go to the jury.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you talk a little bit about your scale-up strategy and what the competitive landscape looks like?
Oh yeah, for sure. So the way our competitors achieve some level of consistency is by currently having an operator sit in front of the bioprinter, looking at the system and really manually tuning the process. Now some have stepped over to use cameras to look at the process, but you still require the operator on the back end. And so this is really where it distinguishes from us, because we have fully automated process supervision and automatic process correction. So we learn per tissue model how this is printed. So every customer has an adapted process. This is also fully automated. This doesn't require our input. And from there, they can reliably produce their product. And this is really, we do this in a hands-off approach. So this is, our customer is not, doesn't require to have this one skilled operator sitting there.
Yeah, I would like to learn a bit more about how you think about go-to-market. I mean, you mentioned the manufacturers, but how do you separate it and how you think about how go-to-market? Yeah.
Yeah. So the first stage is we already get interest from the academic sector. This is an interesting sector to get validated as well. But for us, what we're really interested in is tissue engineering companies. So companies that really have a product, a tissue that they want to bring on the market. So they already have the biology sort of done, and they just want to reliably manufacture, to really have a system that helps them push their product to the market. This is sort of the stage one. This could be tissue engineering companies. These are manufacturing organizations, so contract manufacturer that make biologicals. And so stage two is to really sell to a different market segment. These would be the pharmaceutical drug testing and cosmetics drug testing. And here, they don't really want to tinker with these models. They just want to use them. And so using customers from stage one, we can actually package also their solutions in cartridges and sell it to customers in stage two. So they would be able to print these on site, on demand, as they see fit.
Thank you.
If you get funding in the future, how can you use it in order to grow? I mean, what are the main steps you need to take in order to make your business bigger and successful?
Yeah. So we got the R&D side funded, but we really need input is to accelerate this go-to-market strategy. Really understand how can we make these printers, how can we, we need to manufacture them ourselves, and to really get a hold of companies that produce these tissues. We really have letters of intent from the first ones, and really be able to capture the firsts that want to bring tissues out, that want to have tissues in the clinical phase. There's a lot of tests going on, and really get into these channels.
Thank you so much, Gregor. We're out of time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving away from biotech, and now we are going to a startup that was nominated by Eindhoven University of Technology. Please help me welcome ATA Mute. They're focusing on the problem of noise reduction. Help me welcome Mohammed. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm Mohammed, and today I want to talk about the power of silence. Noise has made a lot of issues for people, two of them. First, technical issue, like inside the boilers and burners, that we call it thermoacoustic combustion instability, that needs to be solved for energy transition. And it was my PhD project. The second one is noise pollution that everyone is familiar with. During my PhD and postdoc, we have developed ultra-thin acoustic dampers, let's say muffler, that can solve the technical issues. And also, we have seen that it can be used for other applications. Our patented mufflers can absorb 99% of acoustic energy. They are thin, light, and it can be easily integrated to any devices. And it can work in all range of frequencies, from 2 Hertz until 20 kilohertz. We have a lean business model for providing design services to OEMs. It's like in 4 steps, like design, making prototypes, test the prototype, and licensing out to OEMs to scale the impact. Our generic technology has a lot of applications, more than 40 applications, and the market size is huge, at least 30 billion per year with these impacts. Our first focus is on boiler and burner markets, and our first customer, big customer, is Bosch. Automute team involves full professors and industry experienced engineers. join us for making the world less noisy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, Mohammed, thank you so much for the nice presentation. I really love your application. First of all, congrats on closing Bosch. I think that's a huge success, and I think that stands out. Maybe if you can talk about the use case for Bosch a little bit, like what are they using it for? And if you cannot, maybe keep it a bit more general, all right? Don't disclose anything confidential here. But what I'd love to understand, like if a company such as Bosch, who's technically quite advanced, what are they using your mufflers for, and how could they not solve it before? So what kind of technology are we replacing, and where are you providing advantages here?
Actually, we are working with them for designing new kind of boilers. And the issue that most of boilers right now, especially for hydrogen boilers, that they suffer is thermoacoustic combustion instability that they have. And for that, we need to add muffler at upstream side of the burners. So we have a special muffler that can solve their issue much easier than the current technologies that they have or other companies have. So until now, we have made NDAs with different companies, not only Bosch, like with Resideo, with Baycard, with Polidoro. So yeah, it's a normal thing. It's technical issues, and our university, our group, is one of the leading group in the world to solve these kind of issues for boilers and burners, let's say.
And if we talk about boilers and the muffler technology that might be used right now, which I'm not familiar with, where does your technology stand out? Is it like maybe the broad frequency range? Maybe you can elaborate on that a little bit. Why would Bosch replace their current technology with yours?
The problem is that when you have issue at low frequencies, even ultra low frequencies below 100 Hertz, the current technology is that if you want to use it, then you need at least 1 meter length of the muffler. And now we make it less than, let's say, 3 centimeters. But normally, because the frequency range that they have issues, most of these companies, it's 200 Hertz to 300 Hertz, then we make it with less than 2 millimeter. That's it. Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about the climate impact of your technology?
Yeah. Actually, for making hydrogen burners, they need this kind of, they have this kind of issue, and they need this kind of solution. We have made a special hydrogen burner, and we have patented, so they can easily use it for, let's say, inside the refineries. Yeah, it's about energy transition from fossil fuel to the hydrogen. And also, when we use it for other applications, like for household appliances, then people get benefit of it when we make less noise. For instance, think about silent axial fan, silent vacuum cleaner, silent ventilation systems. And also, EU has some regulation, and they force companies to reduce the noise of their devices. Mostly by 2030, they have to reduce 10 dBs. And yeah, it's something that it's, for us is benefit, let's say, these rules.
Thank you so much. I think we're out of time. I wish you could make this for children. That would be very helpful. For my children. But thank you very much. And thank you to the jury. We're going to move on to the next startup.
Thank you.
Okay, so, gotta laugh a little, right? So, the next startup was nominated by the Imperial College of London. Please help me welcome AI Knit and Sophie Richter.
Hi, my name is Sophie Richter, and I'm the founder and CEO of AI Knit, a revolutionary wearable startup from the UK. Most of us can relate, having experienced pain in your muscles and joints, and in fact, you are not alone. There are currently over 500 million people worldwide who suffer from arthritis conditions, and this number is expected to grow to 1.2 billion by 2050. Through our market research, we identified that current devices to treat the condition are clunky, not tailored to individuals' unique needs, and they are visually unappealing. By speaking to over 40 patients and clinicians, we developed AI Knit, a patent-pending programmable hand support device. We identified that by providing adaptive support and stiffness tailor-made to each patient, we can generate much better treatment outcomes. Now this looks like a comfortable woolen glove, but underneath lies AI-generated material structures that allow the patient to adjust the stiffness in the areas which are most painful and release when they feel better. We are first planning to hit the hand support market in Europe via private clinics, then roll out globally via B2B and B2C routes, but our ultimate vision is to design a range of wearable devices to treat other musculoskeletal conditions for a market worth 8 billion euros by 2030. Our competitor analysis shows that none of the competitors currently offer adaptive and tailor-made solutions. Our team and group of advisors include designers, scientists, and clinicians coming from the Royal College of Art, Imperial College London, and the NHS. And now to take us to the next level, we are looking for 500,000 euros that would help us finalize our patent application, have an MVP developed by July next year, partnerships with clinical stakeholders established, and our first clinical trial round completed by December next year. Pain is personal to everyone, and at AINIT we believe that the devices that treat it should be too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie, for the presentation. What I didn't understand so far is this device also having electronic components. Can you adjust it through a computer, or how is it used?
Yeah, thank you. The device itself doesn't have any electronic components, so it's a textile device with 3D printed parts that can be attached as a modular system, and it's the device can be adjusted. The stiffness levels in the device can be adjusted through mechanical structures that can be pulled in the device, or through smart yarns that react to triggers, which are reversibly adjustable. And there will be additional 3D printed elements again, which are printed in gradient properties, which can be attached to the device with kinematic features.
Thank you very much for your presentation. One question, can you talk a little bit about how you see the unit economics and how does that compare and impact the pricing compared to your competitors?
Yeah, so we are thinking, so our device, the modular approach of our device is very much catering towards long-term management, which doesn't exist yet in current devices. So by offering a textile glove that can vary in compression, or where the patient can adjust compression plus the 3D printed elements, we are basically combining a normal compression glove with, for example, a thumb splint. So we would start selling for around starting with 100 euros for a normal compression glove, and then go up with the attachments that we can attach to it. So it could, we could go up maybe up to 200 euros, depending how personalized the device is.
I'm just curious, how does that compare to alternatives? Is it more or less in the same price range? Is it twice? Is it half?
The current competitors?
Yes.
For example, for a normal thumb splint, you would pay at Otto Bock around 50 euros. So 50 to 60 euros is normal. Then compression gloves, the very cheap providers, you can have them for 10 to 20 euros. There are ones which are a little bit costlier as well, that can go up to 50 euros as well. So combined, you will also end up around 100 euros, but they're not adjustable. So you would need to buy, if you would progress in your healing stage, you would buy another device. So mine can have a longer time span, and you can just adjust it based on how you heal throughout your condition.
We have 30 seconds left. Does anyone else have a question?
Maybe one question. What is the main thing you need to prove in your clinical trial next year?
I have to, first of all, test my device against current device in terms of compression and support levels. And then I'll have to see that with my device, I can cover a range of compression levels that already exist. And I have to say there is not much research in that field. So being able to introduce something novel and prove that it really has an impact on people, what I'm going to do with my clinical trials and patient trials, it will be something really revolutionary, because it's just not there. So if I can prove that this will work, then it's going to be a completely new healing method for musculoskeletal conditions.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next startup was nominated by Riga Technical University. They are called P Agro Minerals, and help me welcome Ania.
So what do we know about wastewater? We know it's dirty, we know it smells, but did you know that it contains essential nutrients like phosphorus that are vital for planet's life? We have talked with our future clients that are wastewater treatment plants, and they're saying to us that they are struggling to keep their phosphorus levels low. They're struggling to purify their water from these nutrients, and they are actually paying yearly penalties for that. And all of the essential nutrients like phosphorus are discharging into the rivers and oceans. From the other hand, we have farmers who are continuously looking for more affordable and natural fertilizers. And actually, in our conversations with our future clients, they're asking to try out our solution like already today. And my name is Ania. I represent company P Agro Minerals, and what we do is simple. We develop a technology that lets us to recover phosphorus from wastewater, giving back to it in the form of fertilizer to the agricultural lands. We have two products. One is a Letonite wastewater filter that contains this unique mineral material that has a high efficiency to attract and recover phosphorus. And our second product is a Letonite phosphorus fertilizer. With our product, wastewater filter, we help to save money to the wastewater treatment plants and increase efficiency of the wastewater treatment processes. We are here to ask a pre-seed investment of 600,000 euros to achieve a demonstration with our industrial partner by 2025. And this is my team. I'm the CEO and leader. We are happy to have also an industry expert in our team. And yeah, when you do your dishes, think about how we will recover that phosphorus from you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Super interesting what you're working on. I think my first question is around business model. So as I understand, on the one hand, you built this filter product, but you essentially recover P, right? And then you sell these P as fertilizer product. So do you then buy and sell actually P, or how does it actually work?
It works, so we have two clients. We have two revenue streams. One is this wastewater treatment industry, where we sell our wastewater filter that's containing this unique material. And it works actually like a tea bag. We put it in the wastewater stream, and we take it out, and with that, and we recover phosphorus in that way. So then we can, with the minor adjustments, we can use this phosphorus together with our mineral material directly to the agricultural lands. It's actually beneficial, and it works like a slow fertilizer.
Yeah, exactly. And this is my question. So if you recover this phosphor, you then sell it as fertilizer. So who owns this phosphor you recover?
We own the phosphorus. We have talked with quite a lot of future clients, so the industry, and they are in the business of wastewater treatment. They're not in the business of selling fertilizers.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Can you tell us a bit about the life cycle of the filter? So what's the lifetime value, and also the recovery rates of the phosphorus in the wastewater?
Yeah, we have done a lot of testing this year. Also, we did a lot of prototyping, and what we discovered that our material can attract around 12% of phosphorus to its to the material we are using, and it is we gather is as raw material, and then with an adjustments we treat it, and then we have this new material we called Letonite, and then 12% we can recover as phosphorus from water streams.
Thanks. And how long does the filter last?
Sorry?
What is the lifetime value of the filter?
Lifetime value, so yeah, basically, when we take it out from the wastewater, we put it directly to the field. So it works like a slow fertilizer. So the lifetime is not like so long.
Maybe a quick one. Have you already structured your pricing?
For the wastewater filter, we see that we can sell it at the same price point that the alternatives that are used right now at the market as a post-treatment for wastewater.
Thank you so much. We're actually out of time. Thank you, Annie.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next startup is nominated by the Technical University of Berlin. They are called Factor 4 Solutions, and they're solving the problem of inefficiency and high operating costs. Please help me welcome Stephan.
Thank you for the brief introduction. So here we go. Factor 4 solution, we bringing the conductor to cooling plants. Why we do so? It's just the reason because inefficiency in cooling plants is mandatory everywhere, and cooling needs electricity. 20% of global electricity is dedicated to cooling directly, with all kind of consequences. Inefficiency can be avoided. We come along with models of digital twins combined with team management, team conducting, and machine learning system. We are providing a unique and disruptive software on an industrial hardware solution. This is what we do to improve efficiency by a factor of 4. So up to now, we have some traction. We have one pilot in here, you see, where we have a data center in medical center in this building and climatization for offices. And we promised this customer, this is one of our pilots, 74,000 euros of savings every single year. We have 4 pilots by now, and we try to increase this number of pilots significantly in 2024. Shortly after will be the market entry. So we face traditional hockey stick curve in the revenue line. This is because we have some subscription model, and it is directly derived proportionally by the savings of the customer. So no savings, no revenue. But we need to invest into HR soon. Up to now, it's the 3 founders of us, granted by the International Energy Agency for excellent research in heating and cooling, and a team covering software development, project and team management, as much as our scientific experience sales department is on the verge to be established. So, summarizing these up, European directives and energy prices give us tailwind. Cooling is a sweet spot, but heating with heat pumps is nothing else. So we will go all in now. Ready, done, thank you.
Thank you, Stephan. Very interesting. It's certainly a huge problem. I think if I understood correctly, and I may not have understood correctly, a huge part of the benefit you can deliver is because you have very accurate digital twins, and therefore, right. Yeah. In a sense, you need to either reverse engineer the OEM's different elements, or somehow they give it to you.
No, it's more related to the overall team in the cooling central. If you may have recognized in the one slide, but I can go 2 ahead. A whole team in cooling installation is not just chillers, it's pumps, fans, whatever, and there is no manufacturer of all of this. So we bring this together, and we firstly go with a team manager for all these components. To say one of the components, okay, go a little bit less, and the overall system will save tremendously energy.
It's so what you're saying is you have a digital twin of the ecosystem of elements that is present in your customer. So do you have to train or to build the digital twins for each customer you go to, or do you have like these templates that work more or less?
We have to establish a huge database for digital twins, but let's say the technologies we are on, this is actually done and being finished by mid of next year. And then we have all this space, and then you need just, like, say, 1 day of commissioning the on-site.
You say you're able to save 25 to 75% of the electricity consumption.
Yeah.
So obviously this is a huge range. So what influences actually the?
Sorry, I didn't got the.
So this is a huge range, right? 25 to 75 of electricity
so
consumption.
The mean is around 40%.
So what is the, what influences actually the electricity save? So what is the most potential where you can save?
It's the most potential is the team management. So sometimes you just have to say to a pump, go a little bit higher in consumption, and the chiller is going to save. And by nowadays, only the single components are improved, but never the system on the total. So, and sometimes you have to save somewhere the fan a particular amount, and the pump will save 90%.
Okay, but are you going even further that you integrate in the energy market into the grid or not?
No, it's not in the grid, it's just in the facility where it's used.
Within the facility?
Yeah.
Okay, and why are you not thinking about going even outside the plant?
A larger step. Of course, it can be used even to increase the efficiency of an overall system.
And prices.
If somebody from externally says, okay, can you shift somehow? If storage comes to the place, it's pretty easy, and it is included already. So we have already storages in, so we can even make some load shifting, provide load shifting for the energy supplier for the electricity.
Okay.
7 seconds left. Anyone have a final comment? Okay. Thank you so much, Stephan.
Thank you.
Okay. The next startup was nominated by the Harriet Watt University. They are called Infinect, and they are solving the problem that we don't have enough reliable internet access. So please help me welcome Samuel.
Global warming, natural disaster, open conflict, the challenge to emergency services is increasing dramatically. Today, they are missing the key feature to solve this challenge. And what they are missing is reliable and fast internet connections. Without it, life are at risk. But the existing solutions doesn't meet the mission-critical needs. Today, connectivity is still dropping off. And that's why we have developed the Infinect antenna, which is the most compact, cost-efficient, and low-power consumption antenna for satellite communications. But not only that. Critically, this antenna can track and seamlessly switch between multiple satellite operators, and this to ensure a constant on-internet connectivity. And so what do we need? And so how does it work as a business? We have created strong relationships with CEOs of resellers, ready to distribute our antenna to a large number of end users very quickly. Additionally, we have signed MOUs with satellite operators and put Infinect in a very unique position to provide mission-critical data services into the market. And what do we need? We need investment from you. Investment to launch our product by 2025 and grow our team. And our antenna, which has been validated already in the field, will unlock a recurring revenue on data services. And this enables a rapid growth, rapid business growth and enterprise value. By investing in us, you will be sharing in a profitable business in year 2, driven by a team of technical and industrial experts committed to bring internet from the sky for those who save lives. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Can you tell us a little bit more about the core technology and what the biggest hurdle to scale it will be?
Okay, I'm a bit deaf, I cannot hear. Sorry.
It's okay. Can you tell us more about the core technology and what the biggest hurdle to scale it will be?
Yeah, so the technology is it's an antenna. It's based on PCB, so it's a very common component, electronic component, and material. So there is no exotic material. So very easy to manufacture. Any company that can produce a computer can build this. So in terms of scale up and manufacture for mass product is quite straightforward when we have the design. which we do.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the state of the art and to which degree your product differs? So what is your main unique selling point? Is it the size that is special? Or is it, I don't know, the reliability of the connection because you can connect to several providers? Yeah. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit to which degree your technology differs from the current state of the art that is already on the market.
Yeah, so in terms of competitions, I mean, we are competing really with, I would say, Keynote. So you know, maybe there is a Starlink. The problem with Starlink is a closed system. They only operate with one satellite operator, which is Starlink. It provides minimum of bandwidth. And so what we can do is we can operate with multiple satellite operators. In case one of the operators switch off the signal, for example, we can switch to another one. So we are really competing with Keynote, who is providing the technology and the capacity to also as well provide the network from different satellite operators. But Keynote has some issue, even after 400 million funding led by Bill Gates, the issue which is in terms of size, power consumption also as well, and reliability.
Maybe one question: How dependent are you actually on the satellite distribution in order for your quality of the product, and how do you solve this?
In terms of satellite distribution, having already grown a satellite business and exited successfully, we're very well positioned with our new technology to bring up new satellite networks with companies that are currently rolling out those new super fast satellite services. We have relationships at CEO level with nearly all of them. And I think with our focus on critical connectivity and our reseller base with many, many years of experience, I think together we can be very successful.
Last question. I think there are 6,000 satellites. How many of them do you need to win to make this really meaningful?
So satellite industry right now is going through a massive step change. We've seen it with Starlink, but Starlink's just the start. Over the next 3 to 5 years, you're going to see tens of thousands of satellites getting launched into various orbits. We will be working with most of them to provide satellite services. And with our unique antenna technology, we think we can knit all that together and make a very successful business.
Thank you so much. We're out of time, unfortunately, but thank you. Okay. We move on to the next startup called, which was nominated by the Politecnico di Milano. They are called MG Shell, and they are solving the problem of progressive disease in the central retina of the eye. Please help me welcome Marco Ferroni. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Marco Ferroni, CEO and co-founder of MagShell, an Italian spin-off from Politecnico di Milano. MagShell was born to tackle age-related macular degeneration, a family of retinal diseases currently treated with frequent and burdensome intraocular injections. The related burdens are the cause of the very low patient adherence to the therapy that leads to a total and irreversible vision loss. MagShell is developing an innovative drug delivery system able to replicate the current clinical practice while dramatically reducing the number of injections and the clinical burdens. Once injected into the vitreous of the eye, the external shell of the device is eroded and the first drug dose is released. A second shell is eroded by the same mechanism and a second drug dose is released at the same timing. This mechanism keeps on working until the total dissolution of the magnesium-based device until the completion of the therapeutical treatment. MagShell vision is to transform ophthalmology, making treatments more effective, increasing patient adherence to the therapy, cutting healthcare costs, and combating blindness in all the most important billion-dollar markets. At the pre-market and market stages for the treatment of maculopathies, our solution is the only one able to properly replicate the current clinical practice, releasing preloaded drug doses at preset times without surgery. MagShell core team has many years of experience in ocular biomechanics, in the development of magnesium-based devices, and in vitro and in vivo compatibility assessment, and we are supported by a panel of advisors in continuous growth. In the last 3 years, we obtained the proof of concept of the pharmacological biological compatibility and the miniaturization of the device for its final use. In 2023, we started the drug prototype interaction test and the first pilot animal study. In 9 months, we expect to close a pre-series A round to complete the preclinical phase and to establish partnership with pharmaceutical companies for clinical trials and for the penetration of the reference markets. Let's pioneer a brighter future for eye care together. Thank you.
Well, Marco, thank you so much for the nice pitch. Really impressive. Well, first of all, I think you picked a fantastic problem to work on. I mean, like, this is a widespread disease, and it seems like there's a lot of innovation going on right now. If I understand it correctly, I think the main innovation that you bring is that you enable a constant or maybe continuous delivery of the drug with just a single injection, right?
Yes, the only point of difference is related to the fact that our kinetic release of the drug is a bi-dose, a quantic release, able to replicate the monthly or bi-monthly injections that we have today. Mm-hmm. So we avoid a continuous release of the drug, which is the kind of release that we have today in the competition arena. Okay, so we decided to replicate the current clinical practice because it works. Okay, inducing this kind of drug release. The second point related to the configuration, so the possibility to have this kind of release, is that we avoid to have a matrix of biomaterials and active principle. We have different cores inside the device in order to load multiple and independent drug doses in order to create, I don't know, cocktail formulation for other application inside and outside the eye.
I think obviously getting all of this tested and certified will be the main hurdles in the next years. Can you quickly elaborate whether you use any kind of chemical compounds that are not used in current medical procedures, that are basically new to the process, and how you mitigated risk in the certification process?
Okay, so in the next 2 years, we are going to complete the preclinical validation, okay, avoiding to choose a specific clinical application because we want to demonstrate the safety and efficacy of the drug delivery system. After that, I mean, simultaneously, we are going to perform problem, market, and solution fit activities in order to define strategically the best family of active principles that we are going to put inside our device and the best clinical applications in order to start the first clinical trials with a specific and focused clinical application with a pharmaceutical partnership.
Do we have any other questions from the jury? We have 30 seconds left.
Maybe I go next. Really fascinated by the topic. One harsh aspect of reality is that doctors earn quite a bit of money with AMD. And I think they're basically getting paid per injection. You are reducing the number of injections. Do you see maybe a bit of resistance from the market, from doctors?
In my opinion, no. Because we saw that the most important part of the market is public or defined by specific standards. The private one is so small, as we saw in Italy and Europe, and differently in US. In any case, we didn't change some things about the standard approach of the clinicians, so this is a pro of our technology because we avoid any implant. Our solution is an injectable system. So in our opinion, this is not a barrier for our market, despite others, of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. Okay, so the next startup is nominated by RWTH Aachen University, and it is called Ironcraft GmbH, and they are solving the problem of plastics and recycling. Please help me welcome Bene.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Bene from Ironcraft, and I want to start with a question. Who of you thinks this bottle is recyclable? Hands up. Well, it's not recyclable. And it's not only that bottle, it's a 50 million ton problem every year. So why is this bottle not recyclable? Well, because it is made from packaging plastics combined with barrier plastics in a multi-layer system. Now, this solution is not recyclable. So with our technology, we want to replace this barrier plastic, and with our technology, the bottle has the same performance, less cost, and most important, it stays fully recyclable. So how do we do this? We ignite a plasma on the bottle to apply the coating. Now, every engineer in this room will say, plasma in a bottle, that's way too slow for production. Well, that's true, but if we coat more than one bottle at a time, we easily reach production speed. What you see here on the slide is a coating machine which coats 4 bottles in parallel. So we at Ironcraft sell these machines to packaging manufacturers, and on top of the initial sales revenue, we get a license fee for each bottle coated. Sounds too good to be true? Well, we already found a first customer that wants to buy the machine, and we will deliver that machine in 1 year from now. So we have significant traction in the industrial packaging segment, but we want to enable recyclability in all categories. So we want to raise a first investment round that will match up our EU EIC Accelerator grant. And if you want to join our mission towards a circular economy in packaging, then please get in touch with me or one of my beautiful colleagues here at Stage 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions. Is this actually a 3D printing or nano printing approach that you're taking to build this barrier? And how did you find the material? Was it a coincidence, or did you really want to find the solution for this problem?
I guess this guy has to answer it because he's done his PhD in this.
Yeah, correct. So the coating is applied using our plasma technology, where you basically ignite a gas into the plasma state, and then in this process, this plasma polymerization, a nano coating is applied on the inner surface of the bottle. And we use this using readily available chemicals that you can buy in mass-produced chemicals, which you can buy at any big chemical company. And we actually tackled this idea. So we saw that there was actually a market pull. Companies came to my institute back then and said, we have a problem here. Regulation is coming, we need a higher barrier, but we cannot use what is on the market right now. Can you help us? And we said, I think so. And then we got to work, and we developed it, and then Ironcraft was born.
Can I ask a question on, well, first of all, this is big, and congratulations on what you've achieved so far. I do have a question about the value proposition to your customers. So clearly regulation is one, but if in markets where regulation is the key driver, typically the lower cost solution wins, not necessarily the most performing. So what is it that your customers are looking for, or what are you offering in terms of economic advantage?
Right. I mean, I agree the political pressure now really has created some movement in the packaging industry. But we also noticed very early that cost is still the main driver, right? But if you look at the cost of the material we're adding, this is marginally low because it's a nano coating. So it's 1,000th of a human hair thick. So the material doesn't matter. What matters is, of course, the investment in the equipment. But if you depreciate that over time, and that typical 10 years timeline, then you still have a cost plus for more than 30%, right? Even if we add our license fee on top. So there is a return on invest, and I think we've already proven that with our first industrial machine now.
I have more a general question, how you see the market trend, because obviously on the one hand, as you said, the regulation is strong, but we do see a trend of going away completely from plastic, because this is the way to go, right? Because we don't want to have like fossil fuel-based input materials anywhere in the environment. So there are like alternative solutions to plastic, which are on the rise. So meaning your solution is at one point obsolete. How do you think about that?
Right. I mean, first we have to say that still the packaging industry consumes over 200 million tons of plastic every year, and they have a CAGR growing 7% every year globally, right? So there will be still quite a big time until we transition to new materials. In our case, we actually have a lot of potential use cases to not only replace non-recyclable packaging, but also enable the reuse of materials, so really creating a circular economy. And I think if we have reached that stage, then basically any material is good which has a low footprint, because if we can reuse material more than once, then we use the best material you can find for that. However, we already have some trials where we also code bioplastics, for example, or we have coded paper bottles, which all need barrier properties in a way, and our coding can also work in this segment, but they're right now very low. So that's why we target at the major market.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're out of time. Great pitch.
Thank you.
So, our next startup was nominated by the Technical University of Munich, and they are called Hopf-On, and they're solving the problem of the negative environmental impact of the real estate industry. Please help me welcome Marlene. Marlene.
Today I'm going to talk about a product. It's made of hops, it's local, and it has great material properties. And it's actually not the beer that you're looking at here. It's the board underneath. I'm Marlene, I'm part of the startup Hopf-On, and with Hopf-On we develop sustainable construction material made of the waste of the hop industry. But what's hops? Hops is one of the main ingredients for the beer production. But the big secret of the industry is that only 20% is used for the beer production, and 80% is just waste. At the same time, the construction industry is responsible for 40% of global CO2 emissions, as well as 40% of waste production and 50% of material consumption. We want to change that by developing circular construction material. We take the hops of the Hallertau, of the region where the hop grows. We produce it into materials such as acoustic panels and construction boards. And as we follow a circular approach, at the end of the life cycle, we're able to separate the material again and reuse it for a new purpose. Our patent-pending technology will help us to enter the market of sustainable construction materials, which has a market size of over 500 billion euros. We will enter the market with acoustic insulation and specialize on the region of Germany, which has a market size of 1.3 billion euros. This is the team. This is Mauricio. I'm Marlene, and together as the Hopf owners, we combine the skills of project management as well as design, business, and biotechnology. So if you're equally passionate about the construction industry and the beer industry, come talk to us now or later in the event. Hopf-On.
Thank you very much for the presentation. A lot of questions actually, but maybe let's start with the first one. So what is the replacement of your construction material? Is it more like a comparison to concrete, or what is the comparison here?
There's a material efficiency strategy of the UN, and it's basically focusing on 4 different strategies, and one of them is to find alternatives. And of course, we are aware that with the material itself, we won't have the same attributes as concrete right now, but in a way we can also see where we really need the concrete, and at what point we can change it with different materials that are bio-based and don't emit that much CO2.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just quickly another question, because I mean, I'm a big fan of the circular economy concept, but I wonder what is the time horizon here? Because in the construction world, you probably build something for, I don't know, let's hope the next 100 years. So how relevant is circular economy in this case, or how do you think about that?
Yeah, good question. So we definitely care about circular economy, and we want to be authentic, right? So the thing is, it doesn't help us if we bind CO2 and the lifespan is too short, as you mentioned. However, this is really our USP. we can take the product after its lifespan and then turn it into a new product. It's 100% made of raw material. There are no artificial binders or anything in it. We can take it back, decompose it completely, and turn it into a new product. That's why the criteria of the lifespan is not as relevant as it would be with others, because we can take it back and then turn it into a new product. We expect something between 10 to 30 years with the initial product, which would be acoustic panels.
Can you give another example how you can use this? For example, if I look at it, it seems like good for isolation or things like this. And what happens if it gets wet? How durable is it? Can it rot? What characteristics does this material have?
So our tests are really mostly focusing on the use in a room, for example, as insulation, or we're mostly focusing on acoustic insulation. So for that, the lifespan, it's not very exposed to moisture. Of course, we would have to test how it behaves once it gets really wet. But as our use case is for the wall or even, as insulation, it's not very exposed to moisture in a normal environment.
Maybe one last question regarding feedstock, because I think scalability is always the challenge. If it's organic, it's varied by design, so your quality is probably like kind of influenced by your feedstock, and also scalability is a challenge. How do you think about it?
Yeah, good question. So that's very important and crucial to us. So we are not competing with feedstock. In fact, we are taking the waste as a resource. Currently, the current process is it's getting wasted. There's released CO2 emissions in methane. Afterwards, conventional building materials emit CO2 during production. They end up in landfills. With our product, it's waste that we upcycle, and it binds CO2, and afterwards we turn into new products. So actually we do not compete with feedstock, and we also changed it to a more environmental friendly process, I would say.
Thank you so much. Time is over. Great pitch.
Thanks.
Okay. So the next startup was nominated by the University of Eastern Finland, and they are called CoreFlux, and they are solving the problem of detecting early onset of an aneurysm in the heart. Please help me welcome Tero.
Hello. Hello. So we analyzed the risk for aortic rupture. The current clinical method is not efficient in evaluating the criticality of aortic aneurysm, leading to a practice that all aneurysm patients are sent to repeated imaging follow-up. This creates imaging queues and 3 billion euros follow-up costs every year, and still over 30% of the patients die before they reach the limit for preventive surgery. Our solution for this is CoreFlux analysis, based on patients' clinical data, aortic MRI or CT scans, and other risk factors. Our software categorizes the patient's aortic rupture risk into 3 different categories: high, moderate, or low risk. This makes CoreFlux a unique decision-making support for physicians, so they can identify the high-risk aneurysm patients and send them to preventive surgery and save a lot of lives. But to also identify the low-risk aneurysm patients, so they could be excluded from the costly follow-up. CoreFlux can also be applied for the risk evaluation of abdominal aortic aneurysm. This can increase our market potential up to 3 times larger, and the possibility for us to become the next Finnish unicorn. The total business potential of thoracic and abdominal aortic aneurysms is around 1.5 billion euros a year. Currently, there are no you could say competition other than the current clinical practice, but compared to it, CoreFlux is superior in every way. We seek for funding of 400,000 to do regulation, validation, business and product development towards CE approval. Our multi-professional team includes high knowledge in the field of cardiology, heart surgery, physics, mathematics, as well as commercial and regulation. On behalf of our team, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tero.
Yep.
I'm guessing that the biggest concern doctors will provide to you is false negatives, I would suspect. Do you have any data on the false negative performance that you have on your model?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
So basically, I'm guessing that the worst possible scenario is that you do not classify as positive an actual positive, right? So it's a false negative. You classify it as negative, and it turned out to be positive. Do you have any data to sustain that your false negatives are extremely, extremely low, or do you not have that data yet?
Yeah, we are going to have the data. We are for our hospital from Kuopio. We have data coming up, and also with our collaboration, Karolinska Institute, we will get 2,000 MRI, correct CT scans from Arta to validate our software even further. Yeah.
Do you have any sort of preliminary indication that on the precision of your model?
Yeah, we have tested on our prototype, and everything seems to quite work well, but we need further validation with a bigger data, for sure.
I think you mentioned that you take into account several factors, several clinical factors in order to make your decision. I think the current procedure is just really to look at the diameter of the aorta, right? Can you elaborate a little bit on what kind of clinical data you need in order to make that better prediction, and to which degree this is changing the clinical workflow? So for instance, do you need different MRI sequences and so on?
No, we just need the aortic MRI or CT scans and other risk factors like blood, you know, that basic risk factors that we can input to our software, and it tells the analysis structure risk.
And then maybe another question, can you elaborate a little bit on the business model? And what I mean with that is probably like this will mostly be paid by insurances. So probably for that kind of analysis, a hospital or a certain physician will get a fixed amount of money. You need to convince the doctors to give you a share of that, is that right?
Well, actually, no. At Finland, no. Actually, it's 1,500 euros per analysis, and the main budget cost comes from the hospital in Finland. But the reimbursement strategy is for sure is in the United States and maybe in some countries for sure.
Can you explain a little bit the customer journey for a doctor if they are using your product and service?
Yeah, for sure. The customer has already diagnosed aortic aneurysm, so after that, the physician treating aortic aneurysm patients just click the patient's data to our system, software as a service, and we will analyze the data and send the analysis to the doctor, and he or she will send the patient to the surgery or exclude the patient from the costly follow-up.
All right. Great. Thank you so much, Tero.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next nomination comes from the University of Cambridge, and the startup's name is Voila, and they're solving the problem of food waste management methods. Please help me welcome Abiel. Thank you.
Think about a bag of food waste. After a day, a week, or maybe a month, it will be smelly, or attract flies. It will be disgusting for sure. Food waste is a messy problem, and once it's mixed with other waste, it makes everything extreme from Voila, representing the University of Cambridge, making food waste recycling easy mechanical design to automatically separate food waste from any other waste, turning them into liquid gold, raw material for energy production within hours on site. Now, our innovation even allows food waste to be stored for months without smell, significantly delay the collection frequency from once per week to once per month, saving 95% of labor, logistic, and CO2 emission. Over the last 2 years, we've experienced exponential growth. As seen from the picture, we've set our own manufacturing plant, filed 2 patents, and we're now partnering with the University of Cambridge, the London Councils, and the Millennium Hotel and Resort Group to be piloting this technology in across 10 sites all across the UK. And as per from the pilot itself, we even received investment offers from the hotel management and the council members. Up to date, we've received 250k grants from the UK government, funding our R&D, operation, and our salary. But we're now ready and excited to be taking Voila to the next level. by raising our first investment round. Invest in Huala, invest in a company with solid innovation, strong team, proven traction, and a mission to reduce 100 million tons of CO2 in 10 years. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. So if I understand correctly, you have two sets of customers, those that take the technology and those that then buy the separated waste. Can you talk a little bit about the business model on how you drive the traction on selling the separated waste?
Sure. So our business model is divided into three main parts. Number one, selling of the Huala X1, the baby version of this. Number two is charging a monthly cost, a recurring cost, for a one-stop food waste recycling collection service, the logistic, the pick it up, and the collection of waste. And number three is selling the byproduct, which is the liquefied separated food waste.
And have you started driving traction on the selling of the byproduct?
Yes. So we sell to a hydrogen producers called Key Hydrogen. So to put it into perspective, 500 gram, a small bottle, we sell them for £10. So, yeah.
Do I understand correctly that you can put any waste in this box?
Exactly.
And the food waste is separated?
Yep, mixed waste. A whole bin, black bin bag.
Okay.
There's this company in the US. I'm trying to remember the name. It's called Mill or something. You're probably familiar with it. It's, It's called Mill, right? Okay, okay. So you're not, but it sounds like a competitor to you. Okay. And the name was right. Thank you for the confirmation. So yeah, I wanted to ask you what's the difference. But as you don't know the company, it's fine. But maybe then talking about, and you mentioned the question already, but still to understand where you think in the long term your monetization is most, like where's the value creation or the monetization most interesting is in your business model. How do you think about it?
Sorry, I missed the last bit of the question.
So where do you get most of your revenue stream in the long term from?
Yes, long-term fund. So a business can work with scale. And by scaling, it means that three parts of the business model can be profitable. So number one is why do we want to invent this thing? It's basically we want to control the waste stream in different places with a decentralized system. And then the big money comes in by selling the byproduct and the waste collection service, which is a monthly recurring cost. So, but it doesn't hurt to earn a one-time profit by selling this to the machine. So sell the machine first, control the waste stream, recurring money afterwards. So on a monthly basis. So in terms of like when we scale, the big chunk of money will come from the second and the third one by selling all the byproduct and a one-stop food waste collection service.
Maybe another question. This is very unrelated to your technology, but have you thought about operational issues when you place containers kind of like in public spaces? So
Yes.
think about vandalism and stuff like that.
Yes. Okay, as you can see from here, a lot of places are actually on the high street. So we're in a place, for example, like the London Underground. We love vandalisms. We love graffiti. It actually portrays the culture of the specific local area that we partner with. So for example, if we partner with, it's a place called Hackney in London. They're very famous in graffiti, and we love it. Actually, because we're not trying to be a bin company or trying to be a waste company that people ignore. We're trying to make it like a Dyson company that deals with waste. So you can see right here, we're trying to make it industrialized, looks cool. So vandalism, you can see it in a different ways, I would say.
Great, thank you. We're out of time, but thank you so much. Great pitch.
Okay.
Wow, we're on our last pitch now. Whew, okay. So, this one was nominated by the Royal College of Art, and it is the Sustainable Industries Wildcard. It is called Vox Eris, and they are solving the problem of the fact that 99% of the world's population breathes bad air. So please help me welcome Celine.
This is the amount of air we're breathing in each day. Yet, We never know what's inside it. But there's something that's even more dangerous. It's the fact that particulate matter pollution usually tends to be invisible, and the detrimental health effects are long-term, meaning that we usually deprioritize cleaning our indoor air. On top of that, current solutions tend to have a medical device outlook and can employ filters with large pressure drops, which are also usually non-recyclable, leading to 6,000 tons of filter waste every single year. So, that's why Voxeris is designed, to be a more adaptable and sustainable way to clean our indoor air. It has a patent-pending internal technology leveraging both turbulence and acoustic agglomeration initially integrated into the form of a consumer speaker. It also uses low-cost recyclable fabric filters, which have been engraved to mimic the micromorphological features of plant leaves. Now, the strategy is to start with the consumer device. However, there is a significant opportunity that lies in the potential applications of the core technology into HVAC units. And that's because HVAC, for instance, in a commercial building like this, can account for up to 40% of the electricity usage, meaning that any improvements in the pressure drop of the filters can lead to significant carbon footprint and energy savings. The global air purifier and HVAC markets are expected to grow very rapidly, especially thanks to raising awareness, which provides an excellent timing for Voxeris to enter the market. We've been featured in the press lately and won several awards from Innovation RCA and Innovate UK. I'm Selene, I'm the founder. I have a background and experience in aerospace and aerodynamics engineering, and I have a diverse team of advisors with skills ranging from electronics engineering to industrial design. Filtration technology has remained largely unchanged for the past 80 years. And with Voxeris, we want to bring clean air to the majority of the urban population who would otherwise never clean their indoor air. Thank you.
Well, Celine, thank you so much for the nice presentation. I'd love to talk a little bit about how you want to finance your startup. The reason for that is that if you, I think, first follow a B2C approach, as you mentioned, there's probably two massive upfront investments you need to do. Well, first, you need to develop your technology and build your devices. But then the second aspect is that you also need to build up a brand in order to, I don't know, for instance, get affordable access to private customers. My gut feeling would be that a B2B approach first would make it much easier in the first step. Can you elaborate a little bit on your decision to go B2C first?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually still open up for discussion. The strategy is to develop the core technology even further with further R&D efforts, which is why the majority of the pre-seed funding is required. And that's why the product was initially designed to fight against the temporal discounting barrier, which is causing the majority of people not to clean their air, which is why it's integrated into the consumer product. However, economically, there's much more opportunity in the HVAC applications, meaning that now the strategy might be to steer towards the HVAC applications, but it would still require the development of the same core technology even further.
And if you think about industrial use cases, do you see specific industries or specific customer types that might have a biggest need for this?
Yes, absolutely. For instance, for commercial buildings and such as this one, or even for residential units, the HVAC systems can actually account for a lot of the energy usage, meaning that it would be in the interest of the owner of the building or the manager of the building to reduce their costs by choosing an alternative which offers a much lower pressure drop, which is this one. So it would be in an economic interest for the owner to employ this system.
Is your product still on a concept stage, or have you sold one looking like this picture to a customer already?
We haven't sold yet. It still needs to go through more of the R&D phase, but we have the proof of concept, and which proves an acceptable level of efficiency, which has much more room to grow. So we're currently targeting to be equivalent to about MERV 8 grade, which is acceptable for commercial buildings, but the strategy is to go even further than that and meet even higher quality standards.
Maybe another question, what is your unique technical angle?
Currently the filtration technology actually entirely relies on the filter. And those filters have to be very dense and complicated and usually made out of fiberglass and non-recyclable materials. And their denseness is one of the reasons why they're providing such a high resistance to air. So here, it actually, the technology distributes the tasks. It's basically a pre-treatment methodology which uses a much thinner filter, meaning that the pressure drop, so the energy expenditure would be much less. So that's the technical patent pending portion of the technology.
Thank you so much. We are out of time. Wonderful pitch and beautiful design. So we are wrapping it up here. I would like to thank all of the startups who pitched today, and of course, a big thanks to our amazing jury, Rodolfo, Kristen, Oliver, Yasmin, and Robina. And yeah, please take a break, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
Hey, Gia, are you ready? I'm so ready, Alyssa. I know, she knows, he knows, but you don't. Calling out your name the same way I did back in those years, but you changed. Your smile is fake and all I feel is unfamiliar.
right, so welcome back, everybody. Check. Hey, the mic's working. Lovely. So here's the deal. One of my favorite things to do is to bribe people. I need people who are sitting in the back rows to come and sit over here. Why? So that you're in spitting distance. So if some of you are willing to sit here, I've got chocolate and I've got official merch. So if you are able to convince 10 people to come with you to front, you get official merch. So I need someone who's got at least 10 friends to come over, and you get official 4 Beyond merch. And the rest of you, if you sit in the front row, this is not a lie, there's chocolate. Chocolate. Chocolate, come on. Come on, come. It's not a gimmick, it's for real. This is an official part of the program. Chocolate. Do you hear the sound of that? Sound of chocolate. Timon, catch. Ah, you missed.
Enough chocolate?
We got plenty. Which chocolate would you like? The big one. She knew what she wanted. She wanted the big chocolate. Hey, I got another empty row here. Chocolate. Come on, guys over there. Congratulations for being late. You get the opportunity for chocolate if you sit here. So please, come move. Come to the front, please. I need to fill up these. If you just come from there to here, you get chocolate. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, man. I wonder what's more convincing than chocolate. What do I have to bring next year? Chocolate. Okay. Super. I have to come up with some idea for the 4-hour Beyond merch. This hat. Maybe to the best dressed person. Can you look around and point to the best dressed person? Point to the best. Don't point to me. You are very well dressed. That is true. Would it be asking too much for you to stand here and do a little spin? Just so everyone can see this amazing. Would you like a tote bag or would you like a hat? You like a hat? This hat's for you. I'll come up with something else for this bag. All right, we're going to do something we've never done before at the Celebration of Nations. Goodbye. I got to go. I got to get something. Can I get the clicker? Do you hear those sounds in the back? Stress. Okay, here we go. We've never ever done this before. It's brand new because this is exciting. We claim to be, and I believe, the largest pan-European startup competition, which means we have lots of the finest startups from all over the world, well, all over Europe here. There's a reason I said world, little surprise hook in there. And I wanted to see and hear you, because of course we see some of you on stage, but there's also mentors, advisors, entrepreneurship center, organizers here as well. So it's really simple. On the screen, you will see a clue of a country. All of you will scream the name of the country, and the people from that country will stand and make even more noise than the people shouting your name. Make sense? Easy? Super easy. So, if the clicker worked, oh no! You didn't see that. Nice. So, the crowd from Austria did the right thing. The rest of you were supposed to yell Austria. So let's try it again. Guess the nation? Austria! Thank you, Austria in the house. Okay, so that's our first nation. I'll click. All right. Belgium, not France. All right, Belgium in the house. Thank you for being here. Let's keep going. Anyone from Denmark? Denmark? Maybe outside drinking coffee. Okay, but we do have people from Denmark here. Any guesses? Estonia. Who's from Estonia? Oh, hello. Lovely. That's right. You? Just you on your own. All right, Finland. Rest in peace. The UK. Make some noise, UK. so far, all the countries just stood. They didn't make any noise yet. I'm waiting for the noisy ones. Very docile. I like it. All right, Sweden in the house, Sweden. Lovely. You're from Aachen. You have a Spanish passport. All right. Nice. Next. Where are our Scottish friends? Hello. Yeah, Romania. I need to make a public announcement at this point. While we're having fun, the startups who are in the finals need to start getting stressed and go behind that blue curtain, okay? So if you are going to pitch, which I hope you know if you are going to pitch, you need to go over there. The rest of us, let's keep having fun, okay. Just you, and you, and you. Nice. All right, Portugal. Oh, someone said Iceland, someone said Norway. What's the vote? Those lights are from? Any Norwegians in the house? Okay. I'm confused. Why did you stand up?
My mom is from Norway.
Mom's from Norway. Okay, nice. Excellent. Where are the Poles? Yeah, Poland. Yeah, Poland. Lovely. Look at this representation. This is so cool. Let's keep going. Netherlands. Yeah. Nicely done. Good to see you all. This one's hard. And I tell you, even when I press a button, you won't really see it on the map. That is Luxembourg. Anyone from Luxembourg? Coffee. They're hanging out with the others. Who was the other one that was not here? Denmark. Yeah. They're hanging out. Okay, Luxembourg. I told you, I pressed the button. Do you even see the red dot? Right there. Okay, super. Next. Where are the Italians? Hello, Italians. Hello, hello, hello. Come on, Italy. It's your moment. Where are the other French in the house? Hello, hello. Good to have you here. Okay, we're almost through. Oh, this one's tough. What are they holding in their hand? What is it? Amber. Ember. Oh, amber. Oh, where is that from? Any guesses? Who said Lithuania? Are you from Lithuania? Or Latvia? Is that from your country? Is that recognizable? I don't know if it's Latvia or Lithuania. Which one is it? Latvia? Okay. Latvia in the house. Hey. I've never been. Okay. Yeah, any Greeks? Yes. Okay. Haha. Curveball. How do you know? Is that in Europe? Are you sure? Yeah, the ones who guessed Ghana, you're right. Where's the Ghanaian team? Woo, careful. Hello. So I know, you're like, how did that happen? We have wildcards this year. We had wildcards last year as well. We had a team go to Ghana, find some amazing teams, and actually one team came and joined us, so this is so good. How fantastic. Thank you for being here and part of this. And I think I got all the countries. Yeah, I'm waiting for the Germans to be like, oh, but what about us? So, to my now home country, ladies and gentlemen, to a land of, yes, where are the Germans? Come on, Germans. Hey. All right, did we miss anybody? Did we miss anybody? No? Have the Danes come back? No, they're still not here. I think there were 1 or 2 other countries as well, but I think that's everybody. Excellent. Did anyone not get called? Anyone's mom? Everyone represented? Passports covered? Super. All right, so with that, if we are ready, we're going to go into our grand finals. Really quickly, I just want to know how we are feeling. So on a scale of 0 to 5, 5 being today has been really great, and 0's where am I? How did I get here? Can you quickly vote how the semifinals went? I went around to the different rooms, but I'm curious what your take was. Did you enjoy the experience? Did you learn something, new ideas, new innovation? Did this excite you to be here? So show me really quick in your hands. 5 being this has been awesome. 0 being I still don't know what you're talking about, Dan. So show me with your hands. I see some 5s, I see some 4s. Okay, so either we have very happy people or you're lying. But in either case, this has been good. This is the finals. So of all the teams that participated, took part, wanted to be part, of all the teams that showed up here in Berlin, we now have our finals here. Some familiar faces at the desk, some who have been supporting us for many, many years. Well, 3. And others who are here for the first time. So can we quickly just welcome, through your applause, our jury. So, if we can quickly go down the line, and if you say your name, the fund that you represent, and, should we go positive or negative? Tell me.
Positive.
Positive, okay. One thing that makes you go, this is investable. A personality trait, or say a milestone or a traction point with a startup that you go, oh, I'm now going to pay more attention. So we'll start with you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Elizabeth. I'm representing the Deep Tech and Climate Fund, a 1 billion investment vehicle from the German government. And when I look at startups and their founding teams, I'm pretty amazed when I see a very large and clear value proposition that has the potential to capture a large part of the market.
Hello, my name is Mark. I'm 15 years now in climate tech, and have been a researcher. I've been working in corporates, and now I'm working with World Fund. Surprise, surprise, a climate tech VC, 350 million fund, and we want to invest in the really significantly carbon-reducing companies so that we can decarbonize our society. Sorry, to add what I really love. I really love if people are really passionate about what they do, really driven about what they do, because then they will find the best solution to really execute on their ideas.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrea. I'm a partner at Speed Invest, which is a pan-European seed-stage fund, about 300 million in size. We have 6 sector-focused teams, and I lead the one focus on digital health and tech bio. And I think in terms of one trait, it's definitely about founders at early stage where we typically operate. It's definitely the obsession, the passion for the problem that they're solving, but also the domain expertise. So when the two meet, it's perfect.
Yeah, hi, I'm Johannes. I'm with Early Bird Venture Capital. Great to have a full house again here in Berlin. We have different funds that run at the same time. I'm partner in our seed fund, and we focus on European universities, looking for great talents, stellar teams, and breakthrough technologies out of European universities. So that's why it makes sense that I'm here today. And Early Bird in general has done 17 funds so far. We have right now 5 active funds that are running. Together they have 900 million dry powder. We only invest in Europe. We're seeing around 12,000 to 14,000 startups annually. We are a general fund having 85 people in various offices across Europe to be close to the ecosystems. Oh yeah, and what's investable? Yeah, what's investable? So for sure, investors talk to founders every day, and I had a call with a team yesterday, and I would also concentrate on the team like you guys did. It was a very smart founding person. She was really sharp, focused, and we had a very intense discussion around value creation. And I laugh if founders challenge me, and that was the case. So it was the first call, but from the team, from team-wise or from the team perspective, definitely investable.
Super. Thank you very much. And last.
Hey, I'm Heike. I will keep it short and crisp, as I hope you've seen me on stage earlier today. I'm very excited to join this amazing jury today, and I think the topic that would stand out for me, it's on the one side, it's always the team and the size of the problem that is being solved. And as I see that we are over time already, I'll hand it back to Dan.
Thank you so much. Give it up to our jury. So, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fantastic jury members who are making a decision. But we also have 500 of you in this room making a second decision. This year, we have an audience vote. So what that means is, and if we can show the next slide, or maybe we show it at the point. So what's going to happen is you'll take your phone out and you'll scan after every, so right now I don't think you have to scan anything, but you will see it when I introduce the next speaker, it'll come up. For 30 seconds only, it'll be there every time for a new startup. You will see, I think, a couple stars, and you choose how you want to vote, how you want to rate or rank that particular pitch. Little note, because sometimes you're going to ask your grandma and your auntie to also vote. It is only for people in the room. And the way we know that is because you have to register with your team email or your university email. So when you go on Slido, it'll ask you to register. Please register so we know it's eligible. All right, so if we have around 400, 500 votes, we know it's real. If suddenly one of you gets 6,000 votes, well, yeah, then we're in trouble. Okay, so with that, I think we're ready. I have one ask for you guys, which is to make our founders feel so special, because obviously, while this stage is really fun and very bright, in reality, it is actually quite scary, especially when you have only 2 minutes to present what you've been working on for months or years, and your whole team and maybe your dignity and your reputation all depend on this moment. 2 minutes is not much, plus the 5 minutes of Q&A. So please, with everything you have, 8 times in a row, I want you to go crazy and make them feel so loved that they have all these supporters in the house. So with that, let's welcome up our very first startup with their first 2-minute pitch. It is Jessica from the University of St. Gallen with her startup, Norware. Come on, come on.
Plastic is a lightweight, durable, inexpensive, and easy to modify material, and it is being found in almost every object we use. Every piece of clothing we wear and almost every product we buy, whether we saw it or not, has been packaged in a piece of plastic once. The industry is worth billions of dollars and is mainly dominated by one resource: petroleum. It is an unrenewable resource that releases a lot of CO2 during production, and of which 90% is not being recycled, meaning that it ends up in our environment. Because of the destructive extent that the material has taken, increasingly stringent laws seeking to eliminate plastic and plastic packaging put brands and companies into challenging positions to find alternatives. What we deliver is a seaweed-based packaging film that is made entirely of natural materials. It is home compostable within a revolutionary time, and during the composting process, it leaves behind a biomass that, because of its nutritional content, serves as natural fertilizer and therefore contributes to soil health improvement. The main component is seaweed, which is a fast renewable resource, inexpensive to cultivate, and that grows up to 1 meter a day without the need for fresh water, fertilizer, or land. At Norware, we have found a way to turn seaweed into a highly valuable packaging material that is compatible and scalable with existing infrastructure. Our technology enables packaging manufacturers to efficiently process our materials into a variety of different applications using existing machinery for plastic production. Our interdisciplinary team consists of enthusiastic entrepreneurs and experienced scientists from all over the world who are highly motivated to bring about solutions that are going to impact the planet. Noriware is at the forefront to fight plastic pollution. Our materials will significantly change the way we think about plastic and plastic packaging.
Well done, well done. Super.
Thank you very much, Jessica, that you dedicate your time to that critical problem. Can you tell us something about the feedstock? How do you ensure enough mass and the varying feedstock, how you ensure that the certification can always be applied?
So we're working with different seaweed suppliers from all over Europe. In fact, I'm going to visit one next week in England. So you have to imagine these seaweed farms are 20 to 30 kilometers offshore. They grow vertically and they are harvested year-round. They will not exploit the whole farming, but instead just the surface of the seaweed, of where the seaweed grows, is being trimmed a couple of times a year.
And what about the natural variety of the stuff that grows? So how does it influence the process?
So it does influence it a little bit. However, our technology is designed so that the material has a constant and continuous quality.
Does it influence the certification process?
I'm not going to lie, it does influence it, yes. But we are working on that to have a consistent quality. It is a challenge, but also a matter of time on when we will get there immediately.
Thank you very much.
I also have some questions. First, it's pretty easy. Do you have a bag with you? And can I have one? Do you have one of your bags with you? And can I have one bag and put it in my garden to see how it?
Sorry, I'm not hearing it acoustically.
Okay. So do you have a bag with you, one of your product bags? And may I have one and put it in my garden to see how
I can show you a sample that I actually have in my wallet.
Okay.
I accidentally forgot it in the hotel.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And second question would be about competition. So, for example, there's Traceless. They just raised a quite decent amount. How do you differentiate from competitors like Traceless? What are your USPs?
So it's a completely different feedstock. So first of all, maybe to start with, the packaging sector or industry is huge. And we cannot use one feedstock to solve the whole plastic problem. We need to do it with a variety of different materials. And also they differ in their economical or ecological features for different applications. So it would not make sense to replace, for example, all plastic applications with one feedstock. For example, maybe the feedstock that Traceless uses is very good to use for, I'm just saying something, bottles, and our material is very good for flexible packaging. So there are 1,000 different applications, and it needs to have a couple of different feedstocks and also a lot of startups to eventually solve the plastic problem in a long term.
Is it a drop-in solution for current plastic processes?
Yes.
And can you compare a bit the price points that you have today in comparison to traditional plastic packaging?
Yeah, so traditional plastic packaging is very cheap, as we all know. Plastic packaging was not as cheap as it is today a couple of decades ago, so we also need to give seaweed some time to get to that scale to also be able to achieve that price.
And some numbers?
It depends on the application, but per square meter it's a factor 10 right now. But we are focusing on specific applications where we can sell smaller items and therefore have a higher margin.
How can you make sure that the package we have seen with a biological or banana, what was it in there, that this is not accelerating the composing of the packaging on the same time you can depose it in the nature? So how's that working?
So our packaging will be industrially degradable as well as home compostable and biodegradable. So what we do is we need to find a balance. That's what we do. We are creating a balance between the shelf life of the product that needs to be packaged and the shelf life of the product itself.
Thank you.
And can you use existing machinery to use your product?
Yeah.
Good. And with that, we wrap up the Q&A. Thank you so much. Well done. And just super quick, if we can get more of the jury mic and the monitor on stage, that'll be lovely. Thank you so much. Our next team is the female team wildcard winner. So we're excited to have her representing Matrix Health and Care. It's Diliana. Enjoy.
Hello, my name is Diliana, and I'm the founder of Matrix. We are on a mission to transform women's healthcare through design innovation. This is a picture which exemplifies what it looks and feels like to be a woman examined gynecologically. We don't only strip our clothes, we leave our dignity, agency, and control through the door. What is worse is that we are examined with this torture device, which hasn't changed since the Roman era. The speculum is a great barrier for women undergoing some of their life-saving assessments and procedures. As a radical manifesto, we created Matrix. Matrix is a 21st century replacement, an evolution and a revolution of the speculum. It's a smart device, and it's the first optical speculum for pap smear test. It allows clinicians to see 30% more than with a naked human eye, is digitally enabled, and it's designed for self-use so that patients can fully control the experience. The way it works is very simple. Patients attend their appointments, they apply the digital device, they take a specimen, and then they receive their results. On the other hand, clinicians are also optimized by giving them a software which is AI-enabled for accuracy in diagnostics. Our market is generous and diverse. We plan to start with the cervical cancer screening in the UK. And our business model is B2B, planning to sell directly to healthcare providers in the UK, expanding into the US prior to tackling other sectors. We've achieved some significant results in the short space and time. We've got our notice of allowance for our patent, we've received grant funding, and developed our MVP for both software and hardware. I'm the founder, and my entire career has been dedicated to humanizing reproductive experiences of women and birthing people. We are on a mission to prove that the future of the speculum is not a speculum. Please join us, because there will be a better way of examining women with dignity and equity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. One question. Why is it only possible to use it for cancer? Is it also possible to use it for different?
Yeah, it's not only for cancer, it's actually for sexually transmitted infections and diseases. It's also for in childbirth as well. So instead of the midwife having to check with fingers, or the obstetrician with the speculum, which often can snap, it's really starting with cervical cancer with a specialist patient cohort where we can run our pilot or clinical trial and then expand the market. But actually it could be applied in fertility, abortion care, postpartum care, menopause. So it's just kind of, cancer is just the beginning, because in the UK, 1 in 3 women do not attend the appointments due to fear and embarrassment of the procedure.
I assume you're still in the MVP stage, so maybe tell us just a little bit more about where exactly you are, how did you validate the final shape and the composition of a product, how many women have you tested it with?
Sure, thank you. So far, what you saw as the product, this is just a placeholder. Actually, as we are speaking, I'm finalizing the product with external design engineers, because I received a grant from the UK government, which is Innovate UK. And we are developing the first MVP, and it's not regulated, so it wouldn't be able to be used in humans, but we can just use it in anatomic bodies to gain more traction, show it to early adopters as well as investors. But we've run surveys and interviews with both patients and direct users, such as obstetrician, gynecologists, midwives, GPs, practice nurses, people that use the speculum day in and day out. So we've collected data and we keep doing that. So it's a never-ending process.
And so how small do you think you can get it to be? I think this is one of the key questions, right?
Yeah,
For the user experience.
Actually, at the moment, because the way we've developed the MVP is just to fit our kind of grant limitation, which was £50,000. We are working with off-the-shelf products, so it's just buying different endoscopic cameras as well as a battery. So we try to make it as small as possible. And at the moment is 30 millimeters, which to me is very large. But it's just to use as a demonstrator. In the visuals will be much smaller. So the idea is to really prove the concept and then start the miniaturization process, which would be more expensive and we would need more serious funding for it.
And I would have two questions on the business model. Do I understand correctly that you would sell the devices and people would own the devices? So it's kind of like, or is it like one person, one device, or how does the business model work?
No, sorry if you didn't understand this and I didn't make it clear. It's actually B2B, selling directly to healthcare providers, and the idea is to sell the device as a device entity, but also sell the software as a medical device, which will provide all the supply chain, the logistics, the laboratory work, as well as diagnostics and maintenance of the software, because I believe that the data is the most powerful asset behind this solution.
Yeah, you just mentioned data. Can you give us some more details on what you exactly do with the data that you collect, which data do you collect, and what's the advantage that you can take out of the data?
Sure. So it's at the moment the way women are examined is the 60% of the gynecological practice is actually to see, and there is no record of it unless a woman needs to go for a colposcopy where she is assessed through a microscopic camera. As with our device, we plan to skip the undignifying and disempowering step of going for a pap smear test or for STI examination, and then take a sample, a visual sample. That's why it's the first optical pap smear test device, and actually use this capability to generate data which can potentially inform future research and inform future diagnostics and accuracy. The way we would use this data is to just enable healthcare and make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, and just improve it for all women.
And with that, we have to wrap up the Q&A. Well
Thank
done.
you so much.
Thank you so much. Take your phones out, take your phones out, take your phones out. I know it happened really fast last time. Scan that QR code, because that goes out in 19 seconds, 18 seconds, 17 seconds, 16 seconds. It's going fast, so vote. And while we're at that, I see that he's got his sleeves up, his tattoos out. He's ready to dominate on the stage. We have Dr. Dennis from Boha to share about Gemesis. Let's give it up for him. Come on, Dennis.
Hi everyone, I'm Dennis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Gemesis, and we use the human brain as inspiration for the world's most efficient AI chip. Artificial intelligence is without a doubt the technology of the future. However, it has a big problem. Current AI hardware is too expensive to operate and inhibits innovation. ChatGPT-4 costs an estimated $100 million every month just to operate. And Tesla has even created their own AI hardware, and it still takes them over a month to train their full self-driving AI. That begs the question, why is the human brain so much better at intelligence? If you look at the design of our chips today, they are based on the separation between memory and processor. And most of the time and energy is actually wasted on the communication between the two units. In the human brain, both of these tasks are done by the same unit, which means the biggest bottleneck doesn't even exist in the brain. We use novel electronic components called memristors to mimic this effect in electronic hardware and bring the efficiency of the brain to AI chips with a potential improvement of 10,000x. The concept has been developed by my co-founder Enver and I during our time as PhD students, and our founding team is completed by our management expert Moritz. After we received a €3 million grant from the German government, we hired a software hardware development team with expertise both from the Netherlands and also from Harvard in the US. We hired a business development team as well, and we are very, very fortunate to have a great advisory board that consists of Jamie Urquhart, one of the co-founders of ARM, and one of the leading memristor experts in Europe, Professor Christian Wenger. Our big vision is that every device will come with a Gemesis AI chip, and we deploy an IP licensing model to achieve that goal. We are Gemesis, and we design a chip like the human brain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. I think the concept of memristors isn't completely novel or completely new, so I would be really curious in plain words for you to explain what's different this time.
Yes, very happy to answer that question. It's a great question. So there are actually many different concepts that use memristors. You can have spiking neural networks, you can have memristor crossbar arrays, you can actually use memristors to improve the RAM, but all of these concepts have a lower degree of innovation and a lower potential upside compared to our technology. So we are very on the innovative side, obviously also have like a higher risk. But also the efficiency gain of 10,000x is something that the other approaches can't give us. And actually, we need to obviously prove to have great, that our technology works also in hardware. And this year, right now, it's a month old. It's the first time that we actually achieved our neuron and synapses technology in electronic hardware and showcase that the concept is not only theoretical, but it works in hardware too.
Great that you have already a tape out. Can you tell us something more about other validation levels and maybe about possible cooperations or collaborations with companies?
Yes, so what we do at the moment is we will scale it up to a couple of 10,000 neurons and synapses, which is great already for some toy examples. And we decided to go for one where there is, in the research field, great benchmarking data on that. And then 1.5 years from today, we will be able to arrive at a complexity where we can test like pilot versions with first industry partners. And they will be on the lower end of the complexity scale for AI. And actually what we have in mind is something that you can use for space, for example, lower applications in medtech could be an example, and also basically also for controller regulation in energy sector and fusion market, for example, would be also one of the application cases.
Could you also a little bit describe your TRL level and your road to the IP and licensing model? Because you mentioned you will have a licensing model in the end, but before you have to produce chips in a small factory, for example. Could you give us some details on that?
Yes, so actually, if you want to bring a technology on a very large scale, IP licensing model in our field is the way to do that. So what you have there is you have two potential streams of income, which is first, of course, the annual license fee that you can collect, and then a per chip royalty. And because we are in a great sector where you intersect artificial intelligence and also semiconductors, obviously the market potential is huge and is also expected to grow. And typically what you have is you are in the IP catalog of semiconductor manufacturers, and then OEMs, for example, like Bosch and Siemens, they can license and buy your IP to incorporate that into their product and individualize it according to their needs.
Does your technology have any application for existing machine learning models? Do you need any adaptation to that, or is it just you can just run it on your software and hardware?
So actually, that's a very great point. So something that we have observed what other companies in the field have failed to do, and something that we lay a specific focus on, that all of the existing commands that you use right now as a standard AI developer, you will be able to use for ours as well. We write an interpreter that translates it down to what's the hardware level, and actually it's great because in the many applications you can use it as is. But since we also deploy a new learning rule, we expect to have a greater data efficiency, so you need to have less data, and also obviously less energy to perform now the same task.
You mentioned that you're 10 times more efficient. Like, how is the energy consumption of your solution compared to the traditional solution?
Actually, that is 10,000x, not 10x.
Sorry.
And no, that's fine. Actually, it stems from the field that you don't have. So it's not a digital system anymore, which is what we have today. It's an analog system, more similar to the human brain, and which is exactly where the efficiency comes from, because you don't have like a running clock. You don't always need to check back and forth. So it's event-based communication here. So it has much more similarity, and the human brain is the most efficient processor that we have, and it's exactly the reason why we use it as a template.
But does 10 times more efficient and also means 10,000 times less energy required?
Yes.
Or? Okay.
Yes.
Maybe last quick question. Do you already have revenue, traction, first projects?
Not as of right now, because you first need to demonstrate that your technology works in hardware. So we have that now since a month, and now that we upscale, we come into the potential application cases, and now we're actually talking to the customers, and yeah. So I guess time is up, right?
I'm intimidating you because your time's over.
Yes.
Well done. Can we give it up for Dennis?
Thank you.
Take your phones out and please vote for that pitch. I like the statement on the back of his shirt. I think it said the last invention of human. I read it, but I don't remember it, something like that. Anyway, I'm stalling for time as you quickly vote. Vote, 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 vote. And then we're going to move on to our fourth pitch for this grand final. Stay right there. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, joining us from Leuven, we have got the wonderful Ben Summers representing Corgi. Let's give it up for Ben. Come on, Ben.
The world around us is full of conversations, and for our children, access to speech is crucial to develop language and social skills. But a hearing loss can disrupt all of this. Children with a hearing loss have a 50% chance of ending up in special needs education, and 40% of children with a hearing loss will never achieve a secondary education degree in life, which is a great risk factor for unemployment. These outcomes, they are not only devastating on a personal level, but they also impact our society as a whole. Now, of course, we can give young children a hearing aid, but this still leaves us in the dark about whether they have truly good access to this crucial speech and language information that they need. The current tests for this, they fall short, often leaving us with no option but to wait until it is too late for an early intervention. We are introducing Corgi, where we are pioneering patent-pending algorithms to derive speech and language processing from the brain. We have implemented our technology on an easy-to-use, clinically accessible software platform that runs on commercially available hardware. We are now ready to trial this device as a medical device in our clinical trial next month in Belgium. Specialized diagnostics for young children are just the breakthrough of our technology in the global hearing aid market. Our vision is to also expand to better and more in-depth diagnostics for everyone, and later unlock our full scaling potential by integrating our technology with smart wearables and next-generation hearing aids. To achieve this vision, we are currently looking for a €1 million seed investment towards regulatory milestones, which enable our sales to audiology clinics all across Europe. We have a dedicated and complementary founders team, backed by experts with expertise in the hearing technology, in healthcare, and in innovation management. We are Corgi, enabling hearing diagnostics for everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Come over here, Ben. Come on over. 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the pitch. Very emotional topic. You mentioned that you start your clinical trials right now. Could you elaborate a little bit the path to certification, if you need a certification, or what's the next steps within these clinical trials, and what's the results you hope for?
So we're almost ready to start the clinical trial, hoping we can take off in January or the end of this year. And we mostly need it now to get more clinical validation. So it's the audiologists in practice that will use our software, and also to check for safety and performance to get to our CE mark, which we hope to achieve at the end of 2025.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the official hardware that you're using and what's the technology? Is it optical imaging? Is it EEG? Like, what's the little bit more detail behind it?
Yeah, so we use EEG technology. So these are electrophysiological recordings, and the specific device that we use is not very important. We have smart algorithms that select the right amount of channels and electrodes. It's combined by machine learning methods into metrics by our algorithm that an audiologist can use. And it's really designed to be agnostic to the EEG device. As long as it streams EEG samples, it will work.
And I actually have two questions. One question is, are you planning to build the hardware by yourself, or do you have a partner who is building kind of the hardware that you need for it? And the other one is, out of curiosity, how did you come up with that idea?
Okay, so we are a software company, so we will not make hardware ourselves. We are not going to reinvent the wheel, because there's a lot of very nice EEG applications on the market and still rising, with also very nice form factors and all kinds of head caps that can be used by us. What's for us important is that a medically approved device, and that's what we are now also partnering with our current supplier. But as I said before, it can work with any kind of EEG device. And then for your question, out of curiosity that you asked.
How did you come up with the idea?
The idea for this specific technology, yeah. So this really stems from a decade of research at our university, and it was really aimed at filling a gap to diagnose certain types of hearing loss, but not really hearing, but going beyond hearing loss and really focusing on the speech and language diagnostics for patients that are currently undiagnosable. So for these very young children, it's very hard to assess whether they truly understand speech, and that's where actually the market demand came from for this type of testing technology.
When you want to increase the market from the from the small children to the adults, and you develop algorithms that are tailored to the small children, how much is the carryover of your technology or the algorithms to the other user groups?
So actually the first market that we're targeting now is the most difficult one, because all this research started from adults, and then we tailored it to go to infants and children. And that's a challenge that we already took. So going back to adults will actually be a bit easier, because there, you have a bit more control over the quality of the EEG measurement, and they can sit still for longer and stuff like that. So there will be a lot of carryover, and we've actually specialized ourselves quite well in getting EEG and these kind of diagnostics from difficult populations.
How have you built your analysis software? Is it a machine learning model, black box, or is it white box model, because you can see some behavior and then how did you do that?
Yeah, so it's a bit of a tricky question, because everyone puts the boundary of what is machine learning and AI at a different point, but we are not really convinced that we are AI. We use very robust, predictable machine learning methods to analyze these EEG responses, and we actually tend to steer away a little bit from AI, because we are definitely not a black box. We have really explainable results. We can show the models that are behind our algorithms, and these are also interpretable by a clinician. So these are deterministic machine learning algorithms, but also based on regression and linear methods. So we try to avoid AI also a little bit, because the stringent regulation that is coming from the European government as well on AI in healthcare, and that's what we really don't want to do.
Just a last quick one. How long do you think the diagnostic test will have to be?
Well, it really depends on how many levels you want to assess. But for now, we use up to 6 minutes for one level. It means like this level that I speak without hearing aids. But we have already noticed from our results that we can shorten it probably up to 2 or 3 minutes per condition. So depending on the results you want, it can go very quickly.
Let's go. Thank you. Well done. Take your phones out, please, and vote for this particular pitch. So every vote is for the pitch you just heard. Again, you guys decide who wins the audience award. All right, so that's our first 4. Now we're in our second half. This particular startup comes from Home Turf at RWTH. And we're very excited to have them up here. I'm going to give you a couple more seconds to make a decision. How do you think they did? And with that, from RWTH Aachen, we have Ioncraft. Please give it up for the wonderful gentleman, Bene.
Hi, I'm Bene von Aachen, proud to present Aachen tonight. And I will start with my question again. Who of you thinks this bottle is recyclable? Hands up. Well, it's not recyclable. And that's not only one bottle, but it's a 50 million ton problem every year. And we want to change that. Why is this bottle not recyclable? Because it's made from plastic packaging and it combines barrier plastic in the bottle to improve the barrier properties. So with our technology, we want to replace this barrier plastic, and that coating can deliver the same performance at lower cost, and most important, the bottle stays recyclable. So how do we do that? We ignite a plasma inside the bottle to apply the coating. Now every engineer in this room will say, this is way too slow for production. Well, you may have a point, but if we coat more than one bottle at a time, we easily reach production speed. What you can see here is a machine setup that coats 4 bottles in parallel, and with this we reach the production speed. So we sell these coating machines to packaging manufacturers, and on top of the initial sales revenue, we get a license fee for each bottle coated. Sounds too good to be true? Well, we've already found a customer, and we will deliver the first industrial machine in 1 year from now. So we already have significant traction in the industrial packaging segment, but we want to address all packaging categories. So to do that, we need more money. So we want to raise our first investment round to match our EIC Accelerator grant. And if you want to join our mission to make all plastic packaging recyclable and enable a fully circular economy, then please talk to me or one of my wonderful colleagues here at Stage 2. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the pitch. I would also be interested in your economics. Can you explain a bit like kind of the cost of your bottle compared to traditional bottles?
Right. So it depends, of course, on the bottle size. Right. If you take a 5-liter container, then the added cost of a barrier, like a multi-layer system, is around 30 cents. Right. And if you compare the cost of our process, so the added cost, then we're way below that. We're at 20 cents. So there's still a margin to have the licensing fee, which I explained, and a return on invest for the packaging manufacturer who needs to buy that equipment.
And for smaller bottles, I guess it's a bit the other way around.
Well, for smaller bottles, it's obviously a smaller margin on each bottle, that's true, but also the throughput is much higher. So in the smaller bottle segment, like cosmetics, you have speeds up to from 3,000 to 5,000 bottles per hour. We have a machine concept which can enable that speed, but we need some money to build it. So that's why we're here.
And last question from my end, why did you decide for the business model of like pay-per-use versus selling the machines to packaging manufacturers?
Well, we do both. So we get an initial revenue, and then we have a pay-per-use model on top. And the beauty of it is that we have designed a quality control system which runs a software together with some analytics in the process, and that's kind of what we're selling with the pay-per-use.
Can you tell us something about whether you can differentiate your process to different barrier requirements for different liquids or, let's say, meat and cheese and so on?
Well, it depends on the segment you're in. For example, in the food segment, you have some more requirements on oxygen barrier. while in the industrial, for example, chemical segments, you have requirements for the solvent barrier, for example. So it really depends which use case we're in. But the beauty is that this clever guy knows how to tweak this process so that we can change the coding towards the use case. So we can adapt the performance depending which segment we're in.
Is there also other use cases beyond bottles?
Yeah, I'm sure the next step would probably be the flexibles, right? So the flexible markets for foils and especially for food applications is a large market. It's even bigger than this one. So what we did is already 4 years ago, we developed a machine concept that can actually economically coat flexibles also. And we patented already, the patent was granted, and I was able to acquire also funding, public funding, to build that prototype. And as we speak, currently at the Institute for Plastics Processing, our home turf in Aachen, they're building exactly this machine. So this will be basically our next generation of machinery.
Actually, two questions. First of all, the plasma generation. Plasma normally is very intense on the requirements for materials. Is there a lot of maintenance needed for the plasma, or is it easy?
I think especially looking at the bottles. The nice thing about this, you saw the plasma igniting inside the bottle. So the actual reactor is the bottle. So we're not coating anything else but it. That means that maintenance of the machines is very low. And this way we can ensure a long running time for the machines.
And my second question is, what types of plastics can you apply it to?
So basically we can coat any polymer. We coated PCR, so post-consumer recycled materials. We coated polyamide, PET, PA. We can do basically everything, if it makes sense.
Why there could be not any other startup from another university developing a technology that is 50% better than yours?
Well, first we have this guy, right? He has spent a lot of years in this area, and there's not that many people who do research in the plasma coating for packaging. So it's actually quite a small research field, and I think we pretty much know all of them. Second, we've patented the process, right? So the patent is now in European application base, and we are quite sure that we'll get a good protection so that no one can also copy the material structure, how we use it, which actually creates that performance which you need to be able to address those segments.
And quick question, I mean, packaging market is rather traditional, I would say. How's the sales cycle look like?
Well, the first sale for our industrial machine took us quite long, to be honest. But just with this customer, we have a potential to do another 100 sales, just with one single customer. And we have some other big players, big fishes we're talking to, right? So if we can activate those customers, then we have enough to do for the next coming 10 years.
All right, and that's all the time we have. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you. So take your phones out, please vote for Ironcraft. Let them know, or let us know, how you felt about the presentation that just happened. So vote, vote, vote. We'll give that a couple more seconds. We got 3 more startups that are going to pitch in this grand finale, and then after the panel, we're going to do a little award ceremony, which is always such a highlight to celebrate the incredible people and talent in the room. So with that, I am going to invite up from Hospice Chef, representing WHU, we've got Jan and Simon. Okay, both of you.
Hi, we are Simon and Jan, and with Hospice Chef, we are revolutionizing catering management for the care segment. Just a few weeks ago, there was a large protest here in Berlin with thousands of healthcare professionals. Why? Because every second hospital in Germany is in the red. Many are at the risk of bankruptcy. So the last thing that hospitals need is waste. Yet 30% of patient meals actually go to the trash can. That's over 1 billion discarded patient meals in European hospitals per year. And it's not surprising when we look at the underlying paper-based and manual processes. Kitchen managers are left alone, and their volume planning is a pure guessing game. This is where Hospice Chef comes in. Hospice Chef modernizes catering management end to end, and deeply integrates into the hospital's existing processes and systems. Patients can configure their own meals on their own smartphone in a highly personalized way. Complementarily, service staff can then collect the missing orders via the service tablet. Kitchen and management have access to planning tools and analyses. But we are more than just a smart menu ordering system. We are actually a data-driven catering co-pilot. For patients, this means a nutritionist in their pocket. For kitchen staff, this is the digital workbench. We have developed HospiChef in a co-development with one of the largest private hospital chains in Germany, and in our first year of live operations, we cut food waste by 60%. This saved us 35,000 meals from going to the trash and realized savings in a six-digit amount. But we don't want to stop with hospitals. Instead, we want to serve the so-called care segment, which also entails rehabilitation clinics, elderly homes, and schools. In total, we see an addressable market in Germany of over 2 billion euros. Behind that is a wonderful and complementary team. We're actually kicking off our fundraising today, and together and for our Beyond, we want to pioneer a catering future where every meal counts.
Thank you very much for the pitch. Great that you have co-developed that with a large hospital chain. I wanted to ask, how much do you have to maybe individualize the system to other hospitals, or does it depend on a hospital information system, so about the integrations?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We have built the product from day one in a highly standardized manner, so it's also scalable to other hospital settings. Of course, we do have implementation in the beginning where we configure the API to the customer, or to the hospital information system, but basically that's it. Of course, we do rely on customer feedback and want to, in some cases, also build, of course, our products with the customers. We are in between enterprise sales and SMB sales, I would say.
Thank you. And maybe another one, how do you integrate into other daily activities that happen in the hospital? Or are you a single solution for this process of meal ordering and transforming the information?
Yeah, right now we really want to solve the complexities of food because there is a lot also behind the scenes, behind of what's obvious for patients in terms of logistics, and we think it's important to focus first. However, we do have certain ideas of things that we can do with this digital touchpoint. We have shown that 52% of patients order through our app, and we can build on that.
Last one, how is the accessibility for older people who are not super digitally native?
Yeah, this was actually one of the core hypotheses of our business, and this is what we have shown in our first year of live operation, that actually 52% of patients use our smartphone app, despite the fact that the average age is roughly 70 years. So the silver surfers are now using smartphones. Who would have thought, yeah.
It totally makes sense to reduce the paperwork in the hospital for ordering food. Can you give us some details how you exactly save 60%? Do you have some forecast what the patient ordered the last days, or how does it work?
Absolutely. So it comes down to knowing exactly which patient needs which meal at what time. And right now, kitchen chefs and personnel, they are just adding on top of what they already know they need. They have buffer foods because they can't plan exactly, because a lot of errors in the process, and because we don't know what patients, for example, need on the first day of the stay. So one aspect of that is we integrate deeply into the hospital information system. So we know exactly when the patient leaves the hospital, and we can then cancel all outstanding orders. We know when they have the surgery, right? So we know that they don't need breakfast on that day. We have pre-orders from home, so we know what they want from the first day, from when they arrive in the hospital. And of course, we have fewer errors, we have better data quality, and more things to come in terms of forecasting to also improve the data quality and the planning.
Maybe a question not directly to your product, but do you see any opportunity with your improvements here also to improve the quality of the food?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big issue, and it's most well known, of course. And yes, we do of course work on that. One aspect we bring to the table is we want to provide a shop for patients where we know that patients have the willingness to pay, like, let's say 2 or 3 years extra for better food quality. And with that, we can take away the cost pressure of the hospital, who only have 4 to 5 years per patient and day to provide the full meal plus drinks, etc. Plus, it's new revenues for the hospital as well, of course. Then we also have a feedback feature where patients can give back information to the kitchen, which does not exist today. And with that, we hope to improve the quality as well.
And can you tell us a little bit more about the actual food supplier end of a market? How fragmented is it? And do you have an interface with that part of the market?
Yeah, so there are different settings. In some hospital kitchens, there are still chefs who cook. Others are getting their food delivered from so-called care caterers. And we see those care caterers as multipliers. So we're actually right now building up these partnerships. The two largest German care caterers actually sent us an inbound email asking whether they could work with us, because what they do with their operations is they use their ERP system, and they want us as the menu ordering system, that the order goes directly from the patient through to their operations.
And maybe one last question. You tested with a private hospital right now. What is the feedback of public hospitals to your solution?
You got 15 seconds.
Yeah, so we basically did our proof of concept with this private hospital in Munich with 200 beds only. Right now we're talking to some of the largest university hospitals, and they're all interested. Like we basically tested private hospitals, public hospitals, different sizes, etc., and it's relevant for all of them. Sales cycles are comparatively long for the public ones, though.
Excellent. With that, your time is done. Well done,
Thank
gentlemen.
you.
You can take it in. Please take your phones out and vote. Let them know what you thought of the pitch. And I see that Abiel is already schmoozing with the judges, so well done. So quickly vote, quickly vote. You only have 2 more chances to decide. Thank you very much for participating. And with that, from University of Cambridge, representing a startup called Voila, we have Abiel. Let's give it up for him.
Think about a bag of food waste. After a day, a week, or maybe a month, it'll be smelly, it'll attract flies, it'll be disgusting for sure. Now, food waste is a messy problem, and once it's mixed with other waste, it makes everything extremely hard, if not impossible, to recycle. Hi, I'm Abiel from Voila, representing the University of Cambridge, making food waste recycling easy. Our innovation utilized targeted microorganisms together with specialized mechanical design to automatically separate food waste from any other waste, turning them into liquid gold, raw material for energy production within hours on site. Now, our innovation even allows food waste to be stored for months without smell, significantly delay the collection frequency from once per week to once per month, saving 95% of labor, logistic, and CO2 emission. Over the last 2 years, we've experienced exponential growth, from scaling the team to 7 to building our own manufacturing site, to file 2 patents, and by partnering with the London Councils and the Millennium Hotel and Resort Group, we're now successfully deployed and trialing the technology in across 10 sites all across the UK. We even received investment offers by the hotel management and the council members. Up to date, we've received 250k grants by the UK government, funding the operation, the R&D, and the salary. But we're now ready to be taking Voila to the next level by raising our first investment round. Invest in Voila, invest in a company with solid innovation, strong team, a proven traction, and a mission to reduce 100 million tons of CO2 in 10 years. Thank you.
Well done. Super. You stay here. Some questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. What would be your perfect customer look like, or how would he look like?
Sure. So we're doing B2B for the time being. So a perfect customer would look like hotel, shopping malls, catering facilities, basically B2B large waste producers.
And what are their current recycling circles? So how often is someone collecting waste currently?
So the hotel that we partner with, it's in central London. They do 2 days per week. Every time they do 2 bins, and they're currently paying £160 per ton. We charge them 100.
Can you give us some more details on your microorganisms?
Sure.
What's so special about these? Is it out of your PhD, or how does it come from?
How does it come from? So it comes from my research for 2 years at Cambridge. It also comes from my CTO, where I took his research for 15 years. So he was the previous head of R&D of the Hong Kong government. To put it simply, how do you understand it? Think about your own stomach. Food goes in, digested. Plastic goes in, you vomit. Exactly like this. So essentially, we're using microbes to build an artificial stomach that you put food waste in, digest it, hence the separation.
Can you tell us about the logistics? What happens with the slurry? Do you need to also the municipality to adjust their schedule?
Sure. So we have 2 models. One, because we haven't reached an economical scale. Even with 10 sites, we're still a small company. Some of the places, remote places where we can charge high price, we do our own logistics. We charge them a monthly cost, recurring one, and to provide the logistics. For bigger ones, for example, like Heathrow Airport, the tender that we just bid, we work with a waste company called Grundon, huge, gigantic waste collection companies. So basically what they do is they adjust the time frame, just like you said, from once per week or even twice per day to a longer time period. So it saves the cost for them because less fuel costs, less trips, less manpower. And at the same time, we enjoy a big profit margin in between. So it's a win-win situation.
Do you have to further develop your product, like the microorganisms or the bins or your supply chain, or is it rather an execution game right now?
Yes, execution is everything, and scalability is what we want to do. We want to do everything repeatable. So we have a product, sell the basic minimum that we have for the time being. That being said, we also have in-house manufacturing team and our own manufacturing plant. Continue to further develop it, but that's not the main priority. Priority is scale, get cash in, scale, snowball.
What's the cost? Cost of a unit at the
Sure.
moment to produce?
So 3 main types, 20 kg per day, 50 kg per day, 1,000 kg per day. So the small one we sell them £5,000, medium one, £8,000, and for the cost of production, including labor and everything, it's half. So £8,000, 4,000, £5,000, 250. And for the large one, we don't sell them upfront. It's too much. So what we do is we charge them £700 per month, including VAT, 20%. We do a recurring revenue for 5 years straight, 5-year fixed contract. So cost saving from both sides, no upfront cost, happy days.
Do you have any patents on your technology?
Yes, 2 patents. So I can tell you, 20 claims. The first 16 claims is the mechanical systems, the one right there. The 17 to 18 claims is the cultivation of the microorganisms. Claim 19, claim 20 is the IoT system, tracking device, weighting, logistics, everything.
So how does future financing rounds look like if it's an execution game? So how long does this 500K last, and how do you continue afterwards?
We don't always want to be a product company. Product company is only the first stage where we control the waste stream. So our main timeline is transist from a product company. Each round we then transist into a service company, into an energy company, into a multi-industry. So that is how we scale into different industry, and we move back from manufacturing to licensed manufacturing to desk work. Scalability, quick and easy.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done, Abiel. You know what to do. Take your phones out, scan that QR code. If you haven't figured it out so far, it's a new QR code every time to get you to that specific startup. And then vote. When you have done that, I've got one more startup for you. Excellent. Super. So, representing the university in Amsterdam, it's a startup called Mad Glove. We're very lucky and fortunate to have the wonderful Madalena. Come on, make some noise for Madalena. Enjoy.
Hello, Stage 2. Today, I'm inviting you to dream with me and envision a world where disability is just another aspect of diversity. Hence, spasticity affects over 40 million people in the world today. It gets their hand in this dysfunctional position and makes simple tasks difficult. So it decreases independence, participation in life, and costs us billions of euros every year. Unfortunately, it's a lifelong condition without a cure, so people end up using these types of tools to open up their hand, but they still miss a very important need, self-sufficiency. In short, people with hand disabilities need daily support to enable their independence. And that's exactly what MedGlove does. It gives people the tools to function at home independently, because in our patent pending design, we've emphasized 4 essential characteristics: self-administration, customizability, sensory feedback, and accessibility. We're testing our 4th model with stroke survivors in their home, and all the participants that finalized the study chose to keep the glove. We have amazing support structures and clinical partners lined up to be testers and users. Well, while being a user-centered product, we have a B2B approach. And that's because we're going to use orthotic shops and rehabilitation clinics to reach our end users. And this highly accelerated outreach will enable us to break even after 2 years and after making more than 2,000 people more independent. We've come a long way, and now we're looking to close our pre-seed round after raising 400,000 euros to launch our market in 2025. We already have 300,000 of those committed, and I've been hearing that FOMO really messes up your sleep quality, and we wouldn't want that. This is my amazing team. We know the problem, we understand the solution, and we know how to fix it. Well, we are a med team with a mad dream that goes beyond just selling a rehabilitation tool. We are revolutionizing the way management of disability works. Thank you.
Well done, Madalena. Over here.
Thank you. Could you tell us a little bit more? Is there any biofeedback within the glove? Is it connected in any shape or form?
No, it's not. The purpose of the tool is to bridge the gap between clinical rehabilitation and home care. They need something that they can put on easily, that works as a garment, is as easy to use as a garment. So we have a low-tech, high-impact approach, because nobody wants to have to become robots to brush their teeth in the evening.
And so in your own words, the key 2 differentiators versus some of the other solutions on the market?
Can you repeat that, sorry?
The 2 key differentiators of your design versus the existing solutions on the market.
It's the fact that we keep the user at the core of our innovation cycle. We already have a user pool that's excited and works with us at every step of the way in our development process. And the fact that it can be independently used, so people are empowered in their rehabilitation journey and can participate actively in their progress.
Why no one else can produce such a med glove? What's your defensibility?
Well, we do have a patent pending, which it's European-based. But it's also, actually, there's a unique thing about our team is in the way we are approaching this problem. We have quite a diverse background. I'm a physiotherapist myself and have worked with these stroke survivors hand in hand. We understand them very well, and we know how to reach the user pool as well as how to design it and how to incorporate it in daily care and home care.
So how does your business model look like? Will you produce the gloves in the end or license it?
For now, we are working on the default product. So we're going to sell to orthotic makers and to rehabilitation centers. So it's a B2B approach, like I said. And overall, we want to create the concept around improving home rehabilitation. It's not just about a product. It's about using the product to create training protocols that could be used to diversify the revenue streams with subscriptions. It's a product that can be used in training in the clinic. So there's a licensing model that can be used with physiotherapists. So there's a lot of ways to actually diversify the revenue streams.
And how many of the gloves have you had out in practical tests already?
So we made our first batch of 30 gloves, actually 33 gloves, and we're in the midst of our feasibility study, and there's 6 people that are using it right now.
Maybe a quick question, what are the next steps in your development process?
The next step is to finalize the study that we're running now, take all that valuable insight and input that we get from the users and from their physios, and put it in the next iteration. So we have development partners that we're working with that are experienced in designing med tech. We're scientists ourselves, so we know what that product has to do, and now we have the right people that know how to make that product.
Do you have to certify the product to?
Yes, of course. Any product that has to go on the market for users has to be certified. And in our case, fortunately, because we're focused on rapid market access to maintain that kind of privileged position that we're in now, we have the easier part, well, the easier roadmap for regulations from all the medical devices is still difficult, but we're doing in parallel with our product development. So we already have the strategy laid out for the next steps in our roadmap. And once we're on the market as a medical aid, we can then do the quality assurance, get that valuable data, and then do a medical trial to become a medical device.
How would an exit look like, and what's the exit potential?
There's just big exit potential. In medtech, I think a lot of people know there's a lot of mergers. There's a lot of possibility to collaborate and to become part of a bigger, even a consortium. But for now, we want to be involved as much as possible in seeing the product in the wild. And that's a roadmap of 5 years. We want to expand our product range. We want to expand our application to go to Horizon 1, Horizon 2, Horizon 3, go to other areas. So there's an IPO on the way, I think, at some point.
All right, well done. Thank you, Madalena. All right, one last time, if you take your phones out, please scan that QR code and let us know what you thought of that pitch. I've said this privately and I'll say this publicly, Stage 2 has to be one of the finest startup competitions that I have ever been a part of. The caliber of the speakers, how prepared they are, how passionate they are, and of course it takes an entire ecosystem to bring them to a point like today. And so in a moment when you're done voting, I would love to give a giant applause for our jury, for the investors, for the mentors, the advisors, the teachers, the educators, and everybody that's involved in helping these startups get to this point. So, vote, vote, vote. And then one time, can we make a lot of noise for the jury, for our 8 finalists, and to everyone supporting. I'm always surprised where people come from to join us here in Berlin, and this next wonderful lady who will be moderating this panel is coming from London just to be part of Stage 2. Some of you have seen her already because she was helping out with the semifinals here, moderating, and she's going to be the moderator for this very important conversation on the future of Europe. I know Heike got the question of, how come America? What about here? And that's exactly what we're going to talk about, is what's happening in Europe and what's next. So can we give it up for the wonderful Sophie from Sifted? Come over here.
Great.
So, for those who don't know you, I was on LinkedIn, which is where I do all of my stalking, and there's a lot of things that you enjoy, including yoga.
Yes.
Do you still practice yoga?
Yeah, no, I did a hot yoga on Monday, and I'll probably do one tomorrow after the stress of this event.
Was it stressful?
In a positive way. In a positive way, I think.
Good. Is this your first time at Stage 2?
My first time at Stage 2, yeah.
And what is your impression?
I think it's been amazing. I love the atmosphere. I love like the positivity of everyone that's kind of building different things, and yeah.
Okay.
Really enjoying it.
And for those who don't know Sifted, you're responsible for the flagship summit, building out an event schedule. Tell us a little bit about Sifted and your role there.
Yeah, so Sifted is essentially backed by the Financial Times and a media website reporting on startups across Europe. What I do at Sifted is work in events, and I also sometimes write articles and occasionally interview people. So yeah, a combination of different things, I guess.
Excellent. One last question. I saw that you won an award from the Duke of Edinburgh. Is that true?
Yeah, so it's like it's something you do actually when you're in school. Often you sort of go on a hike and volunteer at a charity shop and get a little thing. But yeah, that was quite fun.
Nice. So you've got 30 minutes to solve all of Europe's problems and to tell us about the future of Europe. You ready?
Yeah, a small feat, I guess.
Easy, easy. Can you please give a warm welcome to our panelists as they come up on stage?
Right, so thanks everyone for sticking with us. I know it's been quite a long day for us all, but a very fun day at the same time. So for this panel, we'll be focusing, as Dan mentioned, a very expansive topic on how to nurture collaboration between startups and corporates, which I know is one of the core focuses of this event. So I think a great theme to really touch on. Some of the areas that we're going to look at are funding, tech sovereignty in Europe, and recommendations for the future of deep tech innovation. We've only got 30 minutes, so I'm going to very quickly introduce everyone and get going so that we can really make the most of the time. So sitting to my left, we have Tobias Henz, who's partner at McKinsey. Next to him, we have German politician Anna Christmann, who's Commissioner for Startups and the Digital Economy. To her left, we have Julian Boha, who's Innovation Manager at Siemens. And then to his left, we have Axel Menneking, who's VP of Startup Incubation at Telekom. So a really interesting group that we have here. Just to open things up, I thought it would be interesting to touch on this shift in sentiment from Europe's focused on perhaps convenience to consumer startups to deep tech startups. I know definitely at Sifted, deep tech is the word of the day. Everyone's interested in hard tech or problems being solved that are quite tricky and challenging. We actually saw in the first half of this year, all of the kind of largest deals have been in climate infrastructure, and last year they were in fintech. So I think that's a really tangible way of seeing that shift. Just to kick things off, I'd love to get Tobias your take on what's driving this shift. Maybe some numbers. What are you seeing at McKinsey?
Yeah, sure, and thanks for having me again at Stage 2. It's great to be back. And thus, let me maybe connect it to what the discussion was 1 year ago, or how I perceived it 1 year ago. There was a lot of talk of crisis there, right? Funding levels and whatever metric you wanted to look at in 2021 were at record high. Then we were sitting here in 2022, and it was all a bit more difficult. And then, so already at that point, listening to many of the startups that actually were here, as opposed to at other competitions, we heard that it's not that much of a crisis, rather a shift, a maturing of the ecosystem where everyone realized that startups now have to get off this sort of little pet projects that drive something cute that's called innovation to companies that mature to solve actual problems of society and economy and actually contribute. So that's the sentiment that we're seeing. Yes, it's tougher out there, but there's still funding available for things that sort of solve actual problems. And in our honest opinion, that's actually a good shift, and that's actually also a good shift for Europe, because that's what we're really excel at also historically.
Right, and I know something that we were also touching on, Axel, just before we came on stage, is this idea of, is B2C dead then? Or, very big question, what do you think to that?
Yeah, the question as a B2C, mainly B2C-focused company at Deutsche Telekom, the question is how can we keep up, or can we keep up at all with the hyperscalers and the superscalers, the multi-global platforms that serve consumers and work with the data. And the question is, is there still a place? Is there still a chance to catch up, or is that market gone?
Great. Does anyone else have any thoughts on that topic, the consumer to
I think it's a great potential for Europe, this development, because what we are talking about is the future of industry in Europe, in Germany, and we see that startups really are part of the solution for the future industry in Germany, in Europe. We see that it's really hardware that they are developing. So we are actually also from the governmental side pushing for this shift, and for example, have just a new instrument for venture capital. It is called the Deep Tech and Climate Fund, where we exactly want to help these kind of startups and put money in them. So I think that's a great development for Europe and Germany.
And maybe to emphasize and put a number behind that as well. If you look at capital efficiency, so the valuation you gain per dollar invested or the revenue gain per dollar invested in B2C companies, then Europe and the US are roughly on par. Europe is a bit better given lower cost ranges here and so on and so forth, but it's roughly on par. If you look into B2B, for every dollar you invest here versus US, you get roughly 2.5 times the return. Right? So it makes a lot of sense to do deep tech and B2B in Europe.
Great. So deep tech's delivering more revenue. It's also a priority for government and corporates, we've heard, which is very exciting. I'm kind of curious to dig into that a bit more, maybe also, from both perspectives, corporates and governments, of how much of the tech you back is like what you might call a market breakthrough or a moonshot versus an incremental improvement on what's already in the market. So maybe, Julian, we could start with you.
Yeah, so for us it's essential to work with startups who have an adjacent portfolio, but who are very innovative. Incremental innovations, we do pretty good. We're a big company. We do incremental innovations for the last 150 years, but sometimes we need the speedboats, which are super fast in new technologies, for instance, battery technology, a lot of the sustainability technologies, where we simply can jump on this speedboat, take them along our journey and benefit. So for us, startups are one of the ways to really get groundbreaking innovations into our big corporate. Yeah.
At Deutsche Telekom, it's a bit about the stage. So I think we've built a great portfolio to work with startups and founders, starting from the research lab, the T-Labs, to what Hubraum does, incubating, explorative, and then Tech Boost, helping to commercially scale. And the earlier you are, the more you come to research, the more explorative, the more transformative these technologies are. But the later we are in the funnel, the more we get to commercial, the more incremental the innovation is. And ideally, those founders and companies walk through these stages and end up someday as a partner, as an enabler, and sell with and sell through us to the market.
Great. And Tobias, are those trends that you also resonate with in reports, all the reports and data and analysis that you do at McKinsey, which is, I imagine, quite a lot?
Yeah, the things that we do at night, yeah. No, sure, that resonates a lot, yeah? And I think what we see more and more is a realization in corporates as well as startups that there is a value in working together if the projects that they do jointly actually solve an actual problem, right? This innovation for innovation's sake isn't working anymore. All the programs that we saw have been closed, well, latest during COVID when money was tight. But where there's actual problem solving jointly, that creates value, yeah.
Great. And yeah, Arno, you mentioned that 1 million fund, which is, or 1 billion rather, it's a huge figure. And how much of that is targeted at, like, I guess, real, like, breakthroughs versus incremental improvements in the market?
I think both is important. We are looking for really disruptive innovation, but also for incremental innovation. Maybe we have a little bit more tradition in Germany in incremental innovation, and we must keep up and maybe accelerate in disruptive innovation. So we try to do that, of course, with this fund, which is 1 billion, as you mentioned, where we really invest directly in companies. And I think we just are looking for very interesting, like deep tech companies
companies that really are developing new technologies that might have a huge impact in future. I mean, that is kind of the idea, and it can be in really different sectors. It can be in, like, we had 3D printing right now, of course, climate technology, space, anything is possible. And then maybe on the other hand, when it comes to disruptive innovation, we have also other instruments from the governmental side. We have a new agency for disruptive innovation, the so-called Sprint, where we have like copied a little bit what we've seen with DARPA in the US, and this is really focused on disruptive innovation, and we also give more liberty now to it, to really also being able to invest into companies from the Sprint side. So there's really a focus on disruptive innovation, and I think it's good to have both.
No.
And if I may add to that, I think corporates, including us at Deutsche Telekom, we are not doing a good enough job in nurturing this transformative innovations. We have the financial power and we can have the patience versus the purely financial-driven VCs that need to deliver the returns to the limited partners. So, but here there's still a lot of room for improvement, yeah? In terms of interaction, collaboration in between the different partners in the ecosystem, but also mindset-wise, and measure, how to measure success instead of only like financial and quantitative, also in the area of qualitative and learning returns.
And maybe to add up on this, it's also compared to a VC, normally you have one shot with a VC. If it doesn't work out, you have to wait for quite some time. With a corporate, you can start small, you can have a small project, you implement your technology in a factory, then they get to know you better, you can grow with the company, and then the VC arm of the corporate can then also invest, or you get them as a reputation to convince others. So I would definitely use the corporate as a way to grow and be a partner with.
And I think it's getting a little bit better right now, because there are also some positive examples. Because in Europe we have also the problem that we have a lack of money, in fact. And when we look into the US, like numbers are very much higher. But for example, when it comes to now these kind of new large language models, we have one player in Heidelberg, Aleph Alpha, and of course they need like a lot of power to now keep up with the things that are going on in the US. And there it worked out that SAP and Bosch, they are now going into the company and helping them to really accelerate as fast as they should. And I think that's a good example, because like there are some German companies that partner like with a startup in high tech, and that is a way to go where we can also like go this way of European sovereignty in a way, because there are some German companies that like are brave enough to go the way together with them.
Yeah, and fully agree, Anna. We need these lighthouses. But if you look at the German startup monitor, just judging by Germany, over the last years, the collaboration activity between startups and corporates, unfortunately, has decreased. That might be because of the pandemic. But again, I think we need to do a better job.
No, definitely. I didn't want to say everything is fine. I just want to say there are some examples where like corporates start to getting a little bit, I'd say, more brave in doing these kind of, but we definitely need more. And maybe also to link what I'm often hearing is you don't always need this kind of joint innovation projects where like everybody contributes a little thing, but like the output is not very clear. But more also corporates as customers, for example, is also a very important topic, like where you get real money also for the startup. I think that's important. Sometimes there are just like some joint processes, and then there isn't really even money in it. It's more like, yeah, we can start working together on your idea, but then like it ends with nothing. And I think that has to get better.
No, for sure. Yeah. I think there's agreement that there's a chance to be captured also in corporate startup collaboration these days. From our experience, having gone through a lot of these joint projects, maybe startups selling to corporates or startups co-developing with corporates, I think the important part is always, as you know as founders, and please also take that with you if you talk to the corporates, there needs to be a path to scaling. Yeah, and that should be defined from minute one, ideally. When is a pilot, POC, whatever you want to call it, called a success or considered a success? And what do you do after? And if that's not clear when you start your collaboration, don't.
Yeah, and Tobias, we call this like the POC purgatory, yeah. So, and that's like one of the big dangers in going in collaboration with corporates. That you start like doing a first POC and then a next POC, and then you kind of like end up in this purgatory. And the most precious thing that you have as a startup is time, yeah. So and being clear from the very beginning what should be the end result and not wasting time. That's I think the most important thing to clarify up front.
And we call it death by POC, so very similar, I would say. So it really happens quite a lot. We as a unit try to avoid this, but a lot of companies don't have this. And I would really advise you, startup owners, founders, that you need to get a sense of are we really progressing here, or just doing meetings for the sake of meetings, and what's the next step? And then to a certain degree, you can also be demanding. I know you want to work with the big corporate because it's a big sign that you're growing, but at the same time, you have to be honest. And if they're wasting your time for 1 year, even longer, then you have to be upfront and say, hey, how are we progressing? I don't see any progress. And if we are not progressing, then come back to us, because we have a lot of stuff to do. And like you said, time is the most important factor.
Yeah. And the approach that the team of Tech Boost at Deutsche Telekom has done really marvelous is they're here to support startups to scale with us, not only with Deutsche Telekom as a customer, but also with the customers of Deutsche Telekom. So every week they do like workshops with customers, inviting startups that can solve their problems. So they bring directly the startups with the quality stamp of Deutsche Telekom to German Mittelstand, for example, to scale together. And I think that's exactly the right approach to avoid this.
And maybe sort of, I mean, the scaling part within the corporates, I think one of the points that was picked up on earlier is we need the money in Europe to keep our innovations in Europe to a certain degree. And I would even argue there is money in Europe. Not an issue, it just doesn't make it into the venture asset classes. And I would also argue that, yes, we can now start looking at the US and like, oh, well, their late stage funding per GDP or capita, whatever you want to measure, is so much larger. And fundamentally that's true, and their startup success rates are better if you measure likelihood of making it from C to Series D, E, unicorn, what have you. However, what we also see is that if you look within Europe at the 27 EU nations, and you look at sort of fundamental KPIs of what's needed for a good startup ecosystem, starting with, you need more startups, and then you need to make it more successful, and to get more startups, you need the right graduates, you need easy processes, and so on and so forth. And to make them more successful, well, you need money, you need the coaching, so on and so forth. And we look at KPIs within Europe. You'll always find a European country that's performing better than the US in an individual KPI, right? Estonia has many more startups founded per capita than the US, so do the Netherlands, for instance, right? Sweden has a higher success rate for startups driven by the late stage funding that they draw from the pension funds, where they're especially successful to deploy that money. You see examples like France. They figured out that they're not particularly great at startups, or weren't particularly great at startups 10 years back. Then they founded La French Tech, and they see a 16-fold increase in late-stage funding, where European average is 13-fold, right? So things can be done, and things can be done the European way to sort of get the startup ecosystem, the innovations ecosystem going in a way that fits our culture and our tradition, our heritage, and B, then actually get startups to provide economic value without always trying to copy the US or Israel or China or what have you.
It's really interesting. I'd be curious to hear if you three would also agree whether Europe needs to still follow Silicon Valley or find its own way.
No, I think it's a point we need to find our own way, but we are doing already so, I'd say. Of course, we have to get even better than we are, but things are, lots of things are happening right now. I mean, we also founded the European Tech Champions Initiative, which is like a fund of funds on the European level, where we really have now almost 4 billion euro from different countries. Germany is also giving 1 billion to this program, which invests into funds in Europe and tries to make them bigger so that we will have more possibilities in the later stage funding in Europe. So there are lots of programs running right now. Of course, in Germany, we have the new startup strategy. We just had like 1 year startup strategy, our event. We already like implemented almost half of the instruments that we have in there, many things for financing, but also for making it easier to get talents to come to Germany, especially for international talents, and also, of course, for spin-offs from universities. We are planning this new program of startup factories in Germany, where we want to like learn the best from the things that are already working well, for example, in Munich with the Unternehmertum, to also have this at other places in Germany. And I think these are many programs that will really accelerate the startup ecosystem in Germany and Europe as well.
Look, I see this, but sometimes I ask myself, how about if we had like a single common denominator in certain, let me say, enabling technologies or for certain verticals. Lately we looked into financial services and we looked into India, and the Indian colleagues told us, like, hey, the government has decided that there's a common denominator for financial services. All the banks, all the other players need to connect to that. And with that, they have unleashed an incredible amount of not only innovation, but also like enabling people at very low transaction cost becoming part of a digital financial services economy. And here I think each country has the right, let me say, startup strategy. But in the end, it's also about scale. And that's like where we are behind, talking also about like B2C, for example, US, Asia versus Europe, and providing this common denominators as innovation, but also scaling platforms, I think could be like an extreme helpful step for competitiveness of Europe going forward.
Maybe I could just mention that we are also partner of the European Startups Nations Alliance. That is kind of a new group that tries to go into this direction, that we really make things happening on the European level. And there will be also the idea to push for a European startup strategy. So I think we do both, because that is definitely true. On a global scale, Germany is very small, and we need like the European level to really get the startup ecosystem driven in Europe. And that's why we try to do both the national startup strategy, but it is always linked to what's happening in Europe, and also to work for a European joint startup strategy.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're talking about the European level, and 100% agree with what you guys have been saying, right? There's a question around standards and interfaces that you do want to define to be better across the 27 plus X to be able to be compatible. But then there's also a topic around a few topics that are inherently European, talking about the capital market, right? There's no point in trying to build, 5, 10, whatever have you, European marketplaces for startup IPOs. Just the Nasdaq is gonna, win it again. Talking about, talent, tech, visa, and so on and so forth. And last but not least, I think we need to get to a point where we as Europe understand that on the technologies we want to focus on, there's no point in trying to fight the battles of the past that others have won already, but there's really a few battles of the future that we could be excellent at. Talking about anything that has to do with green tech and decarbonization, for sure, with sort of the heritage of universities and research that we have, and the society that's strongly behind those topics, right? Talking about the next wave of B2B automation, AI powered, yes, with the corporates that really care about those topics in Europe, or talking about, in quantum, let's not build 27 quantum computers, or 50 for that matter, but let's focus on a very few things and then go into these adjacent topics where we can win, quantum sensing, quantum information, so on and so forth. I think we need to be much better also on the technology level to find out what Europe needs and can win in.
And maybe to give you some of the numbers, how much we work with European startups, because it's definitely, and we have people sitting in Berkeley on the West Coast, we have people sitting in China, in Israel, but still 60% of the startups we work with are from Europe, and not in just some not relevant topics. We do deep tech all the time. We do quantum computing, we do a lot of AI, we do all kinds of new stuff, the real deep tech, and we can definitely see that especially the younger startups are often from Europe and even Germany. So, and this is, I believe, a big benefit we have, that we are relatively strong at deep tech, and we should leverage this also in the later stages, where I believe we could still learn a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's quite a curious point on the late-stage funding. I know a few people have touched on it, but there is a bit of a late-stage funding gap in Europe for deep tech. And actually, I think last year, US and Asia pumped 50% of the funds into deep tech at that stage. I wonder whether you guys think that's a good thing or perhaps a risk. You know, whether you think there's a need for more tech sovereignty in Europe, particularly at that late stage?
I think it's both, right? It's great to get the startup ecosystem going, and quite honestly, without foreign funds, we wouldn't be where we are today. So that was great. However, I think now is the point to realize that if too much foreign, and if I say foreign, I mean outside of Europe, right, investment goes into technology that we actually want to have here, then there's a high risk of, well, A, these companies going abroad and defining their home markets elsewhere. So the beneficiary, it's in terms of, you know, the users are elsewhere, and B, then of course also the proceeds from the innovation that they make go elsewhere into countries where, yeah, we're not necessarily sure that the people with the money live our values. So I think it's a hugely important topic that we within Europe find a sort of a circle of cash and money and funding that's actually driving as a flywheel the European ecosystem.
I really would strongly support that, because for us it's really relevant that we have strong actors in the future technology fields that develop the technology here in Europe, and therefore make it possible that we also define how this technology will be used in our society, especially for artificial intelligence, AI. For example, we are discussing right now, of course, the AI Act, which is kind of challenging to find common rules for Europe. I think it's an important step, but the even more important step is that we have the companies in Europe that develop this kind of technology, because otherwise we can make the rules, but the technology is developed elsewhere, and then we can't really be taken very serious in defining these kind of rules, and aren't really part of the game. So for us, it's really important that we have the perspective for tech companies in Europe to grow, to stay here, and to define our tech ecosystem, because that makes us relevant to be a global player in how we use these technologies in future.
In all honesty, I would emphasize, right, we're talking about startups and innovation and so on and so forth, but that's relevant to our economy and society as a whole, right? I think with what we've seen recently with sort of the challenges that our legacy industries that have brought us to where we are with the prosperity that we luckily have are facing, there's just no way that anyone can still believe that the German and European economy would not need to transform overall, right? And I think we really need to start seeing startups as the seed of that transformation rather than, you know, innovation pet animals, right? That's also why, I mean, I've mentioned before that we see pockets of success and best practices on individual areas in European startup ecosystems, right? And we've done that analysis. If we could lift every European country one quartile up within Europe on the fundamental KPIs, then the incremental value created is somewhere between 3 and 4 times the value of the DAX 40 today, so the German blue chip stock index, right? So that's huge. Then you'd suddenly have a European startup ecosystem that actually carries our economy, rather than being cute little projects that at some point, you know, are typically acquired by corporates. I think we need to get to that realization, right, that this actually drives economy and society more broadly.
I believe sometimes it's also cultural aspects. So if I compare an US startup next to, I don't know, Dutch startup, they present completely different. They undersell themselves. The US startup oversells themselves, and this is really what we are, in my opinion, not as good as the US. And to a certain degree, this hinders success, and this also maybe reduces the growth factor. So, and then also the same for us, for the big corporates. We should be more open on an engineering level. The engineers should be more open to try it out. If I talk to our US colleagues, they say, okay, let's try it. Let's see, do a pilot, and then we move on. And this is not as easy in Germany or European countries. So this is where definitely a cultural shift also happens at the moment, but has to happen more.
Including exits. So I think we in Europe need to learn much more that acquiring mature startup companies is of value. US is much more bold in this, and that is also a way of keeping innovation and talent in Europe and not losing it too internationally.
Cool. No, I just wanted to say that is also why we now try to push, for example, to make these ESOP programs easier to participate the employees in the success of the company, to make this ecosystem running, to have serial entrepreneurs that profit from one exit and then go to found then a new company. I think that is a level that we haven't achieved yet in Germany, and there are some instruments we are trying now to solve to make that happen in the future.
All right, we're pretty much out of time, but I'd love to leave on one interesting question. So I'd love to ask each of you, what's one technology that you'd like to see pushed in Europe? What's one thing that you'd perhaps like, startups to found or develop? And what's a problem that you think really needs tackling?
I'm urgently waiting for the hydrogen airplane, but there are already startups who are developing it, so I'm optimistic.
Anything that really helps with decarbonization, right? May it be air travel or may it be all the other things. I think that's our strong chance here and needed.
Maybe completely different part, but I believe Vision AI has huge potential. Identifying quality issues in factories would increase efficiency dramatically. So, and that's paired with quantum computing, huge benefit for Europe as a place for factories as well.
I'm much more humble, yeah. So I would love to see a simple, secure identity solution that works across all Europe. So that would be good enough to me for the time being.
Great. All right. I've really had a good time chatting to everyone. I hope you've enjoyed tuning in. I think that's it for us. And hand it back to Dan.
Let's give it up for Sophie and the panelists. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Okay. Arno, how's it going with the art? It's good. It's a good thing that you have a mechanical arm, because imagine if you were doing that all by yourself. That'd be exhausting. I hope you guys remember to pick up one of these art pieces. We actually missed a piece of art because of the lights that are in the room. So I've been told that if we dim the lights, that there is some sort of video projection that is on. Oh, there we go, look. Now I see it. I was just standing in the wrong place. No, look that way. Don't look at me. Look that way. Look at the blocks. It was just too bright on stage, so we didn't see. That's very cool. I like it. I like it. Excellent. Okay. So with that, it's time for the awards. Text your friends if they're outside. Tell them to escape the rain and come inside so that we can really celebrate, I think, about 27 awards. So I hope you're ready to really make some noise and clap and celebrate. It's going to be really good. We've got lots and lots. Oh. I like it. Good. Come have a seat. Come have a seat. I'm going to give a couple seconds for you guys to have a seat. Nice. There's some seats right here in the front, if any of you want to grab that. Super. And with that, our dear friends, our initiators, can we get it from Malte and Stephan as they come back on stage? Okay. So we have many, many categories of awards. The first two, we're going to announce it up here. You don't have to come up on stage. And for the rest of it, you'll be coming up. So our first two, let's actually talk about the Accelerate Award. So if we show that up real quick over here. So we have 5 incredible sponsored Accelerate Awards. And I know many of you are wondering who is going to get this award. So do a favor, we're not going to clap yet. We're not going to snap. I'm going to pace the level of excitement because it's a lot to ask you to clap 27 times. So this time around, I just want you to warm up by doing this. Everybody do this. I'm gonna make some noise with this. And the winners of the 5 Accelerate Awards are, ta-da! Well done. Well done. Next, we have got 3 Skilling Awards, but I heard, as often happens at stage 2, that some of our sponsors go, the talent is too good, we need to double it, we need to give more. So we have 3 sponsors, but 6 winners. So in order to see who's getting the Skilling Awards, again, you don't have to come up on stage, but rub those hands. Nice. And the winners of the Skilling Awards are, ta-da, well done. Okay, so now, from this point forward, we're going to invite the giver of the award and the recipient to come on stage. I would love a handheld mic, please. And so, first up, from ROI Ventures, we have got Laura. So can we get up from Laura as she comes up on stage? Do you have a mic, Laura? Pia, can I get a mic, please? Thank you. This is where you clap. Oh, yeah. Come on, Laura. So, really quick, Laura, in 42 seconds, how did you decide on who the winner is? And do not give the name of the winner.
Yeah, I actually chose a startup without seeing the pitch, so I must really believe in that one, based on the information in the pitch deck at least. And they got really great feedback also on their pitch, and I really liked them before in the pre-selection. So they're working in the market of energy transition and focus especially on energy storage, which it's a really relevant and really big market.
Super. I'll take the mic so you have a hand to shake the hand of the winner. And what I want you guys to do is you're going to snap. So everybody snap, anticipate, and the winner of the first 50K given to AccuSelect. Yeah, AccuSelect. AccuSelect. Run. Yeah. Come on up. Stand in the middle. Look at that camera. Oh, come on, faster. Well, come. Look at that camera. 3, 2, 1. Pretending you like each other. Hey, nice. And depart. Excellent. Johannes, who was on the jury for the Finalist. Can we get up for Johannes from Early Bird, please? Come on, Johannes. Hi. Okay, you've been helping and supporting Stage 2 for 3 years now, I believe. Real quick.
Yes, that's right.
Why does Early Bird take part every time? What do you love about this?
Because it's one of the best European university events that you can go to.
Nice.
It's really great.
You feel confident about your decision?
Yes, absolutely.
You know who's winning it?
Yes.
I can't wait to find out who it is. Please snap your fingers. Let's build some anticipation. And the winner of €100,000 coming from Early Bird goes to... 1. Nice. Thank you. Well done. Our next prize comes from Peak Investment, but unfortunately, Madeline was not able to be here to give it. She was here, but then she had to leave. This is what she said. The reason she picked this next winner: sharp pitch, potential to conquer a huge market with a savvy combo of hard and software. Plus, Peak wants to help conquer the shared home of the Netherlands. So I think you might know who this is going to. So for 150,000 euro coming from Peak Investment, you know what to do. Make some noise. And the winner is, let's put it up, Select. Congratulations again. All right. Hold it. Yeah. Look at that. 3, 2. All right. Well done. Okay. So we have got Fund F next. And representing Fund F, can we please give a nice warm welcome to Nina?
Hello.
Hello, Nina. For those who may not know, what is Fund F? What do you invest in?
So we are a pre-seed fund that invests in gender-diverse teams all over Europe.
Excellent. Where are you based?
In Vienna, Austria.
Excellent. Thank you for being part of Stage 2. Thank you for a very generous 200,000 euro. Difficult decision, good decision. We're very excited. You know what to do. And the winner of this year's Fund F investment prize of 200,000 is... Look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Congrats. Congrats. Well done. Okay, so representing STS Venture Investment Prize, $250,000. Dang, someone's going to party tonight. Nicholas, come on up. Let's give it up for Nicholas, please. Hey, Nicholas.
Hi.
For those who may not know, tell us about STS Ventures, please.
Yes, so we are always looking for the future hidden champions in the German-speaking area, looking for the next German Mittelstand, and also our winner tonight actually represents that mindset, and we are very looking forward to award that prize tonight.
All right, I'll take the mic. You get ready to smile at the camera. And for you guys, let's change it up. I think we've been snapping for too long, so everyone do this. Super! And the winner for $250,000 is... Well done. Excellent. So next up from XDeck, we have Nick. Can we please welcome Nick on stage? Real quick, what was part of your selection criteria for this next winner?
It was a combination of the team, the thesis, the timing, and the traction. So our 4 T's that we look at.
I like that theme. No, team, traction, thesis.
Timing.
Timing, super important. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for 300,000 euro. Please make some noise. And the winner of this year's X-Deck Investment Prize goes to Haslichstadt. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, so we now have the second half of our prizes. On-site Ventures is our next, investment prize, 350,000 euro coming from them and representing. We've got Jasmine. Can we give it up for Jasmine, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and I have to say I chose a team I know for more than 2 years. They were also part of a incubator that we run in Austria. I didn't know that they are at stage 2. I saw them on the list. I had a catch-up call, and I really liked their development, the huge addressable market, and that they got a EIC grant of 2.5 million. I think they are really on track, and this is why I want to support them with our investment prize.
Excellent. We're going to add 350,000 to that, so please make some noise. The winner of this year's On-Site Venture Investment Prize goes to yourself. All right, well done, congratulations. So we've got a few more in this list over here. Next up we got B2 Venture, and representing the 400K they're about to hand over, we got Johanna. Let's give it up for Johanna, please. Hello.
Hi.
Do you want to share a little bit about how you made the selection?
Sure. We actually chose a startup which is very aligned with our own vision of shaping tomorrow's generation or the next generation. And we're very impressed with the traction. I like the team and the huge market. And yeah, I guess it's time to announce our winner.
I think it's time. You know what to do. Make some noise. This year, B2 Venture Investment Prize goes to Intuitivo. I'll take that. All right, so for the next 3, we're gonna have to make more noise. I'm gonna tell you now, I want you to stomp the ground when I say and the winner goes to. So get both feet on the ground, get ready to make some noise on that. Not just yet. From Atlantic Labs Investment Prize of 400K, we have Kristen to share a little bit about it. Let's welcome Kristen, please. Hello. Could you share a little bit about Atlantic Labs, where you're based, what you invest in?
Yeah, sounds good. So we're an early stage firm based here in Berlin, generalist in nature, and focusing across Europe.
Excellent. And this investment prize, what was the, I can see who's wins it, but don't look at it.
Okay.
Okay. So how did you make this decision?
So we looked at the team, the market potential, and really importantly, the climate potential if this technology is validated and can scale.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being here. I'll take that mic, make some noise, stomp the ground. Let's go, stomp the ground. This year's 400,000 goes to Genesis. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have got Redstone Investment Prize, $750,000. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, I'm just letting that sink in now. It's a lot of money. I need to be pitching. Oh, hi. How are you? Lucas, you're not a stranger to this event. Can you share a little bit about how you made this selection today?
Yes. I mean, first of all, Redstone, what you need to know about Redstone is that we operate sector-focused funds. So the funds that I'm managing is focused on health and education, so there was a bit of an adverse selection process there. If you look at the German health space, it has a lot of problems, but one definitely is that there's not a lot of deficiencies and that it is not very digital. So we stand behind the thesis that coming in with tech-enabled infrastructure play can be very impactful, and this is a space where we can be very helpful with regards to the go-to-market and setting up general sales processes.
Excellent. And so these €750,000 goes to, make some noise, shake the floor, shake the ground. €750,000 goes to Aftershowparty. Excellent. I always love seeing the disbelief in their eyes as they walk up, shaking their head, going like, what is happening? We've got one more award, €800,000. And to share a little bit about the decision, please welcome up Olaf. It's good to have you here. Thank you for being a part of this. Can you share a little bit about the fund and how you made this decision?
Well, we're a fund investing into interesting tech, and if you're able to slip a very, very thin glass bottle into a plastic bottle, it's just great. So that's what it's about.
I think I know who this is going to. Make some noise, shake the floor, hit your feet, anything you want. Iron clap. All right. We've got two more awards. The first, I believe, is an award that you have given, because each of you, between the sessions, got to vote. And so this is your vote. This is called the Stage 2 Movement Award. 30K, plus we have McKinsey, also with their skilling. Actually, let's get Tobias up here, and let's also get Kim up here. Let's give them a hand as they come up on stage. I know you've already had a lot of stage time, but real quick, why is McKinsey supporting us today, tomorrow with the workshops, last year, year before?
All of that, right?
Yeah.
No, sure, because essentially, as we said in the panel, right, we strongly believe that A, startups need to contribute to society and economy going forward in Europe, and B, that the university-powered deep tech, B2B, IP-heavy, whatever you want to call it, exactly what's happening in this room will be the ones that will need to carry us tomorrow. So no better place to be than here.
Absolutely. And Kim, thank you for being always supportive. I think I've also spotted you in Aachen and some of the run-ups, also helping out with some of the pre-events. Thank you for being a constant member of what is supporting the ecosystem. Share a little bit about the fund, why you're part of this.
Yeah, happy to see you again. Also, what we do is quite simple. We're an early stage fund based in the wonderful Cologne. This is what we do with a mentality from Rhineland. We like to invest in, there's a saying in Köln, like in Type. So we invest in founders with personality who challenge the status quo. That's what we do.
Thank you, Kim. Your award goes to, make some noise. Let's see it. Genesis. So with that, Tobias, you stay over here, please.
Where I need to get the second plaque.
Okay, go get the second plaque. Be fast. Just like jump off stage and go get it. We got one more. I believe this was a decision made by the jury over here, and so was one of the 8 finals that you saw on this stage that happened about 2 hours ago. So again, we got 20,000. Oh, hello from Siemens.
Hello again.
We have got Sebastian. It's nice to see you. Can you share a little bit about, I don't know if anyone's heard about Siemens. It's kind of one of these unknown companies.
I think Julian did already a good job on the panel. But first of all, I would like also to thank all of the organizers for this great event again. I'm part of the Stage 2 event since the inception of it, and it's growing every year, and it's getting more professional, and the startup pitches were amazing. So you all were winner today, and really happy to be part of that initiative and this community.
Super. So, one last award decided by the jury that was sitting over there. Make whatever noise you want, snap, hit the floor, hit your feet. Let's go. And the winner of this year's Stage 2 Innovation Award goes to Ironclad. Thank you very much. As we come to the end, one thought. It is really nice to be part of celebration moments like today. Lots of smiles, a lot of beaming, and this is a good moment to recognize talent, to recognize technology. But every day for an entrepreneur is a lot more challenging. And so each of us play a much more important role, not just in clapping the highlight reel, but every day as educators, policymakers, role models, we all have a part to play. So whether you were up on stage or not, you're important just by the fact that you're here, because this is an everyday kind of job. And I'm so glad that you're part of Stage 2. Thank you for being part of the community. Thank you for being part of the family. And with that, we're sort of ending, except for all the other cool stuff that happens after. But this part of it is ending. And so maybe some final thoughts from you, Malte?
Well, not really thoughts, but thanks to all the teams who presented. It was great pitches. Thanks to all the speakers coming in. Thanks to all the VCs. Thanks to the corporates coming in. Thanks to everyone, really, to be part of Stage 2, and especially
a very special thank you to the team that has relentlessly worked for over a year now to make all this happen. So give hands to our team and let them come up on stage.
Come on, team. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's go, Stage 2 team. Come on stage. Hello. Come on stage. As they come on stage, let me do a little bit of house rules for you guys. Tomorrow morning at 4:30 a.m., your workshops begin. Okay, I knew that was not going to land. At 2 p.m. is when the workshops begin at the Bertelsmann Group. Tonight, the partying begins at 9 o'clock. We have 3 DJs in the house. We're super excited. We hope you will come back refreshed post-dinner, post a little bit of rest. I hope you come ready to celebrate. It's going to be a really good night here in Berlin. I think you look like you want a photo. Is that what's happening? Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, we are on the photo.
So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, this has been stage 2. Thank you so much. Get up. Everyone get up and exit the building. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Hey Gia, are you ready? I'm so ready, Alyssa. I know, she knows, he knows, but you don't. Calling out your name the same way I did back in those years, but you changed. Your smile is fake and all I feel is unfamiliar. It's on tape. I know. He knows, but you don't. And I run, and I run, and I run. I wonder what you're thinking. And I run, and I run. I wonder what you're thinking. It's not for me, it's not for me. No, I know. You are not for me. It's not for me. For me. Now I know you are not for me. You can't look me in the eyes. I'm busy getting compliments from these guys. I realize.